Whenever Kang Seol shut his eyes, he did not just sleep, he slipped straight into an absolute utopia, dripping with good vibes and perfect peace. But do not get it twisted, that same dreamscape could flip the script in a heartbeat, throwing him headfirst into some downright savage turf wars. For 17 straight years, this exact same cinematic sequence played on a loop in his brain, hitting every single detail with zero glitches. Back in the real world, though, our main guy was glued to a cash register, scanning barcodes on pure autopilot like an absolute NPC. Meet Kang Seol, a 25-year-old dude serving up total deadpan customer service, dropping price totals with zero soul behind his eyes. He had run this script thousands of times. As an orphan, rocking 0 degrees and absolutely no connections, his only real play for survival was grinding the graveyard shift at a 24-hour convenience store where time literally dissolved. Off to the side, a couple of dudes were totally hyping each other up over someone actually bagging a girlfriend, but Kang Seol just threw them a blank stare, completely unfazed by the drama. He just locked back into his mindless grind, completely tuning out the background noise. But low-key, there was a major glitch in this guy's reality. 17 years, every single night, the exact same dream playing out like a glitched streaming service. Even when those visions spiraled into straight-up nightmare fuel, they were his only escape hatch from the brutal, color-drained reality of his tiny apartment and those endless night shifts. He first tapped into this wild, gorgeous headspace back at the orphanage as a little kid, way before he even knew what trauma was. Out of nowhere, it hit him he had crossed over into a completely alien dimension where this insanely massive piece of architecture just loomed out of the thick mist. Little Kang Seol took a hesitant step forward, totally pulled in by some invisible gravity that definitely was not taking no for an answer. Right at the front doors, somebody rocking a super slick fox mask blocked his path. Judging by the smooth way she moved and the pitch of her voice, he figured out it was a girl giving him the green light to enter. This mystery guide escorted him straight into a colossal dining hall packed with hundreds of guests, all keeping their identities totally locked down behind crazy masks. One dude, flexing a mask that looked like a savage eagle beak, called out that it was time to let the dice fly. The dead silence in the room instantly shattered. The second that cube smacked the wood, the entire room went supernova, blasting a light so intense you would think the actual sun just crashed through the ceiling. When he blinked the spots out of his eyes, Kang Seol realized his kid avatar was gone. He was fully grown, dripped out in weird armor, and sporting a heavy-duty mask of his own. Another player flashed him a friendly grin and motioned for him to grab a seat at the table, treating him like an old gaming buddy. The fox girl leaned in close and asked what gamertag he wanted to roll with for this insane tabletop session. Still convinced he was just tripping hard in a deep sleep, he decided to just drop his usual gaming handle, Snowman. The fox girl gave him a solid nod, explaining that now that introductions were out of the way, it was time to load up the character creation screen for the actual match. Bro literally blue screened for a second, suddenly grasping that he was about to physically play out some high-stakes, magical tabletop role-playing game. His pulse started doing kickflips. A crazy holographic menu popped up mid-air, forcing him to lock in a class, and an elemental stat from a chaotic mess of neon icons. Figuring he had zero real-world consequences to stress over, he locked in a Frost Mage build, making sure he could stay totally iced out and level-headed in this fantasy setup. The atmosphere literally shook with raw power, as magical energy spiraled into a blinding white flash, spawning an avatar with dead-cold eyes and radiating hands, right in front of him. This blonde knight dude watching the whole thing gave him major props, pointing out that Snowman was giving off way too much boss energy for a total noob. Then, it was game on. The enemy player launched the dice, and time seemed to freeze as the cube floated mid-air before aggressively slamming down. That was the official kickoff to Kang Seol's debut match, while the VIP guests, totally desensitized to this madness, locked their eyes on the board like hungry wolves. Some guy dressed like a straight-up clown scoffed, tossing out a warning that nobody holds back in this lobby, and dared Snowman to take his turn. Kang Seol took a deep breath, grabbed the cube, and suddenly felt the weight of an entire universe resting on his fingertips. A custom menu flashed in his vision. He could pull a tactical retreat, cripple the enemy's movement with a razor-sharp blade, or pick from a bunch of other wild moves. Without overthinking it, our guy went full risk-taker, picking option 3 to blast the enemy's legs with absolute zero magic. His avatar hoisted his staff, and the frost spell synced up with his adrenaline, glowing with a crazy neon blue aura. A blinding storm of energy whipped around him, looking like pure ice and fire clashing together, and literally ripping the air right down the middle. This massive green demon reptile on his squad hyped him up, completely amazed by Snowman's big brain play. The eagle-masked dude gave a silent nod of respect before calling his turn, slowly lifting his own dice. But right on cue, the blonde knight lunged into the fray, swinging an absolutely massive greatsword that sent a brutal metallic screech echoing through the room. A split second later, the enemy target straight up crumbled to the floor, completely paralyzed and wrecked. A pop-up notification flashed right across Kang Seol's vision, dropping the epic news that the Keyship faction leader was officially wiped off the map, and the quest was a total success. The Fox called it. Tonight's run was officially wrapped. She threw a glance at the crew, asking if they'd fully soaked in the absolute masterpiece that was the World of Eternity. Kang Seol was completely hooked. This wasn't some cheap gacha where RNG dictated your entire playthrough. Pure brainpower actually mattered here. His heart hammered against his ribs. He'd never felt a rush like this in his entire life. The dude rocking the eagle beak chimed in, straight up admitting he didn't expect the campaign to hit this hard. He nudged Snowman to log back in tomorrow. Saul didn't even hesitate, figuring there was zero point in questioning the logic of a dream. Whether these guys were ghosts or glitches, the vibes were immaculate. From that night on, the World of Eternity became his nightly obsession. He raided alongside this freak show squad every single time he closed his eyes. But out in the real world, total crickets. Nobody bought his stories. The other kids at the orphanage just rolled their eyes, writing off his epic campaigns as straight-up delusions. Whispers spread like wildfire that he was totally losing his grip on reality. Eventually, they just ghosted him entirely. Nobody wanted to kick it with the kid stuck in his own fantasy land. Step by step, Soul faded into the background, becoming a total outcast. Slapped with the weirdo label, he completely checked out of the orphanage's depressing, grayscale reality. Now, whenever the sun dipped down and he hit his room, gravity would absolutely crush him. His bones felt like solid lead, and crashing on his mattress was the only mission that mattered. But deep down, a spark kept him going. While the NPCs of the real world snored away, he was about to spawn back into a blindingly gorgeous fantasy, a realm where his massive pile of real-life garbage just ceased to exist. In a blink, Soul materialized right in front of that legendary, towering fortress. Heavy, neon-tinted mist swirled around the stone walls. Eaglebeak caught sight of him spawning in and cracked a massive grin. He teased that Snowman was dragging his feet tonight. The fox smirked, openly confessing she'd been waiting for his drop-in. A crazy surge of genuine warmth flooded Soul's chest, a feeling completely alien to his waking life. As the years stacked up, he'd rack his brain trying to figure out their true identities. Were they lost spirits, high-tier deities? But honestly, digging for the lore terrified him. What if peeling back the curtain shattered the whole illusion? So, he chose to just roll the dice. He'd crack jokes with them, and the chaotic banter, bleeding with pure hype and radiant energy, became the only thing keeping him breathing. But tonight, the vibe was heavily off. The blonde knight dropped a bombshell. Snowman was running solo tonight. Why? Because his last epic run as the Sage was left hanging on a nasty cliffhanger. The clown nodded, locking in the fact that the crew had to pull back, while another player chimed in with a harsh truth. His past builds were absolutely cracked, but none of them ever clutched the final ascension. And this was the final countdown. The warning echoed like an absolute doomsday prophecy. Staring down the stairway to godhood, this was the ultimate boss rush in the World of Eternity. Grinding this server for 17 hardcore years, Saul had minted a roster of absolute legends, carrying countless NPCs to victory. He was inches from the summit, but reality check: every dream eventually hits a game over screen. The system broadcasted the brutal news. The beta phase was officially shutting down, paving the way for the full launch. Saul looked at his squad, his gut twisting. These guys definitely possessed way more meta-knowledge than he did. The fact they were casually handing him the Ascension run proved it. If this was truly their final lobby together, a heavy, suffocating dread started creeping in. He absolutely was not ready to unplug and walk away. How do you just uninstall a universe you've called home for 17 years? His mind raced, thinking if the devs just patched in a few more days, he could have theory-crafted his 31st avatar into a flawless, god-tier masterpiece. But the fox cut through his spiral, telling him to ditch the sad vibes. Sure, the beta was closing its doors, but tomorrow marked the official global launch, a launch where their pixelated fantasies would literally bleed into reality. The blonde knight cut in, his tone dead serious. They had overstayed their welcome in this realm, and desperately needed to reclaim their stolen godhood. It was time to pull a massive revenge arc against the bottom feeders who originally nerfed them. Saul blinked, completely lost in the lore drop. Godhood? Insects? What the hell was that even about? But a chill crawled up his spine. This game was light years beyond a simple hallucination. He shoved the conspiracy theories aside and locked in. It all boiled down to one final, fate-altering dice roll. Achieving Ascension was the only acceptable way to roll the credits. Across his entire gaming career, only 9 out of his 30 maxed-out builds ever tasted this endgame arena. And right here, right now, this was his ultimate do-or-die shot to carve his gamertag into the eternal leaderboards. Taking a deep breath, Soul let the dice fly. The atmosphere literally detonated with a massive shockwave of pure mana. A blinding, atomic flash whitewashed the entire zone, radiating the sheer kinetic force of his stacked experience. The system violently pinged. A brutal wave of magical feedback skewered his character, Milan, triggered by the insanely volatile energy of the Ascension phase. Jaw clenched so hard it could shatter, Kang's soul forced his avatar onto the blinding, crystalline steps of the final climb. He pushed straight into the teeth of an apocalyptic mana hurricane, but right at a nasty hairpin turn on the glowing staircase, Milan's footing slipped. His balance absolutely tanked. He plummeted toward the endless abyss, his fingers desperately hooking onto a fractured stone edge. But the arcane tornado showed zero mercy, ripping the boy into a blinding, chaotic blender of light. He was in freefall, the wind snatching the scream right out of his throat. Milan was completely wiped out. Attempt number 9, at Ascension, a catastrophic fail. RNG had violently stabbed Snowman in the back one last time. For a solid minute, he just sat completely paralyzed, dead staring into the mocking, empty void. A toxic mix of pure rage and total hopelessness boiled in his gut. He locked his jaw so tight it felt like his skull might actually crack under the pressure. Same old script, another brutal reset. Now, he was staring down the barrel of one final, ultimate choice. Pull the plug on Milan's run, or roll the dice one more time. Against his better judgment, a twisted, bitter smirk crept across Kang Seol's face. Getting to the pearly gates was literally impossible, even in pixels. His eyes locked onto the glowing monitor, watching his avatar just lying there, a totally wrecked, lifeless heap. His finger slammed the confirm button. Game over. He was officially tapping out and washing his hands of it. A soulless system notification popped up, stating Milan's destiny was completely sealed. The epic quest flatlined, but the real world kept spinning anyway. The squad tried dropping some sympathy. Honestly, Snowman was the only dude actually holding it together. They had grinded their gears off, straight up unlocking the ascension path, and he was the absolute carry who made it happen. He genuinely thought he could clutch up at the very end, but the odds completely screwed him over. Still, it was absolute peak gameplay. That was the wrap for the world of eternity, or so he thought. Out of nowhere, a literal flashbang of blinding white light detonated right in his face. He couldn't even blink. He was suddenly drowning in an ocean of swirling, infinite clouds. The whole vibe was straight up glitching reality. Kang Seol braced for the end screen. Instead, a chorus of hyped-up voices echoed out, celebrating the arrival of a brand new savior. His jaw dropped. The exact same squad he had carried through hell just spawned right in front of him, but the vibe immediately went toxic. They started tearing into him, calling him a total fraud, claiming he cosplayed as a deity when he was just a faker behind a keyboard. The ultimate gamer just became a pawn on his own board. Stepping up, the blonde knight gave a highly aggressive order: lock the target down. Instantly, some unseen, high-voltage leash snapped around his throat. It felt like getting struck by lightning from the inside out. Why did his own party suddenly pull aggro on him? His brain couldn't process the sudden boss fight. All he registered was the searing fire cooking his windpipe. A storm of trash talk and pure hate rained down on him from all sides. His ride-or-die comrades from the server had gone full traitor mode. Apparently, trying to catfish literal divine beings comes with a heavy price, and that price was a one-way ticket to the grave. Kang Seol's eyes bugged out in sheer terror. His brain lagged, desperately trying to replay their dialogue. Was this some sick glitch? Panicking, the desperate kid clawed at the invisible, burning choker crushing his airways, but his former allies were already charging up a massive area of effect strike. The blonde knight locked eyes with him, dead serious. This was the drop zone, the end of the line. Kang Seol refused to accept that he was about to get wiped out, this pathetically. Cut the music. A deep, chilling voice suddenly echoed through the clouds, entirely shutting down the execution. A dude rocking a sharp, tailored suit and a low-key glowing mask just spawned into the arena. Total main character energy. Right then, the blonde knight totally ignored the interruption, hoisting Kang Seol into the air by his neck, glaring at the masked guy Gordon like, "What is your problem?" The rest of the mob backed the knight up. They kept whining about how Kang Seol disrespected their entire existence and needed to be nerfed permanently. Gordon didn't even flinch. He just told them to chill out and stop acting crazy. Hanging by his neck, Kang Seol's memory sparked. He definitely recognized Gordon from the server. A massive hit of hope rushed his system. Maybe, just maybe, this suit-wearing legend was his ticket out. Stepping up, one of the server's top-tier rankers pointed out that spilling blood in the divine realm was a massive violation. His big brain idea? Yeet the kid back to his own dimension. The rest of the lobby started glitching out, questioning if he was seriously trying to let the fraud walk away. Gordon smoothly hijacked the conversation. He promised they weren't just giving out free passes to a guilty man, but reminded them of one crucial detail. They had totally blanked on the in-game calendar. The masked squad exchanged completely clueless looks. No one was tracking his logic. Then, it hit Lisitsa like a truck. Today was literally Harvest Day. That single fact changed the whole meta. The VIPs suddenly agreed. Kicking the invader back to base was the ultimate punishment. A sorcerer chimed in, absolutely spitting venom. She cursed the kid to return to his garbage reality, predicting he'd get stomped out like a low-level mob in the dirt. Absolute nightmare fuel. The sheer stress overloaded Kang Seol's brain, and he just let out a raw, terrified scream. The lore drop was way too heavy to process. Completely drained of energy, he collapsed to his knees, while the entire lobby practically spammed laughing emotes. They sneered that spilling the blood of a zero-skill trash player would literally taint their sacred ground. Bro really logged in thinking there were no consequences, treating real life like a sandbox mode. The blonde knight looked down with absolute disgust. He ordered the kid to drop his gaze. A peasant destined to rot on Earth had zero right to make eye contact with literal gods. It was a total game over. Kang Seol felt his soul leave his body, realizing Gordon wasn't a secret ally at all. The guy just wanted to maximize his suffering. But then, slicing right through the toxic static, a surprisingly chill voice echoed in his head, asking how Snowman was holding up. Totally confused, Kang Seol scanned the room. The voice chuckled, admitting they were totally in a private, telepathic chat. Whipping his head around, his brain completely short-circuited. The guy casually sliding into his mind? It was Gordon himself. The mage locked eyes with him, practically reading his soul, but brushed past the introductions. They were officially out of time, and things were about to get real. Kang Seol's ordinary life was seconds away from completely shattering. Today was the day reality collided with fantasy. Earth was crashing headfirst into the world of eternity. Our guy stood there, absolutely paralyzed, mind spiraling as he tried to figure out how and why this apocalyptic crossover was even happening. Cordon dropped the ultimate bombshell. The so-called gods had ditched blind faith and fully embraced pure, unadulterated madness, just to get their divine juice back. Every single masterpiece, history book, and human memory traded in like cheap tokens for chaos, all to feed these greedy deities and level up their lost powers. While Seol's brain practically blue-screened trying to process this nightmare, Cordon coldly dropped the ultimate ultimatum. There was only one desperate play left to save humanity. He had to speedrun his way back to the final stage, the exact same boss rush that completely wrecked him before Ascension, and hoard as much of that chaotic energy as humanly possible. Trust me, he was going to need it. But right on cue, a terrifying voice echoed in his skull, warning him to back off from celestial business, unless he wanted the gods to personally smite him. Panic set in. How was he supposed to clear Ascension when the stakes were literally life and death now, not just some pixels on a screen? He'd already choked this exact mission countless times, but Cordon wasn't handing out cheat codes today. He just threw out a sarcastic good luck, adding a chilling hope that their paths would cross again. Before Seol could even string together a comeback, the floor practically vanished. A massive pulse of raw magic erupted from his former teammate's hand, instantly yanking him straight off the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was suspended thousands of feet in the atmosphere, dangling directly over the sprawling concrete jungle of his home planet. Cordon smirked, declaring they'd kick back and watch this little worm squirm before going splat, while the rest of the squad burst into twisted, psychotic laughter. The second the mage dropped his hand, the simulation practically broke. The sky fractured, the backdrop glitched out, and reality itself started tearing at the seams. Gravity clocked him like a truck. Seol plummeted endlessly through the void until a massive, violent hurricane aggressively swallowed him whole. Way up above, his ex-teammates just watched with dead eyes, completely unbothered by the fact that they had just sent him straight to his grave. They literally moved on in seconds, hyping up their upcoming harvest of chaos while completely erasing our boy from their memories. Cordon turned to the squad, addressing them as if they were straight-up royalty. Cut back to Seol, who suddenly snapped awake, floating in an ocean of absolute pitch-black nothingness. He frantically scanned the dark abyss, heart hammering against his ribs, before it finally clicked somehow. Against all odds, he was still breathing. No broken bones, no instant death screen. And then the terrifying realization hit him. His wildest, craziest theories were absolutely spot on. The absolute menaces he'd been gaming with weren't just toxic internet trolls, they were literal, physical deities pulling the strings of the universe. As he desperately tried to get his bearings in the void, a glowing blue holographic screen violently materialized, announcing that the world of eternity was booting up. A massive welcome prompt flashed right in his face, officially locking him into this twisted fantasy realm. Our boy was shook to his core, staring blankly at the glowing text like a deer in headlights, his brain totally short-circuiting. Suddenly, the void shattered, swapping out for the iconic Pandia server. Jaw-dropping, hyper-realistic mountain ranges rendered right before his eyes. A massive, menacing fortress loomed ominously in the distance. He was actually trapped inside the game, and even though his brain screamed that it was impossible, the cold wind hitting his face felt terrifyingly real. Suddenly, the system dropped a massive bombshell. Over 7 billion players had just been forced into the server. It was absolute madness. Seol glared at the pop-up, completely shell-shocked, trying to piece together how the entire human race just got isekai'd. But his deep dive was violently cut short when a bizarre, heavy bass drop sound echoed through the zone, making him violently flinch. Flashes of light erupted everywhere as a massive crowd spawned in, and the UI pinged, demanding he lock in his starting stats, because the tutorial level was kicking off right now. He was absolutely dumbfounded. The entire global population was now trapped in this death game. The server merge was real. Cordon's creepy monologue echoed in his ears. The promise that his boring, mundane life was over, and the dimensions were crashing together today. He slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to snap out of it. This wasn't just some sweaty late-night gaming session anymore. This was real-life survival. But wait, it got worse. The absolute disrespect from his former ally burned in his brain. He remembered Cordon's venomous threats, commanding him to lower his eyes and predicting he'd get squashed like a pathetic little bug. Being called a worm by those arrogant snobs? That triggered a whole new level of petty rage toward his toxic ex-teammates. His knuckles popped as he curled his hands into iron-tight fists. They completely miscalculated the quiet guy who had already played them all like a fiddle. A fierce, burning vengeance ignited right in his chest. He was done being a mindless NPC in their twisted little game. He was about to show them what peak survival looked like. Flashbacks to his brutal, lonely days in the system came flooding back, ripping the scabs off old traumas. Getting tossed aside like garbage by the people he actually trusted, it was history repeating itself, and it made his blood absolutely boil. Seol gritted his teeth, thinking that if he was getting nerfed just for being born a fragile mortal, the system was rigged. But hey, at least he had pure, unadulterated rage to fuel his fight against these wannabe deities. Flexing the muscle memory and hardcore grinding knowledge he'd built up over 17 agonizing years, our guy aggressively slammed that character creation button, fully locking in to break the meta and absolutely dominate this world. Instantly, the digital voice chimed in. With his character build finally locked in, our boy decided to forge his own path as the ultimate 31st game piece. He was out for blood, ready to make those who wronged him pay. Going by the tag Snowman, his newly minted Shadow Summoner dropped straight into Pangaea, the world of eternity. Think of this place like a twisted tabletop game. Your starting stats literally dictate your survival, pretty much just like the real world. Only now, the screen was gone. This nightmare was reality, and catching a game over meant actual death. He desperately needed a build that could steamroll its way to Ascension. Pangaea's system let players stack multiple traits right off the bat, opening the door for some insanely customized builds. But that same freedom created a massive gap between the meta classes and absolute trash tiers. Back in his past runs, he hard-carried his squad, leaning heavily on team synergy. This time, he was flying solo. Scrolling through the massive skill tree, one weird combo caught his eye, a setup he completely ignored during the 17-year beta phase. He pulled the trigger, shadow magic, but dumping all his stats into wisdom, cooking, and perception. Honestly, playing a shadow summoner sounded like a total throw. The class pushed 0 DPS and offered garbage support. Yet, mashing these underdog traits together might just spawn a glitch-level masterpiece. In a flash of light, Snowman the Shadow Summoner spawned onto the hyper-lethal soil of Pangaea. The system instantly rolled his starter quest, flashing a glowing prompt in his face. Moonlight Dance. This entire realm was a giant minefield, and if he didn't want to get wiped instantly, he had to master trap spotting. This tutorial zone was no joke. Squaring his shoulders, Kang Seol pushed forward until massive, crumbling ruins loomed out of the fog. To clear this zone, he had to survive at least one trial, inside the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. The stakes? Claim the loot, or end up as a permanent stain on the floor. Scanning the environment, the dungeon's name sparked a serious sense of déjà vu. Kang Seol realized this was the classic noob killer dungeon, specifically built to brutally introduce fresh meat to Pangaea's twisted mechanics. Sure, it looked ridiculously sweaty for a starter zone, forcing players to tank constant chip damage just to inch forward. The Forgotten Moon was literally paved with hidden spikes and tripwires, which was a massive red flag. Our guy lacked any rogue skills or disarm abilities to clear the path. Worse, his Shadow Summoner class moved like a snail in molasses, and dumping every single point into wisdom left his agility completely in the mud. Kang Seol clenched his jaw. Surviving this was going to take some next-level brainpower and 0 mistakes. For a split second, he kicked himself. If he knew this trap-heavy hellscape was his debut mission, He totally would have drafted a different build. A dark chuckle escaped his lips as the pixels morphed into solid stone. The player had officially become the pawn. Towering overhead, the ominous gates of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon blocked his path. Right off the bat, he faced a 50-50 coin toss. Mess with the heavy door, or pull the rusty lever nearby. One wrong move meant instant death. Suddenly, a blue holographic interface popped into his vision. It completely caught him off guard. Kang Seol stared at the floating text, realizing the system was laying out his exact interaction choices. Was this a universal feature, or was his high wisdom stat giving him a massive buff? Maybe the game was throwing him a bone, even though this veteran literally wrote the book on Pandia's mechanics. Having grinded the beta for 17 years, he half expected the devs to patch the dungeon layouts for the official release. Shockingly, the layout was a perfect carbon copy. A savage smirk crept onto his face. With his memory intact, this supposedly lethal dungeon was about to become a cakewalk. After 17 hardcore years of grinding this exact content, his muscle memory kicked in, strafe left, hook right. It was practically ingrained in his DNA. Min-maxing decisions was his absolute superpower, and even if the system threw curveballs, he wouldn't just blindly trust nostalgia. But here, the logic checked out perfectly, and the colossal stone gates ground open. He peered into the pitch-black abyss of the temple. The air inside felt dead, choking him with a suffocating gray mist. Placing each boot with surgical precision, Kang Seol crept across the stone slabs. The nostalgia hit him like a truck. He darted his eyes back to the glowing HUD, double-checking the system logs to confirm his current aggro and status. Bingo. The prompt confirmed this was the exact first trial of the Forgotten Moon he had speedrun 1,000 times before. The mechanic was simple. Navigate a grid of pressure plates to reach the exit. One heavy footstep on the wrong tile, though? Absolute carnage. Triggering a single plate would send a barrage of lethal traps straight at his face, forcing him into a desperate fight for survival. But there were no respawns anymore. One slip-up in this waking nightmare meant his heart stopped beating for good. During his beta testing days, Kang Seol had practically weaponized every single talent tree Pandia had to offer. He memorized every Easter egg, secret dialogue, and hidden quest trigger. His biggest flex wasn't his stats, it was his massive brain. Every sweaty, random number generation roll from his past runs was finally paying off. Tilting his head back, his eyes locked onto the key, to this seemingly impossible puzzle carved into the ceiling. Sure, lacking the archaeology and theology perks meant the ancient text was gibberish, but the core vibe was unmistakable. The engraved lion radiated raw, unstoppable fury, radiating absolute arrogance and power. The sheep, on the other hand, just played the submissive victim, trailing at the very back with its head hung low. The ever-forgiving moon bathed the whole crew in its light, while the wolf stalked right on the tiger's heels. At a passing glance, the whole setup felt like a total no-brainer. Sure, it looked like some galaxy brain puzzle, but the core trick? Just hit the floor tiles in the exact right sequence. Kang Seol instantly clocked it as child's play. Memorize the pattern. Don't get obliterated. Easy money. Feeling that familiar adrenaline kick in, he didn't even hesitate. The guy planted his foot on the first block, gliding across the grid, locking in on those ancient animal carvings etched into the stone. He aimed straight for the lion, and when the room stayed dead quiet, he knew he had nailed it. Trusting his gut, he launched into the next stride, his pulse pounding with raw hype. A cocky smirk cracked his face. Cracking this puzzle felt incredibly satisfying. The whole thing was playing out flawlessly, like he had written the script himself. Every single footfall cranked his swagger up another level. Before long, our boy was full-on speeding across the deadly floor, stomping out the path to the finish line without breaking a sweat. He cleared the danger zone, exhaled a deep breath, and stepped into a massive chamber, totally drenched in an eerie, silver neon haze. Throwing up a sarcastic eyebrow, he literally chuckled. That so-called death trap was basically a tutorial level. Right on cue, the system flashed a pop-up. He had blitzed the ruins of the Forgotten Moon, taking 0 damage. Instantly, the garbage copper loot box upgraded into a solid iron crate. But wait, he could totally ditch the loot and double down on the trials. His brain went into overdrive. Sure, the immediate payout was juicy, but pushing his luck meant securing an absolute god-tier drop. Weighing the odds, he hard-passed on the chest. He remembered the lore. This specific dungeon was literally designed to humble arrogant players, and getting greedy here usually meant getting packed up in a body bag. Luckily, checking his ego wasn't an issue. Refusing to get baited by the easy win, he peeked around the corner into the next hallway. A seemingly endless, pitch-black tunnel vanished into the dark, and the realization hit him like a truck. Welcome to Phase 2 of the ruins. This was the point of no return. 0 margins for slipping up. The entire zone was one massive meat grinder, forcing you to sprint ahead while knowing any single footstep could literally vaporize you. But the vibe was completely off this time. His pupils shrank in pure shock as it finally clicked. The death run was massively stretched out compared to his past life. A cold sweat dripped down his spine. His cheat code memories were suddenly total trash. The system ruthlessly chimed in. Step only on the crimson, sapphire, and obsidian tiles. But plot twist, the safe pattern completely randomized every single time. He muttered some serious trash talk under his breath. It wasn't like he was rocking some broken rogue class with trap diffusing or engineering buffs to magically bypass the headache. Glancing up, he caught a glimpse of himself staring back off the polished stone. Bathed in the moody shadows, he looked like an absolute stranger. That dark, bruised line circling his throat dragged up some brutal flashbacks. The literal burn scar from that slave collar, a twisted little souvenir from the god of lightning. Pure, unadulterated rage ignited in his veins, promising himself he would make those celestial scumbags pay in blood. But right now, being pissed off wasn't going to keep him alive. Sucking in a massive lungful of air, he focused up and dropped his boot onto the glowing crimson square. Hey, maybe his luck was cracked today, and he would just guess his way out. Despite his muscles literally vibrating from the insane anxiety, he swept his eyes across the toxic neon grid, which looked like the lethal scales of a massive, coiled viper. Biting the bullet, he lunged for the sapphire tile, praying his luck held out. Instant regret. The very atmosphere violently detonated, with an ear-shattering shockwave that completely paralyzed him. White-hot agony shredded his nerves, ripping a scream from his throat as his whole body seized up, from the brutal voltage tearing through his bones. But crazily enough, that jolt of pain just woke up the demon inside him. He was honestly thriving on the chaotic danger. The stakes were peaking, and he was completely here for it. High above the mortal plane, those shady celestial voyeurs were eating this up. Hell, practically foaming at the mouth, even tossed a sacrifice into her viewing bowl, an ultra-rare coin of madness. Down in the trenches, our guy kept pushing his luck, but the second his foot slipped again, a hidden blade trap violently launched out of the stonework. He swallowed a heavy curse, realizing the dungeon developers were absolute sadists. I mean, who the hell rigs 4 crimson death tiles back to back? Staring down the next cluster of crimson, sapphire, and obsidian symbols, his brow furrowed. Red had already spammed its turn, so the smart play was swapping colors. Running the mental math, he threw caution to the wind and stamped on the sapphire glow, begging the universe that his sixth sense wasn't totally broken. Spoiler alert, it was a catastrophic miss, and sinister, mocking laughter echoed through the entire cavern. Grinding his jaw till it hurt, he knew one more flinch would turn him into literal paste. The godly viewers were already betting the only way this absolute psycho survived was pulling a blind, full-send sprint. But then, completely shattering their expectations, our boy violently exploded off his spot and launched into motion. He practically glided across the floor. No hesitation. Every single step landed with absolute, dead-on precision. The spectators watching the broadcast, utterly floored. Muttering to each other in pure disbelief, they scrambled to figure out how this kid had flipped the script so fast. Right on cue, the system chimed in. Analysis complete. Our guy had totally cracked the trap's hidden code. Kang Sol mentally locked in the pattern. The floor sequence completely reset every 5 steps. Once he caught onto that rhythm, the puzzle was a joke. The VIP observers gripped their armrests, seething as they watched him casually dismantle their impossible trial, rendering the death trap completely useless. Stunned by the blowout, the celestial beings groaned, glaring at each other, demanding to know which idiot designed such a basic puzzle. A split second later, the interface declared Kang Sol the winner of trial number 2. Inside the ruins of the Forgotten Moon, time for loot. A silver chest materialized, instantly leveling up into blinding gold, all because he triggered the penalty under 10 times. He just stood there, staring down at the glowing jackpot, waiting at his boots, snag the loot, log out, and walk away, a winner that was the smart play, since he had already hit his quota. But his hand froze, hovering over the lock. Something deep in his gut screamed that taking the easy out was for losers. Smirking, our guy pivoted and marched right past the legendary drop. Shadows swallowed him as he sprinted down the hallway, dead-ending at a colossal iron gate covered in cryptic runes. Welcome to Moon Square. Crimson warning alerts violently flashed across the metal, screaming at challengers to drop their egos and remember their rank. The glowing text basically begged him to stay in his lane and bow his head. But Kang Sol knew perfectly well that his target was lurking right behind that gate. The system gave him 2 choices: ignore the red flags and push forward, or take the L and run away. Most would bail, but as his fingers brushed the holographic warning, he paused. Not out of fear, though. That split second of silence was purely for the drama, because in his heart, backing down was never an option. Boom! The colossal gate violently blasted outward, like the lunar gods themselves were raging at his disrespect. Stepping through the dust, he actually froze, mind blown by the insane arena. Unfolding ahead, Ground Zero. Standing right in the middle was an absolute unit of a knight, decked out in thick iron chains and crescent moon armor. No guesswork needed, this giant was the next boss fight. The warrior's visor glowed with an aggressive, blinding heat, dripping with pure disgust. Staring down at him like a bug on a windshield, the hulking boss roared that some cocky punk had just signed his own death warrant by trespassing in his domain, and the regret would hit fast. The monster promised to sever the kid's head cleanly off his shoulders, swearing to end the fight before it even started. A confident grin spread across Kang Soul's face. To him, it had been way too long since their last clash, and this rematch was about to go insanely hard. The heavy blade went up. Instantly, violently swirling tornadoes of lunar fire erupted around the boss. Moon Knight Karuna was officially locked in for the kill. Cut to a totally different lobby, where another gamer violently chucked his dice across the room, raging hard. Spitting curses and completely losing his mind, the guy was fuming at the screen. This specific boss was basically hacking the physics engine, and the entire player base was clueless on how to clear him. Forums were melting down, screaming that the devs promised a chill, cozy dice game, not a brutally rigged death trap. Yet no matter how hard they spammed revives, the result never changed. The Juggernaut completely wiped their squads, without even breaking a sweat. This nightmare stage, dubbed Dance on a Moonlit Night, only spawned as the ultimate finale in the Forgotten Ruins, locking players inside the legendary Moon Square. Survival relied on one single safe spot, a tiny, elevated platform that granted immunity for just a fraction of a second. But Kang Soul, slickly sidestepping a massive shockwave, knew relying on that cheese strat was a rookie mistake. The distance was way too far to sprint. The behemoth hoisted his massive blade once more, and the very air warped, as pure lunar energy aggressively condensed into the steel. Getting clipped by even 1 millimeter of Karuna's strike meant instant, permanent deletion. That was the brutal gimmick of this stage. It ranked as an absolute widowmaker because top-tier tryhards kept rushing in blind, getting one-shotted because they thought they could tank the damage. A sudden holographic alert pinged right in Kang Soul's peripheral vision, instantly snapping his focus. A fresh grid of glowing tiles locked into place at his feet, demanding an exact combo. Start with the black sheep emblem, chain it to the black wolf, and keep the streak alive. It was the only survival route, and thankfully, our guy's memory was flawless. Clearing this dungeon wasn't just about matching symbols. It was a brutal game of survival. Nail the exact color sequence, or it was game over. The pattern locked in during the first trial? Yeah, he had to memorize that and spam it flawlessly until he cleared the ruins. Suddenly, the magic-infused boss blitzed him, charging in like an absolute hurricane of blazing steel. Kang Soul sidestepped the fatal blow by a hair, looking down to spot his literal lifesaver, the first tile in the sequence, right under his sneakers. He slammed his foot down with zero hesitation, landing perfectly on the glowing crimson lion, pulsing with lunar energy. Knowing each hue packed a different buff, our boy watched the armored giant stutter step, totally thrown off guard. Karuna's terrifying aura was glitching out. The red tiles acted like a massive debuff, draining his strength and violently nerfing his speed, while straight up shredding his shield. Recognizing the opening, Kang Soul geared up to hit the next checkpoint, to stack the debuff and hijack the fight's momentum. Pausing for a split second on that crimson beast, he fluidly dashed forward, planting his boots on the red moon tile. He was practically in the boss's face now, but the once intimidating knight looked insanely washed. Karuna was moving like he had bad lag, throwing wildly uncoordinated swings. Mid-clash, that red tile debuff multiplied by 3. Peeping the massive stat drop, Kang Soul calculated his next move. Staring him down was the black sheep tile, and he knew it was time to turn up the heat. Right as Karuna lunged with terrifying brute force, our main character casually tapped the trigger symbol. Instantly, a glowing rune sparked to life right behind the boss's back, unleashing a massive laser beam of pure fire point blank. Turns out, the black tiles were the dungeon's built-in trap cards, dealing massive burst damage, but with a crazy catch, it actually recharged the enemy's lunar shield. Kang Soul's brain kicked into overdrive. He had to melt that armor all over again by spamming red tiles before launching another nuke. Speedrunning this boss was officially out of the question. Meanwhile, Karuna let out this totally unhinged villain laugh, taunting our guy for thinking some cheap floor gimmicks would save him from catching hands. But Kang Soul read the boss's stance like a book, realizing one hit from that moonlight slash meant an instant game over. Going all in, the knight channeled every ounce of his mana into a single, devastating ultimate attack, aimed right at our boy. Dodging was practically impossible, with the area of effect explosion literally covering the entire arena. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Kang Soul brushed off his shoulders, completely untouchable thanks to his own lunar defense buff. The chat went absolutely wild, quickly piecing together that he tanked the ultimate because he was camping on a blue tile, which triggered a god-tier shield. Right then, one of the spectators dropped a massive truth bomb. Kang Seol was officially the first player in history to survive the final trial. Unbothered by the hype, our hero locked in and perfectly timed a step onto a red tile, right as Karuna swung again. The boss was foaming at the mouth, screaming that the mortal was destined for the grave and that his run was dead. But Kang Seol just stared him down with ice in his veins, flexing insane confidence. Flashback to his old guild days, his teammates were always low-key confused about why he pushed himself to such crazy extremes. That is when his buddy rocking the lightning mask called it. Kang Seol was straight up executing the legendary moonlight dance. The viewers were mind-blown, finally realizing that stacking 3 red tiles essentially stunned the boss, creating a brilliant stall tactic meant for escaping, not winning. They noticed the black tile barely scratched the guy, but it aggressively triggered the boss's fatal aggro, making it a high-risk, negative reward play. Breaking the 4th wall, Kang Seol basically called the raid mechanics child's play. Simultaneously, Karuna ate a massive critical hit and totally locked up, completely baffled by the flawless counter. Our protagonist anchored himself on the black sheep, tracking every single twitch the boss made, knowing this razor-thin tightrope was his only win condition. The knight's heavy plating was shattering, his stamina practically at 0 as he stumbled around the arena. Gasping for air, the boss warned our hero to never disrespect the lunar magic. Without warning, he popped his awakening state, blasting a raw, concentrated beam of mana straight for Kang Seol's head. But our guy's reflexes were superhuman. He knew his only out was hitting that red square, the exact microsecond the boss's stamina bottomed out. Changing gears, he decided it was time to trigger the black tile. With a totally fearless leap, he landed dead center on the dark sheep. The resulting shockwave slammed into the knight, hard stunning him for a solid couple of seconds. The win was practically in the bag. Karuna's health bar was flashing red, his armor completely stripped. The boss was totally spiraling, unable to process why this try-hard mortal refused to stay down. Right on cue, the system interface popped up, declaring that the Moon Knight, bathed in blinding light and soaking up massive damage, his speed stats just kept stacking higher and higher as the fight raged on. The knight knew deep down that his infamous reputation was built entirely on that one lethal strike. Still, barking out a savage war cry about crushing his opponent, the armored warrior launched himself forward. Kang Seol instantly clocked the shift in the Moonstep's algorithm. Those red tiles were totally useless for slowing this monster down now. Time for Plan B. He pivoted, locking his focus onto the blue glowing squares to tank the incoming hit. With ice in his veins, our boy declared it was time to wrap up this boss fight once and for all. Spitting mad, Karuna roared at the disrespectful rookie to bow down, preaching that trespassers always pay the ultimate price. Kang Seol just smoothly sidestepped the heavy swing, feeling in his gut that this next clash would be the grand finale. Triggering his ultimate move, the Moonlight Slash, the knight cranked the intensity of this deathmatch straight past the boiling point. One wrong twitch here meant instant deletion for our protagonist. His only play was to perfectly chain his movements across the glowing grid, hunting for a window to strike between those blinding bursts of energy. They called it the Moonlight Dance, and the title slapped this whole brawl, looked exactly like a beautiful, violently chaotic tango. Even with raw magic tearing the arena apart and stone pillars crumbling to dust around him, our hero mapped out every single footstep with absolute precision. Screaming bloody murder, Karuna swore to vaporize the cocky human. Then, out of nowhere, the knight just locked up. Pure panic flashed across his face as the realization hit he couldn't escape this counterattack. A strike so clinically perfect it left zero room to evade sent the armored helmet rocketing across the room, exposing the warrior underneath. Time seemed to freeze. They just stood off against each other, muscles completely coiled, locked in a heavy staring contest. Breaking the silence, a defeated Karuna hung his head in shame, facing his unseen master to confess his ultimate failure. Pleading for forgiveness, the boss took the final, executing strike. Kang Seol finally let out a massive breath, watching the broken knight crash into the freezing cobblestone, while his massive blade clattered uselessly away. Right on cue, a system notification popped up congratulating him for totally clearing the final stage of the Forgotten Moon ruins. Now came the best part, the loot drop. A glowing treasure chest materialized, hitting our guy with the brand new Moon Hunter achievement, plus a sick new title, The One Who Toppled the Moon. Staring at the screen, Kang Seol flashed back to the god in the lightning mask, the deity who previously questioned why he was sweating so hard to kill Karuna, instead of just skipping the boss fight entirely. Our protagonist mentally fired back that playing it safe and dodging the fight was a trash-tier strategy, especially when utterly dominating the enemy offered way better payouts. Smirking at the memory, he stared down at the knight's lifeless body. He had a massive, calculated brainwave for taking this exact route, and slowly reached his hand out toward the corpse. Channeling a wave of dark magic straight into the fallen warrior, Kang Seol commanded the soul to rise and serve. He was flexing his signature hidden skill, shadow summoning. Seconds later, a sleek system prompt chimed in, confirming the phantom version of Moon Knight Karuna was online and ready. Since the Spectre couldn't exactly replicate pure moonlight magic, its overall combat potential took a heavy nosedive without a full moon shining. Plus, because the Shadow's starting rank was basically at the floor, it only inherited 20% of the original boss's raw stats. Still, the spectators watching this stream were losing their minds, since this kid was supposed to be a total scrub. Instead, he was out here dropping jaws and carrying himself like a top-tier veteran. Admiring his brand-new undead minion, Kang Seol grinned, hyping up how perfectly this master plan came together. Even capped at 20% power, bagging a hero-tier summon drastically boosted his survival odds. The cheat code was simple: kill anything that casts a shadow, and it becomes yours. Anyway, it was finally time to dive into the loot pool. Clearing that boss skyrocketed his level, unlocking a fresh batch of stat points. In the mechanics of the World of Eternity, hitting a new level automatically dropped 4 fixed stat bumps alongside 4 freebies. While the system locked in the fixed stats based on a player's core job, those free points were completely up for grabs. Flexing his true Shadow Summoner brain, our boy dumped everything straight into Wisdom. Sifting through the drops, he spotted the ultimate prize for dusting Karuna, the legendary Moonlight Sword. This exact blade, heavily wielded by the boss before his apostle days, boasted some absolutely cracked stats. Instead of keeping it, Kang Seol tossed the top-tier weapon over to his new phantom bodyguard. See, the insane thing about these shadows is, they have their own independent stat blocks, can level up solo, and actually equip gear. Your basic garden variety summons just scale off their master stats, and cannot hold on to any physical items. But in the late game, shadows totally break the meta. The drop pool also blessed Kang Seol with a staff that cranked up his wisdom multiplier, and he instantly recognized how incredibly busted this magic stick really was. The stream chat was probably mauling over his stat build right now, since the current meta treated wisdom like a completely garbage stat. To top it all off, the system handed over a super rare consumable he never even dreamed of bagging. It was an edible power-up, and our guy already knew a broken exploit to maximize its buffs. Wrapping up his inventory check, the young powerhouse smirked proudly at his massively beefed-up character sheet. The item's passive buff was giving major red flags, but the guy figured that if it actually worked on Karupa, it could easily min-max his own stats too. A hot second later, our boy finished sweeping his loot drops, and the haul was absolutely cracked. But there was zero time to chill, because the next massive quest just dropped: the 5 Friendly Brothers. Deep in the southern valleys of the Pandaea Mountains, things got incredibly ugly. We're talking flesh-eating trolls. And one specific faction, the Stone Fang tribe, elected their bosses through pure, unadulterated slaughter, just to keep their bloodline ruthless. Their reigning warlord, Tiran Jamad, was an absolute unit of a monster, radiating such an insane killing intent that even rival camps stayed way out of his lane. Kang Seol's ultimate mission? Cripple the Stone Fang crew by any means necessary, and ideally, flatline at least one of their top executives. But the system hit him with a brutal ultimatum: fumble this objective, and he would catch a permanent game over. To make things sweatier, he only had 20 hours and 47 minutes left on the clock. Tracking the sun, he realized it was pushing noon, meaning even if he booked it right this second, he wouldn't hit a safe zone until tomorrow morning at the earliest. In this merciless realm, catching a breather was a rare luxury, only unlocked after clearing back-to-back raids. And this 5 Brothers dungeon, it practically screamed nightmare difficulty. He had 5 boss-level targets scattered across the board, completely entrenched in rugged peaks, where the trolls knew every single pebble and blind spot. This run was going to be pure agony, especially with their totally stacked security detail. Kang Seol took a beat to process, and it suddenly clicked that there was only one galaxy brain play to survive this hell. According to the quest logs, this dungeon was strictly tuned for a 5-player party, so why on earth was he standing here totally solo? Time was aggressively bleeding out, and he needed to make his opening move fast, before the timer choked out his win condition entirely. The protagonist recalled his last solo run, where the system had blessed him with a clean 6 hours. But right now, the HUD flashed a hyper-specific 20 hours and 47 minutes. That weirdly precise number practically screamed foul play, until the horrifying truth hit him. The original squad, meant to clear this zone, had already been wiped out, and their leftover time had just been dumped onto him, the sole survivor. Staring blankly into the sinister red glow of the system interface, the guy swallowed the harsh reality that he was about to solo a full-party boss raid. Locking his mentality, Kang Seol pushed up the trail. Moments later, his eyes locked onto a guard tower, guarding the base of the cliffs. An emerald banner whipped in the wind, a glaring signal that Kang Soul picked up on instantly. The Stonefang squad only flew those exact colors when throwing their massive harvest festivals to beg for the blessing of the Earth Dragon, Tangrid. This checkpoint marked the absolute bottom floor of the Troll Syndicate's turf, the dead zone border where their nightmare began, and where his true test was about to kick off. The dude gripped his weapon and scanned the perimeter until a completely gruesome scene stopped him dead in his tracks. Mangled bodies littered the dirt, totally shredded by the barbaric locals, and an ice-cold shiver shot straight down his spine. Squinting at their shattered gear and weapons, he started piecing together the fallen party's meta. One was obviously a heavy healer, dripping in thick armor and holy crests. He spotted 2 frontline tanks, plus a ranged sniper. Honestly, a god-tier party comp. A dedicated healer, double shields, and a DPS archer. If they actually played with decent synergy, they should have steamrolled this zone without becoming troll food. But catching feelings right now was pointless. No use stressing over spilled milk, since crying wouldn't respawn anybody. Stranded as a lone wolf, our boy had to brainstorm a massive carry strategy, because running a team dungeon totally solo completely tanks your survival odds. Scratching his chin, Kang Soul mapped out his angles and realized he had to unleash the exact wildcard strat he'd been theorizing for ages. The system pinged, officially welcoming the player to the mountain stronghold, dropping 2 baseline choices: sweep the huts front to back to dodge ambushes, or camp out in the shadows and strike tomorrow. With exactly 20 hours and 39 minutes ticking down, the hero locked in. He wasn't just going to clear this dungeon, he was going to squeeze out the absolute highest tier loot possible. The World of Eternity constantly matched its players' energy, rewarding absolute madmen. Out here, a single crazy move could completely shatter the lore. Every breath a character took warped the actual code of the universe, and if his unhinged master plan popped off, he was about to cement his name as an absolute legend. Option A was basic: kick down the front doors and sweep the closest shacks one by one, but Soul knew that was a straight-up death wish, even with Karin watching his 6. Option B, chilling until nightfall to launch a pitch-black stealth raid, sounded like a total vibe, but trying that as a solo player? Way too dicey. So, our protagonist pivoted to a hidden third option: goes through the perimeter, farm some hardcore intel, and crack the enemy's weak point wide open. And his very first lead? The notorious exile of the Rocky Mountains, an urban legend whispered about in the shadows. Lore stated these mountains were split into 5 towering peaks, with the brutal Stonefang tribe dominating the absolute summit, leaving the lower tiers swarming with lesser, but equally lethal, beasts. To conquer the 5 brothers' trial, tracking down this specific outcast wasn't just optional, it was step 1. You needed him to unlock the secret route. Myths pointed straight to the dead bottom of the lowest mountain, a pitch-black abyss where sunlight went to die, housing a hermit trashed by his own kin. Kang Soul furrowed his brows, letting out a slow, sharp breath. If the rumors held up, his target was breathing down his neck. Slicing his way through the dense, twisted woods, his eyes locked onto a crude tripwire rigged with tiny chimes. Tiny, sure, but their ring was deafeningly sharp, magically spiked to scream the second a trespasser breathed on them. Instantly, a guttural growl ripped through the silence. A monster was calling out his exact coordinates. Not wanting to trigger a boss fight, our boy took a couple of slow, calculated steps up. Throwing his hands up, he threw out a massive lie, claiming he was totally chill and posed 0 threat. The beast flinched hard. Shaking like a leaf, the massive troll stammered out, questioning if he was actually staring at a real-life human. Kang Soul's gamer brain kicked in. The VIP he was hunting had to be lurking in the immediate radius. Closing the gap inch by inch, he swore he wasn't there to throw hands. But the troll was completely on edge, and right on cue, a translucent blue system window popped up. The prompt confirmed the outcast was terrified and fed him a multiple-choice dialogue tree. Opting for the big brain play, he played dumb. Pointing out that the giant looked insanely messed up, he pressed for the tragic backstory. He demanded to know why the beast was acting so insanely defensive. The forest practically muted itself. Absolute, spine-chilling silence dropped over them. Breaking the ice, our protagonist casually guessed that some nasty plague was to blame. Honestly, Kang Soul already had the whole wiki memorized, but he was going for that Oscar-worthy acting. Taking the bait, the troll stumbled out of the thicket, flashing gruesome, rotting sores. With a broken spirit, the giant confessed that he was a walking biohazard, warning the human to keep a massive distance. Wrapping himself back up, the outcast muttered that the freak show was over, but Kang Soul wasn't letting him ghost him. He needed the full lore drop, reminding him that this was the whole point of his quest. Still, shouting across a literal danger zone was getting super tedious, prompting the beast to call him totally psychotic. One wrong step, and that fatal plague was jumping hosts. The hulking brute was genuinely baffled by this human's relentless energy, questioning why he even cared. Without missing a beat, our MC demanded every single crumb of intel the guy was willing to drop. Defeated and exhausted, the monster slumped his shoulders and dragged himself toward his gloomy hideout. A fresh system ping confirmed it. The target's hostility stats had officially plummeted. Taking the win, our boy suggested taking the chat indoors, brazenly stating he'd take the heat for whatever went wrong next. The chat went absolutely feral. Viewers were spamming that this dude had totally lost his mind, willingly walking into a guaranteed death trap. Cutting away from the panic, the duo crossed the threshold of the murky cave, where our protagonist was low-key stunned by massive towers of ancient texts. The beast awkwardly offered up some tea, to which the gamer agreed, but demanded the backstory first. Taking a heavy breath, the outcast started unpacking his dark past, laying out the raw, unfiltered truth. Way back, the entire Rocky Mountain range got nuked by a ruthless, localized plague that wiped out countless generations and stacked up an insane body count. Pushed to the brink, the Stonefang leadership dropped one merciless law: to purge the sickness. The mandate was brutal. The second someone caught the bug and became a walking hazard, they were instantly exiled. Kang Soul connected the dots, asking if that's how his new buddy ended up down here in the dirt, but the giant slowly shook his heavy head. It was his mom. She caught the plague while heavily pregnant and was instantly kicked to the curb. She desperately pleaded to at least let her unborn kid stay, but the higher-ups weren't having it. The tribal elders were paranoid. The baby was a ticking time bomb, even without hard proof. Turns out, they were right. He was born completely infected. His mother took that blistering hatred to her grave, wishing for absolute annihilation. Intrigued, Kang Soul leaned in, pushing to find out exactly what she wanted. Wiped off the map. The answer was ice cold. The outcast revealed she wanted the entire Stonefang clan erased from existence, along with this demonic virus. Dropping his gaze, he grimly confessed that he wouldn't mind fading away himself. Desperate for a way out, the giant had consumed a mountain of literature, hunting down a medical miracle, and finally scored a rare text on localized plagues. Armed with that knowledge, he realized escaping this hell was actually possible with the right loot. The ultimate remedy? A super rare drop called the corpse finger mushroom, hidden somewhere in these very peaks. Reading the room, Kang Soul bluntly pointed out that the big guy was in no shape to go gathering. Nodding bitterly, the beast admitted his bones were literally rotting away. Every passing day, the infection ate deeper into his joints, making vertical climbing straight up impossible now. Flashing a confident, main character smirk, Kang Soul announced he had the perfect workaround. He offered to track it down instead. The beast just stared at his buddy, totally baffled, wondering why he'd even bother. Slipping into full badass mode, our boy just flashed a smirk and locked eyes with the creature. He needed to scope out these troll bosses, figure out their whole deal, and milk this for the ultimate lore drop. Plus, by saving this massive dude's life, he could lock in a solid bargain. That's how the super secret mission, The Abandoned, officially kicked off. Homeboy sprinted deep into the wild, hunting for some crazy rare loot. Right before they split, the troll promised that if our guy actually pulled this off, he'd owe him a massive solid. Right on cue, the system popped up, ordering him to snatch a creepy item called the corpse finger mushroom. It was one of those mid-game surprise quests designed to seriously level up his journey. Kang Soul knew The Abandoned was totally goated compared to basic missions. Why? Because it's the only spot to score a legit NPC sidekick. These companions don't just tag along, they massively buff their masters once you build enough trust. And if his gaming memory was on point, this specific helper was top tier. Sure, in survival games, every single tick of the clock matters, but this grind, totally worth the sweat. Bagging this ally meant he could literally clutch a victory out of thin air, even when the odds looked absolutely cooked. Arriving at the drop zone, our guy let out a frustrated groan. The viewers tuning in instantly realized things were looking wildly bad. The chat was practically spamming RIP already. Everyone was scratching their heads, wondering why he even picked this suicidal route. To them, he was basically throwing the game. His entire squad had just been wiped out by Magata's weakest bro, so his fate seemed locked in. A total death sentence waiting to happen. But our MC? He just casually strolled up to the edge of a massive cliff, gazing down like he owned the place. A system ping confirmed his terrain mapping was online. Still, there wasn't a single funky mushroom popping up on the radar. Now he was staring down a crossroad. Should he camp out, scout the zone, report back, or double-check if this biome even spawned the loot? Out of nowhere, a massive wave of nostalgia hit Kang Soul. He realized he'd stood on this exact pixel 17 years ago, playing his very first character. This was literally ground zero for his eternity grind. Back then, he rolled a mage, sprinting straight for this peak, totally hyped to clear The Abandoned. Little did he know, that specific moment would haunt his dreams for over a decade. Snapping back to reality, he locked in on option 2, scouring the turf. Looking back at his rookie days, he was just rushing and making absolute amateur mistakes. Zero caution, maximum penalty. Young Kang Sol had absolutely no clue how to actually pilot his avatar, and the rage quit energy was real. His OG character literally plummeted off this exact cliff, just by being incredibly clumsy, all while trying to snatch that stupid mushroom. Sounds like a joke, but honestly, it's a classic gaming tragedy. That squishy mage had negative stats in strength and agility, making it a walking disaster for scaling death trap mountains. A total glass cannon attempting a parkour mission, his noob strategy literally doomed him. That game over screen was a core trauma for little Kang Sol. The heartbreak was insanely real, stinging like crazy even years later. But honestly, that epic fail turned into the ultimate tutorial, giving him the sauce. He needed to totally dominate now, and the perfect moment was finally here. Suddenly, a wild, ear-piercing screech echoed through the zone. Ever since that brutal first death, Kang Sol basically hyper-fixated on studying this quest, especially the spawn mechanics of that creepy corpse finger mushroom. It only breaches the stone right at twilight, the exact second the sun dips out and darkness drops. Our MC gripped his staff, letting his mana completely erupt. He triggered Shadow Hand, a beginner-tier summoner move that manifests a spooky, glowing limb with zero muscle power. It's basic, sure, but absolutely clutch, if you know how to spam it right. Casting it the first time is notoriously brutal, and Kang Sol was low-key sweating, wondering if he could pull it off. In a flash, he aimed his arm dead straight at the shroom, while his viewers basically forgot how to breathe. The spell's mechanics are ridiculously clunky, making everyone wonder how this kid was going to finesse the grab. The chat was literally memeing that he needed a mutant monkey tail to pull it off. That would have been the cheat code. But Kang Sol was totally zoned in, tuning out the noise to clutch this play. With intense precision, he commanded the phantom hand forward, dumping all his focus into ripping the target from the dirt. Once the phantom fingers locked on, he just needed to yank it back with everything he had. And boom, mission cleared. He tilted his chin up, eyes glued to the shadowy limb as it smoothly drifted through the air. A split second later, the phantom fist hovered right in front of his face, and Kang Sol locked his gaze, holding his breath to see if the drop was real. The dark fingers uncurled, revealing the exact twisted mushroom he needed. He scanned his surroundings, suddenly catching a weird, glowing vibe pulsing from the tree branches. Right on cue, the system chimed in. His perception stat had triggered a brand new, ultra-secret mission, Pocket Watch without an owner. Boom, the system screen flashes with new terms. Turns out, it is a completely fresh side quest. Now, our boy has to track down some local in Kongori City, who actually knows a thing or two about this missing watch. Squinting into the distance, there it was, a tiny timepiece snagged perfectly on a branch. Without missing a beat, Kang Sol summons his shadow hand and stretches it out. Chat immediately started hyping up the grab, fully expecting him to snatch it. But honestly, nobody had a clue what kind of tier this loot was, meaning everyone had to scramble to check the wiki. 0 hits. The database came up completely blank, leaving the entire stream guessing about the true power of this mystery artifact. Cut back to the camp, where a roaring campfire is popping and sizzling. A massive pot hangs over the flames, bubbling with some seriously mouth-watering grub. Male, the troll, just sits there, intensely locked onto the dancing embers. His mind is spinning. Can he actually trust this human dude? Paranoia is literally eating him alive right now. Suddenly, a dark flashback hits him hard. His mom, completely paralyzed in bed, getting wrecked by a brutal sickness. She straight up wanted reality to burn. In her absolute agony, she pushed everyone away, radiating nothing but pure, unfiltered hatred for the entire universe. That is the rotting flesh curse for you, the absolute worst inheritance from the savage Stone Fang tribe. What an absolute bunch of deadbeats. Lost in the abyss of her pain, she even turned on Male, damning her own flesh and blood to wipe out right alongside the rest of existence. Knowing this, Plague was not just going to magically vanish. The troll took matters into his own hands. His strategy? Grinding through piles of human literature. The text looked like pure gibberish at first, but by cross-referencing his mom's dusty old grimoire, he actually managed to crack the alphabet. Every page turned brought him inches closer to the antidote, but the curse was a ticking time bomb, spreading way faster than he could read. It was a brutal race against the clock to brew the potion before the pain hit maximum overdrive. And the missing piece? A hyper-rare shroom, spawning exclusively at the highest mountain peak. Did he massively fumble by begging a random stranger for help? Male's brain is completely short-circuiting trying to figure it out. Letting out a massive, heavy sigh, the troll's ears suddenly twitch. Leaves crunch at the tree line, footsteps are closing in. The underbrush starts violently shaking. The beast locks onto the forest edge, every muscle tensed, fully expecting the human to pop out. And just like that, a familiar silhouette breaks through the shadows. It is Kang Sol, looking absolutely gassed and panting heavily. Stumbling forward, our main character flashes the prize mushroom, complaining that the corruption zone hurt way more than he bargained for. The rookie flexes the magical loot right in his palm. Mail is completely spellbound. It is the exact legendary drop he has been praying for. Reality literally stops making sense to the troll. His jaw shakes, and the waterworks immediately start flowing. The fact that someone actually came through for him is completely mind-blowing. Overwhelmed with absolute respect, Mail drops straight to his knees. The beast looked at him like an absolute savior. He just had to know the name of this absolute legend who threw his own life on the line. Kang Sol kept it mysterious, telling the troll to just call him Snowman. In return, the monster revealed his real name, Mael, literally translating to Child of the Stars, and swore up and down that he would pay back this massive debt, offering to back Kang Sol up no matter what it took. Tears straight up flooded the troll's eyes. Nobody had ever treated him with an ounce of decency before, and he vowed to carve this act of mercy into his memory forever. Right on cue, the system flashed a notification. Kang Sol had successfully clutched up, saving the abandoned child and securing a new ally, officially wrapping up the quest. Fast forward a bit, our boy fully shook off his brutal sickness all by himself, scoring a sweet 2-level boost to his endurance stat as a reward. Mail bounced back just as fast, shaking off his injuries until he was 100% healed. Overflowing with respect, the beast made a blood promise to always slide through and pull the young hero out of the trenches whenever danger hit. The system pinged again, giving Kang Sol the power to choose exactly how Mael would back him up, dropping a heavy warning to think this choice all the way through. After analyzing every single route, our guy realized that a head-on clash would be straight-up suicide, and the only way to wipe this tribe off the map was an inside job. Mael knew the mission was insane, but a wild, high-risk strategy was already brewing in his head. A little while later, the hero crept up on the Stonefang tribe's main camp. It was literally now or never, because their massive harvest festival was kicking off today. Kang Sol stayed totally ghosted behind a massive tree trunk, keeping his eyes locked on the perimeter guards. As night fell, the entire camp was throwing a huge bash dedicated to Tangrid, their hyped-up earth dragon deity, and the rules were brutal. Nobody dared to step out of line. Every single member had to chug animal blood, straight out of a giant cauldron, treating the whole twisted setup like an unbreakable sacred ritual. Mail pulled up, flexing a super rare potion, meant to be spiked right into that festival brew, guaranteed to absolutely nerf the tribe's combat stats. Kang Sol immediately questioned what kind of fallout his new bro would face if the guards busted him, but the troll stayed completely iced out, anchoring himself to the final words his mother ever spoke. The beast knew that simply vanishing into the shadows wouldn't magically fix his trauma, but he was ready to hand-deliver the total annihilation of the tribe his mom had spent her life dreaming about. The system locked in the quest as suppressed revenge, while Mail handed over the toxic elixir for Kang Sol to drop into the ceremonial batch. With the handoff complete, Mail dipped, leaving his rundown cabin to get totally consumed by blazing flames, snagging nothing but his disease meds for the road. He also grabbed a dusted, empty notebook, prompting our boy to ask what the deal was with the blank pages. Spilling his guts, the troll admitted he was heavily manifesting a career as an archaeologist, chasing a massive world completely loaded with hidden lore and ancient artifacts that desperately needed to be documented for the culture. Pivoting back to the guy who saved his life, Mail declared he was cashing in his debt, swearing to help body their mutual ops, using something he hyped up as the Star of Reason. The interface popped off, blessing the young hero with the Lonely to Be Alone achievement, plus slapping on the title, Attractive Creature. Honestly, a massive win. Down the line, these insane buffs could totally carry the run, especially if the mission started throwing hands, but right now, it was 0 hour. Kang Sol stared intensely at the glowing potions he just secured, the ultimate loadout this entire stealth drop relied on. He gripped 2 distinct glass vials, a crimson one that would morph his DNA into a full-blown troll while draining his sanity, and an azure one packed with pure rage, ruthless aggression, and zero fear. Snagging the red vial, an eerie frost shocked through his fingertips as he slowly cracked the seal. The juice gave off a sharp, disgusting scent like straight-up oxidized iron, but bro didn't even flinch, chugging the whole thing in one aggressive rip. A split second later, a nuclear heatwave hijacked his veins. His muscles felt like they were literally igniting, while his skeletal structure snapped and cracked in pure agony. He stumbled hard, desperately fighting gravity, as the world went out of focus while his audio tracking got violently dialed up to max. His smooth skin mutated instantly, hardening into a jagged, ash-gray armor. The sudden noise immediately spiked the aggro of the nearby sentries. Catching the suspicious sounds, they went on high alert, scanning the shadows. They spotted who they thought was just another unit in their squad, demanding to know what he was plotting, since breaking out of the camp before the festival ended was a massive violation. Kang Sol, now rocking a flawless troll disguise, smoothly lied that he was just linking up with the crew, dodging their toxic yelling as they ordered him to hustle to the front lines. The system flashed an update. The young goat had just unlocked the troll language pack, alongside the wood skill, active for exactly 1 day. He ghosted right past the guards and pushed deeper into enemy territory, hyper-focused on locating the cauldron, to dump the payload. Knowing the massive pot had to be hidden deep inside, Kang Sol crept through the suffocating, pitch-black cave tunnels, boots grinding against the jagged stone floor. For context, the Stonefang tribe basically camps out at the highest peaks, split up into 5 savage, rival gangs that only team up for major events under their warlords. The shamans had pulled the strings, but the frontline alphas were definitely falling off. With the entire faction rapidly losing its grip, it was the absolute perfect window for a lethal counterattack. Kang Sol finally pulled up to an insanely huge cauldron. Bro had officially reached the drop zone, staring down a bubbling pool of raw animal blood. Without missing a beat, he whipped out the azure bottle. He smirked. It was finally time to kick this master plan into high gear. But plot twist, one of the massive trolls locked eyes with him, growling and demanding to know what he was hiding in his hands. Playing it cool, Sol offered up his fresh blood harvest for the altar, only to get hit with a quick rejection. They already had plenty of sacrifice juice for the night. But our boy doubled down. He hyped it up, claiming it was ultra rare, white Aragos blood, a total premium upgrade that definitely would not hurt. It was basically a massive stat boost. The hulking beast paused, squinting at the tiny vial with heavy suspicion. Hook, line, and sinker. The troll grunted in agreement, promising to dump it into the altar pool, while Sol dropped a respectful bow, hiding his grin. Here is the lore drop. The Stonefang tribe was obsessed with this idea that top-tier sacrifices would score them the ultimate blessing from Tangrid, the legendary earth dragon, and in these ragged mountains, white Aragos blood was practically mythic tier loot. The tribal chief snatched the tiny glass vial from his minion, his beastly eyes analyzing the crimson liquid inside. He popped the cork, taking a massive, rumbling sniff to run a quick vibe check on the mysterious fluid. Passing the smell test, the alpha troll gave the green light to toss it right into the main cooking pot. There was zero chance they were spotting the fake. Mial's illusion magic had perfectly masked the poison as pure blood. Plus, Sol's abandoned status gave him the ultimate stealth camouflage. Completely clueless, the hulking brute tipped the vial, letting the spicy trap spill directly into their boiling, bubbling cauldron of gore. The madness elixir was officially in the punch bowl. Anyone taking a sip tonight was guaranteed to lose their absolute minds in a berserker rage. The clock was ticking toward the witching hour. Taking center stage, the chief roared his speech, claiming every ounce of their power came straight from the dirt, from blood, from flesh, and from pure, unadulterated violence. The massive army of monsters hoisted their stone goblets high into the night sky. They were ready to chug the cursed brew and shed fresh blood for Lord Tangrid. It was their twisted way of life, and brutal, deafening war cries literally shook the canyon. Every single faction of these savage beasts had packed into the main plaza, with the heavy-hitter warlords chilling right in the center. Scanning the crowd, Sol's eyes locked onto a VIP section. A handful of massive trolls sat apart from the grunts, looking way too smug for their own good. Mial had already dropped the lore on this. The only reason this chaotic, backstabbing tribe had not destroyed itself was because of one absolute unit holding them together. We are talking about the monster who solo wiped every single shaman from the last era. A beast literally forged from the raw energy of the mountains themselves. The ultimate final boss, the smartest and most lethal troll to ever walk the Stonefang Peaks. His name, Tyrant Jamad. A walking disaster that normal humans had zero chance against. Fast forward a bit into the night. The bloody harvest party was hitting its climax. Every single troll had downed their cup of the spiked, madness-inducing jungle juice. Nobody skipped leg day, and nobody skipped the drink. Even the top-tier warlords swallowed the poison, though the debuff scaled differently. It completely depended on how cracked their base stats were. Sol checked his mental timer. Give it 60 minutes, and this entire camp was turning into a chaotic battle royale. Time to dip before the friendly fire started. By sunrise, the legendary Stonefang tribe was going to be completely wiped off the server, erased from history entirely. Slipping into the shadows, our boy pivoted right into phase 2 of his epic heist. Crouching low behind some heavy brush, he locked his sights on the prize. Right there, practically glowing, was the tribe's main loot vault, a highly classified spot that only the upper management knew about. Seriously, you have to wonder how this kid scored the ultimate VIP map coordinates. Sol knew the drill. Every piece of overpowered gear and shiny rock these monsters ever hoarded was locked right behind those doors. The vault security? Independent, factionless enforcers. They were not warlord material, but these gatekeepers were still absolute tanks built for pure damage. Suddenly, bam, one of the massive guards just brutally backhanded his partner. The toxic juice was officially kicking in. The victim just blinked, totally glitched out by his coworker's random aggro. But the attacker was already long gone into the rage spiral. Spitting foam, he roared that his brother had to die as a tribute to Lord Tangrid. Bloodlust fully activated, the berserk beast called for maximum carnage. But his rant got cut short, literally. In a flash of blinding steel, Karuna swooped in, separating the troll's ugly head straight from his shoulders. The ultimate Shadow Knight touched down, stepping out of the mist with zero hesitation. Saul ran the numbers in his head. Even with a powerhouse like Karuna carrying the damage output, fighting drugged-up, pain-immune giants was going to be a massive headache. Wasting zero time, the young strategist pinged his ghostly ally to breach the entrance, planning to crash the vault as a duo. Up ahead, the final bouncer stood, blocking the giant stone gates. The poor mob was tweaking out, his brain melting from the potion's chaotic debuff, spinning around heavily. He finally caught their killer intent, barking into the darkness for the intruders to reveal themselves. Stealth was officially no longer an option. Karuna did not even flinch. Launching himself off the dirt like a human missile, he gripped his glowing blade tightly in both hands. He was dialed in for a one-shot execution. Gravity and magic collided as he slammed his heavy steel straight into the confused monster. It was a brutal speedrun tactic, giving the beast 0 frames to block or counter. The doomed troll was still buffering, trying to process who this armored demon even was. But Karuna? He let his sword do the talking, raining down a relentless, merciless combo. Flames danced across the steel of his blade, lighting up the whole zone. The razor-sharp edge hovered right at the guard's throat, and feeling the icy grip of death, the dude let out a massive roar and swung back. Metal clashed against metal in a loud screech, right before a heavy, sickening thud echoed out. Game over. Karuna, chest heaving for air, stared down at the guy he just wrecked. With this crazy blend of pure fury and deep satisfaction, Kang Seol just took it all in, with absolute zero emotion, calculating in his head how his right-hand man was still an absolute beast, even after catching a major nerf. Back in his prime, Karuna would have wiped the floor with a mob like this, using just one casual swing, but right now, he was basically running on a fraction of his old stats. Honestly, though, a win is a win, and it got them the loot. That heavy iron key from the guard's belt? Snatched. Our boy gripped his prize and stepped right up to these colossal doors, wrapped in thick, rusty chains, locking away the entire tribe's ultimate vault. He totally had options here. He could pop the vault wide open. With that key, swipe the goods, hack the magic runes carved into it, forge a duplicate, or literally just camp in the shadows and wait for the perfect opening. He knew exactly what kind of broken, god-tier loot was sitting behind that door, a direct drop from Tangrid, the Earth Dragon itself. We are talking about the Stone Fists, gauntlets literally crafted from fossilized dragon scales. Equipping these meant gaining insane, cheat code levels of raw power, letting you crush boulders into dust and massively buffing any earth or metal magic. But the catch? Absolutely brutal. We are looking at hundreds of years of dark rituals, non-stop wars, and toxic inter-clan bloodshed. To finally hit the brakes on this absolute massacre, some ancient shaman back in the day slapped a heavy, brotherly curse right onto the clan heads. If you took out your own blood, you would literally turn into solid rock, yet that generational beef would just keep rolling on. That is the incredibly dark lore of this tribe, which is exactly why the system slapped this quest with the highly sarcastic title, Friendly Brothers. So, weighing his options, Kang Seol looked at the key and decided to just leave the gauntlets alone. Let the paranoia cook. Those totally unhinged clan leaders were bound to sprint straight to their vault, and the second they spotted their security team wiped out, they would instantly jump to the conclusion that there was a massive backstabber in their crew. Kang Seol knew playing this mental game was more than enough to spark a whole new civil war. Cut to the tribe's head honcho, completely losing his mind and screaming at his guys to smash the gates down. Boom! A deafening crash tore through the air. A massive shockwave rocked the ground, lighting up the pitch-black night with blinding fire. The second those monster bosses stormed into the vault, they hit a wall of thick, suffocating air, completely drenched in the scent of burnt ash and old-school mana. They started scanning the room like absolute maniacs, praying to spot those legendary dragon gauntlets. Instead, it clicked in their heads that somebody had already raided the stash and claimed the prize, and this toxic mix of pure dread and furious anger just washed over them. An inside job. All eyes immediately locked onto Tyrant Jamad, the guy who was way too overpowered and arrogant to ever share the spotlight. The other warlords started hissing, flashing their fangs, totally gearing up to jump him, until Jamad unleashed a roar so intense it vibrated through the floorboards. He screamed out a reality check, reminding them about the cursed blood pact, proving that nobody could actually catch a body here without literally turning to stone themselves. Right then, this incredibly old shaman stepped up, warning them to back down and chill out. The tribe was already bleeding out from the inside, and if the top dogs started throwing hands now, whatever was left of their empire would just turn to dust. Another elder backed him up, pointing out that pure insanity was already infecting their territory, and they really needed to focus on saving the few who still had their minds intact. After a ton of arguing, they made the call to just hold the line, locking down the ruined vault themselves until they could get some new blast doors up. But right in the middle of that, one of the bosses, feeling his danger senses going crazy, glanced up. His pupils completely dilated as this eerie, unnatural light sparked to life right on the ceiling, glowing right through the heavy stone blocks. Meanwhile, the rest of the camp was dead silent and pitch black, with knocked-out trolls literally littering the ground. The big boss spat out a curse. Their entire home turf was totally griefed, just a massive zone of wrecked buildings and shattered gear. He needed a solid second to just process the blinding rage spiking in his veins before he started handing out punishments. Out of nowhere, he caught movement in the shadows and growled, demanding to know who was lurking. A system prompt suddenly popped up for Kang Seol, warning him that the shaman of the Magate sector had totally seen through his disguise, instantly canceling out his transformation buff. His physical form started glitching back to normal, while the troll dialect got hard-coded into his system. Our boy honestly did not expect to get exposed this fast, and he was definitely caught off guard, but honestly, it checked out. Even though this specific boss was technically the lowest level out of all the brothers, the guy was still a zone leader for a reason. Snapping into focus, Magate let out a furious snarl, barking out that he finally figured out who was behind this mess, his voice dripping with pure malice. Without skipping a beat, the massive troll launched himself off the floor, fully locked onto getting bloody payback against the guy, who literally wiped their whole faction. But Kang Seol, ice in his veins, he just casually summoned Karuna to tag in, and his heavy hitter's eyes immediately flared with killing intent. Fast forward a bit, and they were locked in this absolute cinematic masterpiece of a brawl. Magate managed to drag himself back up, his legs visibly shaking, but his aggro was still absolutely maxed out. Karuna was not playing around though. He smoothly charged up his Moonlight Strike, popping the very first phase of the Crescent Moon arts. Running on 0 HP and absolute spite, the dying shaman spit out a final threat that his brothers were coming to collect his debt. Right on cue, the system flashed a final red alert. Magate's vengeful spirit had locked a permanent grudge onto Kang Seol. The system slapped him with a brutal debuff, his speed and strength tanked by 50% for an entire week. But hey, taking down a boss comes with major perks. A massive wave of XP instantly flooded his stats. Kang Seol just smirked. As a summoner, he didn't exactly need to throw hands or dodge roll, so the curse was basically completely useless against him. With his main mission fully checked off, our guy casually strolled up to a flickering torch mounted on the dungeon wall. Without skipping a single beat, he hurled it straight ahead, totally convinced that those so-called brothers would never even get their shot at revenge. And honestly, they were way too busy surviving. The entire monster camp had descended into absolute, unhinged anarchy. Infected by pure, magical insanity, the beasts went completely feral, tearing through anything in their path with zero self-control. Massive trolls had basically slaughtered their own kind, leaving behind a bloody trail of lifeless bodies scattered across the dirt. It didn't take long for the surviving heavyweights to stomp their way into the Stonefang clan's main hall, desperate to figure out who triggered this bloodbath. One of the hulking brutes roared Tyrant Jamad's name, the thunderous sound violently vibrating off the cold cavern walls. They knew their boss was hiding in the shadows and dared him to step into the light. For a breathless, agonizing minute, absolutely nothing but dead silence filled the room. Then, the towering troll slowly pivoted. With a chilling, bloodthirsty sneer, he hissed, "Have my dear brothers finally arrived?" Cut back to Kang Seol, who had casually strolled back to base, sparked up a campfire, and started cooking dinner like nothing happened, leaving the stream viewers absolutely dumbfounded. This absolute mad lad was practically meal prepping in a war zone. A few fans in the chat actually took his side, dropping comments like, "Bros just gotta eat, okay?" Plus, nobody really knew his exact build yet. Chat figured he might have some weird support skill that was totally useless without the right crafting recipe. Our boy was tossing in moon seeds, a crazy versatile ingredient that could trigger wild effects depending on exactly how you cooked them. While the viewers were scratching their heads wondering where he snagged the cookbook, Kang Seol already had the seed's secret mechanics perfectly memorized. You basically get two options: either secure a permanent stat buff, or unlock a completely busted temporary skill. Normally, any player would farm those sweet base stats, but with a massive boss fight knocking at his door, he desperately needed that temporary power spike. Going with the classic method, He ground up the seeds and dumped them straight into his stew. Against all odds, the soup actually tasted like an absolute banger. Call it insane beginner's luck. Sure, it lacked some heavy seasoning, but slurping down a piping hot meal inside a fortified shelter while a literal apocalypse raged outside? Total godsend. He scraped the bowl clean, and boom, the system notification popped up. Kang Seol instantly unlocked the exclusive Moonface skill for the next 24 hours. Flipping back to the dungeon, the elite shamans cornered Tyrant Jamad, flat out warning him to watch his mouth before spinning any fake alibis. He was their prime suspect, and these guys weren't playing around. They demanded the cold, hard truth. Zero dodging allowed. The shamans were absolutely convinced that some snake used the riot as cover to assassinate Magat in cold blood. Jamad didn't even flinch. He just stood there, internally smirking at the glorious fact that Magat was actually 6 feet under. The puzzle pieces finally clicked. Some sneaky outsider had definitely bypassed their defenses and triggered this entire nightmare. It was glaringly obvious now. The entire camp lost their minds after chugging tainted blood during the massive festival feast. Someone slipped a literal psycho juice potion into the kegs. That was the mysterious intruder's masterclass strategy from the very jump. The Phantom raided their vault, swiped the master key, and then permanently deleted Magat. Jamad knew these brainless grunts couldn't possibly pull off something that slick. Their peanut brains simply didn't work that way. Honestly, a mega brain play like that had Tyrant Jamad's signature written all over it, so his brothers weren't exactly crazy for pointing fingers. Suddenly, the rival bosses spotted the legendary stone fists equipped on his hands, immediately screaming that he looted the ultimate weapon. And this wasn't just petty theft. They swore the backstabber wouldn't get a fast, painless death. A treacherous snake like him was going to suffer for every single crime. Stepping right into their faces, the enchanted gauntlets glowing with raw energy, Tyrant Jamad flashed a wicked grin and flat out admitted he orchestrated the whole thing. The enemy trolls completely lost it, roaring that his ego was way bigger than his actual level. They loudly mocked him, asking if this idiot forgot about the deadly tribal curse. Gripping their massive spiked clubs and jagged blades, the hulking beasts locked eyes on their former boss, ready to brutally rip him to shreds. But Jamad didn't hesitate for a microsecond. He moved like an absolute glitch, blindingly fast, perfectly calculated, and dripping with lethal force. Channeling every ounce of his massive stamina pool, he cocked back his colossal arm and unleashed a devastating haymaker that literally ripped through the sound barrier. The gauntlets erupted in blinding, explosive flames, pulverizing the cave floor and sending jagged shrapnel flying like literal bullets. The remaining brutes stood completely paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor. They couldn't wrap their heads around the sheer, god-tier damage Jamad was pumping out. Instantly, one of the heavy hitters caught the brutal shockwave and shrieked in absolute terror. The rest of the squad desperately scrambled, praying they wouldn't get one-shotted. Turns out, Mayum, that creepy mud shaman, had major beef with Jamad. He'd been secretly hexing the tyrant, draining his health bar, and severely nerfing his magic spells. Suddenly, it all made perfect sense. These rats had been camping this exact moment, just waiting for his stats to drop so they could gank him and steal the chieftain title. Were they seriously this thirsty for power, fighting over a broken throne while their entire faction was literally crumbling to dust? The rival vanguard just scoffed, trash-talking that Jamad was completely useless without his shiny new pay-to-win gloves. But no solo shaman could even dream of tanking that kind of raw power. In a flash, a brutal haymaker connected, sending Tyrant Jamad staggering backward. His challenger roared with pure rage, declaring that if their tribe's blood had to paint the mountains red, he was all for it. The spellcaster unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, but Jamad wasn't sweating it, swatting away every single attack like it was nothing. A split second later, the massive troll shifted his weight and completely swept the guy's legs right out from under him. Lunging forward for the kill, he dropped a devastating hammer fist, snarling that only the weak bleed. But Shaman Gravier Trog wasn't going out without leaving a toxic parting gift. A massive curse hit Jamad, ruining his balance and completely scrambling his senses. Bam! 70% of the troll's strength and precision just vanished. The brutal showdown finally wrapped up, leaving the busted shaman slumped against the cold stone, totally drained. Even in death, Stone Shaman Tron hit Jamad with the ultimate payback, a nasty grudge curse that triggered a literal heart defect. Now, his stamina was guaranteed to tank for an entire week. The absolute unit of a monster suddenly clocked that he was the very last boss standing. It was totally on him to rally the surviving tribesmen and fix this massive mess. But a sudden crunch of footsteps snapping in the distance put him on high alert. Whipping around to catch the intruder, the beast locked eyes with a shadowy figure stepping out of the dust. It was a young dude. Without missing a beat, the guy whipped out his massive sword, ripping through the atmosphere with a metallic screech that literally shook the air. A blinding trail of magical energy followed the slash. Jamad narrowed his eyes in pure fury, only to get completely caught off guard. He definitely knew this guy. It was Kang Su, rolling up to the scene with Karuna right by his side. The loyal summon was fully locked in, ready to throw hands for his boss. Kang Su kept it super chill, basically telling the troll he really screwed up by beefing with those brothers. Honestly, teaming up would have been the ultimate power play. And right now, having some backup wouldn't hurt. The hulking beast growled, demanding to know how this kid pulled off such a massive brain play. Right on cue, Karuna closed the gap with lightning speed. The dude was literally soaking up the moonlight, absorbing lunar energy like an absolute sponge. Jamad dropped his stance, realizing there was zero chance those dead shaman clowns orchestrated this trap. His colossal gauntlets suddenly sparked to life with blinding electricity, pulsing with some seriously unhinged energy. The monster glared at Kang Su, wondering if this absolute menace was actually trying to steal his territory. Kang Su didn't even blink, keeping his gaze deadlocked on the massive threat. The troll exploded off the starting line, roaring that if the kid wanted the mountain, he'd have to pry it from his cold, dead hands. The two titans squared up and launched their opening strikes, winding up for an earth-shattering collision. A split second later, the battlefield erupted into pure chaos as they slammed into each other. Jamad's gauntlets went totally supernova, charging up insane amounts of damage, while Karuna turned his blade into a literal blender. Watching from the sidelines, Kang Su realized this was basically a dead tie. The tyrant unleashed his brutal stone fist skill, but the guy was seriously running on fumes after trashing his own kin. That meant Karuna absolutely had to clutch this victory. No excuses. The beast barked that taking this peak was going to be an absolute nightmare. Karuna didn't care, launching another vicious thrust with his sword, perfectly parrying the troll's heavy assault. Kang Su squinted through the dust, his brain working on overdrive to read the room. The brawl just kept escalating into absolute insanity. At one point, the pure kinetic force sent Karuna skidding violently backwards across the dirt. You could literally hear bones snapping from the nasty shadow recoil. And honestly, no one knew if cruising on 20% power was going to cut it, but they didn't let up for a second. Karuna's blade was practically a neon sign of lethal magic, while Jamad just kept brute-forcing everything with his rocky mitts. The big guy might have been super nerfed by that curse, but he refused to back down an inch. Bottling up his pure rage, the troll fully believed he was an unbreakable mountain, totally convinced that nobody could snap his mental game. Out of nowhere, Karuna cleanly caught a massive haymaker and shoved the towering beast away like it was nothing. See, an apex shaman can literally bend the elements to their will. Everything in existence is theirs to control, right down to the microscopic cells. But Karuna was stumbling back, his energy rapidly draining as exhaustion hit him like a truck. Kang Su instantly knew that brute-forcing a comeback right now was a 0% play. Their only move was to camp out and wait for a crazy stroke of luck. Just then, Jamad threw his arms wide open, gearing up to trigger a totally catastrophic, map-wiping earthquake. He nuked the ground with a titanic punch, sending geysers of arcane sparks blasting into the sky. The bedrock under the boss started shifting violently, exploding outward with an ear-shattering screech. Karuna didn't flinch, slicing straight through the deadly shrapnel raining down around them. He flawlessly dodged the massive boulders bombing the arena. The kid was totally locked in, his eyes cold and calculating. Running away wasn't even in his vocabulary, no matter how chaotic the zone got. Suddenly, Jamad launched himself into the stratosphere, revving up his blazing fists and leaving insane smoke trails in his wake. A demonic roar ripped through the sky, literally shattering the air pressure and causing the ground beneath Karuna to liquefy and quake. Before anyone could blink, the absolute unit crashed down with a meteor strike, and Karuna's sword barely survived the impact. Kang Su completely froze, as a terrifying realization hit him. This entire raid was crashing down in real time. The power dynamic? Completely shattered. Sure, those heavy stone gauntlets gave the boss an insane damage buff, but the recoil was supposed to completely wreck his health bar. Kang Sol frantically racked his brain, trying to pinpoint exactly where his strategy failed. By all calculations, this raid boss should already be eating dirt. Tyrant Jamad roared, flexing as unfiltered rage supercharged his veins, threatening to nuke the entire zone. Panic gripped Kang's soul as it clicked. Those cursed gauntlets weren't draining the monster's health at all. They were actively feeding his stats. Winding up a massive haymaker, the behemoth swore he'd one-shot them right then and there. The monstrous boss shrieked, vowing to absolutely shred anyone crashing his dungeon. Karuna didn't flinch, chaining aggressive sword combos, parrying, punishing shockwaves left and right. Watching the desperate clash, Kang Sol noticed the boss's brutal strikes were burning massive amounts of stamina. Yet somehow, the tyrant's attack power just kept scaling up. Those rocky gauntlets literally mutated, expanding into these colossal, mountain-crushing fists. It matched the deep lore hidden inside ancient texts, a raw, physical manifestation of the eternal world's secret will. Kang Soul's mind raced. Why had this monster stubbornly stuck to the exact same attack patterns for centuries, only to take a massive loss every single time? From a dumped outcast to a literal brother killer, the villain had hit rock bottom, hopelessly trapped inside this toxic, hatred-fueled curse. The entire difficulty scaling of this brutal dungeon hinged totally on who spiked in power first, and completely shattered the fragile dynamic between the two brothers. But throwing Tyrant Jamad into the mix created a chaotic wildcard. Sensing the danger, Kang Soul immediately barked at his knight to play defense. Boom! A devastating shockwave caught Karuna entirely off guard, launching him airborne. Kang Soul desperately lunged, managing to intercept his bleeding comrade right before he smashed into the jagged cavern wall. As the knight completely blacked out, a split second later, the cavern violently trembled as Tyrant Jamad detonated an explosive wave of energy. Kang Soul slammed hard into the dirt, his entire nervous system glitching out. Agony choked his throat from the massive splash damage, leaving him completely paralyzed face down on the ground, his cheek pressed against the freezing rock. Forcing his heavy eyelids open, he stared at a raid boss whose bloodlust was spiraling into absolute, terrifying insanity. Fading out, our guy knew trying to counterattack right now was a death sentence. Pulling back was the only viable survival strategy. Out of nowhere, a heavy flashback hit him, pulling his consciousness back to childhood days spent glued to epic battles, obsessing over becoming that invincible main character. The nostalgia crashed over him like a tidal wave, forcing him to vividly relive those dusty, forgotten arcade days. This was way before his gamertag, Snowman, had even become a whispered internet legend. Back then, he commanded a fragile squad, and they were backed into a totally unwinnable death trap. That creepy masked dude straight up told him that a zero-casualty run was mathematically impossible, demanding he sacrifice a chunk of his party just to survive. Snowman stared down this brutal ultimatum, caught between dipping out or fighting to the bitter end, and he chose violence. The spectators were absolutely baffled. Why not just spawn new, disposable units? But to our guy, these weren't just lines of code or throwaway background characters. He treated his roster like living, breathing comrades, who constantly had his back and trusted his crazy calls right up to the final boss room. Toxic players in the lobby totally failed to grasp why he'd throw an entire run just to protect some low-tier pixels. But that was his whole vibe. He never dodged a challenge. And right now, fate was forcing him into another impossible corner. Processing the sheer chaos in milliseconds, our young hero locked in his strategy. His third command would strictly target the colossal Zora's weak ankle. Every sweaty tryhard watching the match completely roasted him, calling out the abysmal success rate. But Snowman didn't care about the safe meta. He committed fully and rolled the digital dice. The cubes left his hand, tumbling wildly through the virtual air. Kang Soul tracked the blur of the pixels, his heart practically stopping in his chest, desperately praying to the gaming gods for a miracle. Snapping back to reality, he forced his bruised body onto his feet, taking his position right behind Karuna, who was somehow still tanking hits on exactly 1 health point. The raid boss unleashed a deafening war cry, promising to absolutely wipe their squad off the map and leave 0 survivors. As the behemoth charged up a catastrophic area of effect landslide attack, Kang Soul suddenly registered just how long he'd actually been unconscious. The timing couldn't be more perfect. Karuna's lunar aura spiked straight into its third phase, exploding with the raw, blinding energy of a full moon. The window for the ultimate clutch play had finally opened. Tyrant Jamad spit venom at his targets, vowing to grind their bones into dust. Blinded by absolute fury, the corrupt shaman swore he would completely delete them from existence, erasing every last pixel of their shadows. Unfazed, Kang Soul boldly stepped up to the front lines, gripping his glowing magical staff and locking in for the ultimate do-or-die showdown. A crisp system alert popped up. The full moon skill was fully active, maxing out all his combat stats. Right as the notification faded, the raid boss triggered his catastrophic landslide spell, and violent tremors instantly ripped through the entire dungeon floor. Karuna hoisted his heavy greatsword skyward, the steel erupting into a blinding, hypercharged inferno that painted the jagged cavern walls in brilliant crimson. The cinematic curtain was officially rising on this breathtaking, moonlit execution. Staring death straight in the face, the Moon Knight Karuna tilted his chin up, absolutely fearless. The monster bulldozed forward, shattering massive boulders into gravel, using nothing but pure, glitch-level physical strength. Channeling every last drop of his willpower to tank the incoming hit, Karuna exploded off the ground, sprinting dead-on toward the massive threat. Intricate magic glyphs and heavy summoning circles ignited around the knight, completely flooding the dark cavern with neon energy. Tyrant Jamad locked eyes with him, his face twisted in pure, psychotic rage, his glowing pupils burning intensely like a wildfire in a hurricane. Thanks to the lunar aura, The young knight's combat stats immediately surged by a massive 50%, while violently nerfing his own allies' core stats down by 20%. Flashing a cold, confident smile, our boy calmly announced that the full moon had officially taken over the sky. He stared his opponent dead in the eye, telling him he seriously needed to check his ego. The enemy just stood there, looking totally lost, having zero clue what that meant. Right then, Kang Seol hyped up his ally, barking at him to hold the line because this boss fight was far from finished. Stepping up, Karuna calmly declared he was here to grab his destiny, his voice echoing with this crazy, ethereal moonlight vibe. A system alert suddenly popped up. He had finally stacked enough stat points to unlock his skill's ultimate form. That crescent moon expanded across the sky, morphing into one devastating, glowing strike. Tyrant Jamad took the full brunt of that insane magical shockwave. The massive dude was literally fighting to stay upright, but a split second later, boom. An absolutely massive explosion wiped the battlefield. The blast pushed Kang Seol back a few steps, and once the smoke cleared, the truth was obvious: the big bad was totally cooked. Jamad was completely drained, struggling to even lift his head from the dirt. His gauntlets were still smoking from the heat, but their terrifying damage output was completely gone. The beast was absolutely stunned, unable to wrap his head around the fact that this guy was the actual Shadow Monarch, the mastermind behind everything. Moving in total silence, our boy closed the distance. Looking up at him, Tyrant Jamad begged to be dragged out of this hellhole. The troll was actually willing to submit to a powerhouse like this, refusing to let his story end here since he still had some serious unfinished business to handle. Out of nowhere, Karuna dashed right next to the giant and slashed down with his enchanted blade. The shaman hit the dirt, letting go of all that toxic hate for Snowman, though it didn't save him from flatlining on the spot. The system chimed in with a nasty debuff, cursing Snowman with a weird skin condition that tanked all his stats by 30% for an entire week. But hey, since he wiped out all 5 Stonefang bros, the grudge curse shattered, securing our hero a massive win over Tyrant Jamad. Time for the loot drop. The Stonefang treasure evolved straight into a god-tier relic, meaning this raid would wrap up the second he claimed his prize or the timer hit 0. Scanning his insane stats, the hero just smirked, while the onlookers went absolutely crazy, hyping up his broken power level and sheer drip. Karuna did not miss out either, with the interface flashing to hand him a fresh skill and some ridiculously overpowered passive abilities. Kang Seol realized something: wild monsters absolutely despise getting turned into shadows because they get yanked straight back from the grave. They see death as the ultimate nap, so being forced to blindly serve the exact dude who packed them up is basically their worst nightmare. But Jamad literally begged for it. This absolute unit of a troll was a total wild card, a glitch in the matrix that completely shattered the world's default rules. Honestly, recruiting this boss was a massive gamble, but taking a deep breath, our protagonist extended his hand anyway. He just felt deep down that this was destiny, commanding the broken giant to rise and serve. Leaving him behind would make this victory feel cheap. Seconds later, a dark aura flared up, and pitch-black energy ripped right out of the corpse. The ritual hit 100%, and the massive beast was officially locked in, ready to march to hell and back for this absolute demon of a master. A blue screen flashed, confirming the flawless extraction. Jamad's soul transfer was complete, loaded with a brand new skill tree built for loyalty. Right away, the hulking shadow turned to his new boss, asking for one quick favor: he needed to gather the remains of his fallen brothers from this brutal war zone. Gliding over to the cold corpses, the dark giant unleashed glowing tendrils that hooked into his dead siblings, triggering a massive magic drain. Watching this unfold, Kang Seol instantly knew his new summon was hacking the system to siphon their residual mana. Jamad sucked up that troll energy, permanently boosting his own stats by 40% and swearing an oath that death couldn't even break their brotherhood now. He literally absorbed the essence of the mountain into his soul, surging with insane speed and raw power as he leveled up on the spot. Cut back to the village, and it was absolute chaos as word just dropped that the unbeatable tyrant was dead meat. With the rest of his brothers wiped off the map, the terrifying Stonefang clan was officially history. The mountain range was finally liberated, totally unlocking the hidden dungeons and clearing the path to the floating skies. Snowman single-handedly sparked a revolution, shifting the entire server of the World of Eternity because of his insane carry. Down in Pandia, rumors of his crazy escape went completely viral, making his gamertag trend in every single zone overnight. Even the black market NPCs were hyping him up for liberating Kongri City from Ermok's grip, cementing his legacy as an absolute legend. High above, the ancient dragon Tangrid caught wind of the clan's wipeout, physically feeling the game's code, literally rewriting itself. Kang Seol just smirked, realizing how this entire reality morphed based purely on a player's raw progression. That unpredictability? That was exactly why he was totally addicted to this grind. His inbox started blowing up as the interface flashed green, authenticating his claim over the legendary Stonefang relic. The level up animation triggered, dropping a massive chunk of fresh stat points straight into his inventory. He bagged the mythical Mountain Fist, unlocked Stone Magic and Spirit Root, plus scored a fat stack of 892 gold coins. Throw in 277 silver coins for good measure. But that Mountain Fist? It was a legitimately game-breaking weapon. Knowing it was a guaranteed win condition, he tossed the gauntlet straight to Jamad, trusting his new tank to put that raw firepower to perfect use. Our boy threw on the Stone Cloak, an absolute god-tier artifact pumping his wisdom, stamina, and pure willpower through the roof. Plus, he bagged a mysterious Spirit Root. The possibilities were endless, even if its true power was still totally under wraps. He knew instantly this loot drop was insane. The brutal grind had seriously paid off. A blinding, magical aura wrapped around him, wiping away the gruesome damage from that absolute bloodbath. Flash forward, and boom, he's warped into a totally new zone, swarming with clueless players panicking out of their minds. Plot twist. Every single person glitching out right now was Korean. But how the heck did this specific crowd get dragged into this mess? Kang Sol locked into focus, scanning the system interface to read the room, only to spot a massive, server-wide point ranking. This was phase 2 of the adventure, tracking everyone's score from day 1. But thanks to some slick system mechanics, our guy kept his vital stats completely hidden from the masses. Suddenly, a massive holographic leaderboard projected right in front of him. The whole crowd stopped and stared. The players were basically losing it. Nobody understood the ranking criteria, let alone how one absolute unit managed to stack so many points. The identity of the monster holding 320,000 points remained a total secret, but whoever it was definitely had the cheat codes to this survival game. Since the top player was rocking the anonymous tag, the clueless mob convinced themselves he was just some coward hiding from guilt. Kang Sol just shook his head at the sheer stupidity. He scanned the chaotic crowd, picking up nothing but Korean chatter bouncing off the walls. It was an exclusive Korean lobby today. But remember what Corden, that masked god of lightning, dropped earlier? The worlds are destined to collide. This twisted game was way bigger than just one country. There was zero chance Koreans were the only players trapped inside this eternal hellscape. A sudden system ping interrupted his thoughts, flashing a bright notification. He had officially entered a safe zone. The HUD flooded with data about their current spot, the free city of Kongori, which was apparently dealing with a massive breakout of Stonefang convicts. The mission was simple: clean up the mess, then hit the pause button to heal and grind levels before the next insane boss fight dropped. Right then, he caught a girl complaining behind him, completely spaced out as she examined her shiny new adventurer badge. Up ahead, the heavily armored gatekeeper locked eyes with Kang Sol, totally sizing our boy up and wondering what his deal was. Gripping his ID tight, our overpowered protagonist just ignored the stairs and strutted straight down the cobblestone path. One flash of the badge and the guard instantly cleared the way. Seeing this VIP treatment, the rest of the mob practically trampled each other trying to follow. That adventurer card was literally the golden ticket into the inner city, but the sheer volume of players trying to squeeze in was a massive bottleneck. Since Kang Sol's original crew had already crossed the checkpoint way before him, these randoms were just going to have to wait in line like everyone else. Doing the math, our boy realized something critical. The housing market in this safe commune was about to be completely tapped out. Stepping into the dimly lit guild hall, he was instantly cornered by a gruff, bearded NPC demanding his identity. Kang Sol cut right to the chase. He needed a room. He slapped his adventurer card on the counter. The innkeeper sighed, dropping the bad news. Only the top tier, insanely priced suites were still available. Every single budget-friendly coat was booked solid. The old man then asked how long he planned on crashing there. Kang Sol didn't hesitate. He wanted to lock down a premium room for an entire month. The innkeeper chuckled, noting that every newbie had that exact same pipe dream. The price tag? A heavy 10 gold coins up front, but the guy threw in a premium package, hot meals and a private bath for just 2 extra coins. Honestly, that was a total steal. Handing over the cash, our hero finally pushed open the heavy oak door to his surprisingly roomy sanctuary. He exhaled a massive breath. After surviving pure, unadulterated chaos, he was finally going to get some hardcore, uninterrupted sleep. He ordered his summon, Karuna, to stay on high alert and stand guard. Then, he literally collapsed onto the mattress, shutting his heavy eyelids. The sheer exhaustion hit him like a freight train. He had been grinding non-stop for 24 grueling hours, and this absolute nightmare of a day was officially over. His fingers instinctively brushed against his throat, the ghost of that humiliating slave collar still burning his skin. Shaking off the trauma, he forced himself to drift away. Deep down, he silently begged his own subconscious, please, no more flashbacks to that absolute hellhole tonight. But barely a second later, His eyes snapped open to an endless, starry void. He could feel the cold vacuum. It was another freaky, lucid dream. Kang Sol pivoted on his heels, scanning the pitch-black abyss and trying to piece together the mechanics of this new dimension. The darkness here felt way too suffocating. He crossed his fingers, praying he hadn't glitched back into those bizarre heavens from before. But his insanely high madness stat was acting like a massive beacon. Suddenly, the system dropped a chilling alert. Janet, the madness merchant, had entered the chat. A dream invasion? That was a terrifying first for our boy. A violent, ethereal gale whipped around him, instantly throwing Kang Sol into a combat stance. Out of the swirling shadows, a hyper-slender silhouette strutted forward. Her footsteps didn't make a single sound. It was a girl, rocking an eerie, full-face mask, and the second she locked onto him, she noticed something specific. She took a deep breath, totally obsessed with his unique aura. The masked girl smirked, bragging that she had completely smoked some other idiot just to claim him first. Not in the mood for games, Kang Sol dropped his voice into a dead serious tone, demanding to know exactly what kind of entity he was staring down. The mysterious intruder was honestly impressed by his ice-cold reaction. She recalled that entities like him were labeled humans in this realm. But right as she spoke, she abruptly froze mid-sentence. Not wanting to nuke her own reputation or chase off a walking payday, the mysterious girl instantly hit a deep, respectful bow. She introduced herself as Janet, a cross-dimensional broker smoothing out the chaotic collision of their realms. Our boy looked completely lost, prompting Janet to sigh about the massive headache of dealing with freshly auctioned mortals. That dropped a total bombshell on him, but she immediately snapped him to attention, demanding he lock in and listen. The harsh truth? Some higher-up basically put everyone in these twisted realms on the auction block. Interdimensional voyeurs were probably eating popcorn right now, streaming their misery for pure entertainment. They were thrust into an absolute meat grinder of a coliseum, where sick viewers dropped serious cash for bloody spectacles. And that currency? Absolute madness, the literal anti-faith. This dark energy literally fueled the universe, allowing brokers to swap it out for loot, while skimming a fat commission for the big bosses. The pieces finally clicked in Kang Sol's brain, painting a terrifyingly clear picture of his reality. Those twisted deities were farming madness by using humans and Pondians as mere playthings. To maximize their sick profits, they lured in extraterrestrial whales willing to drop heavy donations. Understanding the meta, our hero realized the only cheat code out of this nightmare was to ascend, and having a personal merchant pop up meant his wallet was stacked. Janet dropped the number, 3,000. When he questioned the flex, she didn't hesitate to hype him up. According to her, he was currently sitting on the throne as the wealthiest player breathing. The runner-up was racking up points too, until a recent dungeon wiped him from the server. Rest in peace. Without skipping a beat, she pulled up the shop interface, flexing her premium catalog. Kang Sol scanned the endless scrolling menu, practically getting a headache from the sheer volume of overwhelming options. He rubbed his jaw, intensely strategizing his first big move. Bypassing the flashy weapons, he locked in on a spice rack and an anti-rot cooler bag. Janet gave him major side-eye for the basic loot drop, but he just shrugged, claiming the rest of the gear was totally mid. That triggered a fake meltdown from the merchant, clutching her chest at the absolute disrespect. Yet, snapping back to business, she wiped away the drama and teased a VIP exclusive. A blinding, ethereal light suddenly flared right in front of the guy's face. Hovering in her palm was a shadow flower, a literal masterpiece of nature radiating insane energy. Spawning across Plagaria, this ultra-rare botanical was a once-in-a-lifetime drop for any normal player. Boasting god-tier buffs, she confessed she almost never dangles this kind of premium bait in front of newbies. She wanted him to fully grasp just how cracked this artifact truly was. The price tag? Exactly 3,000 madness, a perfectly timed highway robbery masquerading as a golden ticket. Our protagonist froze, calculating the risk, while the broker flashed a predatory smirk, mocking his hesitation. Honestly, he was flying blind. Without knowing the game's actual economy, he couldn't tell if he was scoring a steal or getting totally scammed. Reading his mind, Janet sweetened the pot, tossing in the culinary gear as a freebie. The catch? He had to pinky swear absolute loyalty and make her his sole vendor moving forward. Spotting her aggressive monopoly tactic, he accepted as she vowed to slide him the most busted items in the future. Contract locked. Before vanishing, Janet gave him a genuine nod, hoping he wouldn't catch a game over anytime soon. The transaction materialized, blessing his inventory with the epic bloom, the spice vault, and the ultimate freshness pack. Morning light slashed through the darkness, snapping Kang Sol back into the real world with razor-sharp focus. Tossing off the covers, he smirked as the newly copped gear sat right there waiting for him. The stream chat was absolutely raging over the boring 30-day downtime, but our boy just flashed a devious grin. He knew the script was about to flip. While trapped in the designated safe zone, His grind never stopped, starting with dumping all that hard-earned experience directly into his skill tree. Step 2. Scout the upcoming raid and run a vibe check on the surviving competitors. Finally, he had to decode the mystery of his pocket watch, ripping it out of his stash to investigate. He glared at the ticking metal, totally drawing a blank because his memory banks were glitching out. It was like some invisible force kept wiping his hard drive at random intervals. He could vividly recall dodging death in the Eternal Realm, but the second his eyes opened, the facts scattered like ash. Critical data was missing. He couldn't piece together the start of certain quests, the branching paths, or the brutal endings, a massive red flag for a guy whose brain usually operated like a supercomputer. One wrong move could mean game over. He needed to tread carefully, moving like a ghost to dodge the incoming chaos. Back in the streets, pure chaos reigned supreme. Humanity faced its darkest hour, and the government, completely ghosting everyone, while panic swallowed the city whole. Kang Sol drifted toward the massive gathering. One glance told him everything these people were totally drained, their faces painted with pure despair. "Listen up!" A booming voice sliced through the panicked murmurs, demanding absolute silence. The speaker locked eyes with the desperate mob. "You want to live?" he barked. "Then zip it and listen closely, because sticking together is our only shot at making it out alive." He scanned the terrified faces, dropping a harsh truth bomb. Solo players die fast. If they wanted to dodge the gruesome fate of fallen adventurers, they had to squat up. Saul narrowed his eyes, pushing his perception to the absolute limit. A bizarre, vibrating energy wave hit his senses like a shockwave. The atmosphere literally crackled with tension. Dozens of survivors snapped at each other, yet beneath the bickering, they hung onto the speaker's every word. "Brute strength won't save us. We need strategy," a girl shouted from the back, sparking a wave of furious nods from the crowd. Trust was practically dead in this hellscape, but the dude on the makeshift stage refused to back down, his stance unyielding. "That's exactly why I brought you all here," he roared. "We are standing at a crossroads, and our next move decides who lives and who drops dead." Silence crashed over the crowd, heavy, suffocating silence. He broke it with one word: the rankings. He knew they had all obsessively checked them. Everyone knew the number one spot was mysteriously blank. Smirking, the speaker dropped. The ultimate flex, the absolute strongest player on Earth, was standing right beside him. Hundreds of eyes snapped toward the towering beast of a man. His shoulders were massive, his stare absolutely freezing. Saul analyzed the silent giant standing next to the speaker. The dude radiated an overwhelming, suffocating aura of absolute confidence. It wasn't just Saul, the entire crowd shivered under the invisible weight of the giant's raw power. The speaker seized the moment. "Forget holding hands," he declared. "Forget your gods, your old loyalties, and your friendships. Right now, absolute power is the only religion that matters." His tone shifted, dropping an octave into something dangerously dark. He dared anyone to step up and question their savior's strength. "Who else are you going to bet your life on?" he challenged. When a trembling voice piped up, begging for their next move, the speaker let the question hang in the air. He milked the silence, winding the crowd's anxiety as tight as a coiled spring before finally answering. "We are building an empire," he announced. "A hardcore syndicate where members watch each other's backs and pool their resources, all to survive this waking nightmare." Saul internally rolled his eyes, knowing that utopian alliances always crashed and burned. Give it a week, and they would be tearing each other apart for power. Human greed always outpaces loyalty. Saul had zero time for fairy tales. Compassion? Dead. Trust? Non-existent. He gazed at the terrified mob with absolute, ice-cold apathy. Paranoia was his armor. Growing up in a gritty orphanage, the boy learned early on that everyone stabs you in the back eventually. Over 17 brutal years, the young man learned one golden rule: trust makes you weak, and the weak get crushed. So, he opted out. Let them play their little survival games. He turned his back and slipped into the shadows. Saul's stealthy trek ended before a towering, ridiculously grand structure, the legendary training hub for the Seers of Darkness. He halted before the massive, intimidating gates. An armored sentry blocked the path, scanning the young hunter with razor-sharp suspicion. "State your business," the guard demanded. Instantly, a holographic system window flashed before Saul's eyes, displaying multiple dialogue choices. He skimmed the floating blue text. Option number 5 was basically a death wish. Yeah, definitely skipping that one. Playing it cool, the young man went with the safest bet, just here to level up and unlock some new tricks. The sentry's rigid posture relaxed into a nod of respect. "A solid path," he muttered, heavily pushing the colossal iron doors wide open. Stepping into the gloom, Saul froze. He blinked rapidly, letting his pupils dilate to pierce the heavy, suffocating shadows of the hall. Raw magic hummed in the air, practically vibrating against his skin. Spooky, pitch-black hallways stretched out like a literal labyrinth. A bizarre, pulsing light caught his attention. Tucked in a shadowy corner, The legendary skill tree radiated an ethereal, hypnotic glow. Seeing the mythological interface in the flesh was a total trip. A sly smirk crept across his face as he took in its intricate design. He was a veteran gamer in a literal death game. This interface felt like home, and he was ready to exploit every single mechanic. Zero hesitation. The young man instantly dumped 2 precious points into his base stats, prepping his arsenal for the brutal trials ahead. Speed running was the goal. Hitting the next tier demanded 4 points, but it unlocked the sickest perk, awakening his beastly summons. Sacrificing another point, he buffed his shadow dimension. The dark tether connecting him to his monsters pulsed with newfound, terrifying power. He was going all in on his summoner build. If he played his cards right, absolute powerhouses like Tyrant, Jamad, and Karupa would become his personal attack dogs. But when he reached for the glowing skill flower, the system slapped him with a brutal, insufficient points error message. Saul let out a frustrated breath. Whatever. Even without the shiny new upgrade, his current stat block made him lethally overpowered. He was beyond ready for a fight. Cut back to the massive restaurant hall, where the frantic surviving players were still desperately plotting. The tavern was absolutely packed, reeking of roasted meat and echoing with non-stop chatter. Everyone was hyping up the latest dungeon raids. One dude was loudly bragging about his buddy, a total basement dweller in the real world, who had basically turned into an overnight god here. Meanwhile, the table over was in a fierce screaming match about naming their brand new guild, Steelheart. Sure, it gave off total retro vibes, but it definitely hit harder than their backup choice, Black Tiger. That sparked a massive debate across the room. Some random guy got insanely defensive, yelling about how Black Tiger actually sounded totally badass. But the gossip instantly shifted gears the second they spotted our boy, Kang Soul, also known as Snowman. It was painfully obvious he was dodging the guild invites to run strictly solo. Honestly, the crowd completely respected the solo leveling vibe. Why speedrun a death wish, right? Someone whispered they should just let the guy grind in peace. For Soul, Gordon's ultimate warning kept playing on loop in his head. Leak the secret of his overpowered abilities, and he would lose everything. Flying under the radar as a lone wolf was his only option. Right now, though, his brain was totally consumed by the cryptic pocket watch sitting in his inventory. He desperately needed an NPC or an expert to drop some lore on this thing. His eyes scanned the chaotic tavern, filtering through the randoms. That is, until he locked onto an older guy whose face triggered major déjà vu. Saul whipped around, maintaining unbroken eye contact as the stranger slowly shuffled right up to his table. The air got super thick for a few agonizing seconds before the man finally broke the silence, pointing at the antique in Saul's hand. "I know that piece," he muttered, looking like he just saw a ghost. He politely asked if he could inspect the item up close. Super defensive, Saul demanded to know if the guy held the origin lore. The older man cracked a faint smile and hit him with a massive flex. He literally crafted the thing with his own 2 hands. Fast forward a bit, and the duo was trekking toward a sketchy-looking shack just outside the food joint. It was ancient, but completely pristine. The dude fished out a massive keyring, pausing for a quick second of nostalgia before sliding a rusty key in and popping the lock. He dropped the reveal that this was his original crafting studio, the ultimate safe zone to drop classified info away from the tavern snitches. Stepping inside, the old man froze, soaking in the dusty aesthetic, and softly muttered that the place was basically frozen in time. Soul's eyes went wide, totally geeking out that he was standing in the exact spawn point of his OP item. Right on cue, the mystery crafter dropped his name drop, Bill Marcus. Saul totally blue-screened for a second. That name tickled the back of his brain, like a hidden Easter egg he'd seen before. A massive migraine hit him as he dug through his memory banks, but he only pulled up blurry, glitched-out flashes. Odds were, he'd crossed paths with this character during an earlier questline. Still, he just couldn't connect the dots, so he shrugged off the headache and dropped his own username. The second the alias Snowman left his mouth, Bill literally did a double take, looking completely shook. The old-timer slowly pivoted toward the wall, zoning out hard with the most baffled look on his face. The entire room was absolutely plastered with insane timepieces, every single one, a mastercraft from his own hands. He mumbled under his breath about how the math wasn't mathing. Saul pressed him for answers, but Bill completely ghosted the question. Instead, he demanded the full gameplay recording of exactly where Saul looted the item. Playing it cool, Saul explained, that he was grinding for rare herb drops way up in the high altitudes and randomly scored it at the summit. Zero cap involved. He didn't drop a fake story. He just strategically gate-kept the juicier details. Giving only a partial dump of the facts was the smartest play. Bill's face scrunched up, and he muttered that the puzzle pieces finally fit, mainly because that drop absolutely did not belong in that zone. Catching his breath, he claimed he finally saw the full picture. Cradling the item like glass, he confirmed it was 100% his authentic build, pointing straight to his custom watermark on the metal. Then, He launched into a massive lore dump from 20 years back when he gifted this exact piece to a total legend. It all started when a mob of Rocky Mountain trolls kidnapped his granddaughter, dragging her into an insanely long hostage situation. Bill poured his heart out, explaining how he basically went through hell just to get a crumb of intel on her status. Fully invested, Soul asked for the next plot point. The watchmaker sighed, saying he was entirely on his own. Back then, that whole map was strictly controlled by money-hungry mercs, rogue knights, and sketchy hunters. He spammed the rescue quest to every single one of them, but they all rejected it, calling it a total suicide mission. They swore the troll mobs were way too overpowered, but then, out of nowhere, an absolute legend walked up and accepted the quest. Saul leaned in, demanding the hero's gamer tag. Bill locked eyes with him and dropped the bomb. The savior's name was carved right onto that dial. Soul squinted at the metal, totally confused, stating the surface was completely blank. But Bill Marcus didn't even flinch. He just casually pointed out that the real engraving was tucked away inside the watch case itself. Fortune favors the bold. Kid, he added, because those are the only ones who can actually snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But the second Kang Soul heard the name of this supposedly fearless hero, his entire world stopped spinning. It was him, the snowman. And honestly, Bill Marcus looked just as completely mind-blown. The old clockmaker just couldn't wrap his head around it. 20 whole years later, and this pocket watch somehow found its way back to a kid, rocking the exact same age and name. Suddenly, all the strength vanished from Kang Soul's legs. He completely collapsed onto his knees, right there by the table, leaving the old man staring at him in pure, worried confusion. The floodgates totally blasted open. Every single memory came rushing back like a tidal wave. Bill Marcus, the sweet granddaughter, and the legendary snowman. Yeah, the exact same dude who practically moved mountains to save that little girl 2 decades ago. His very first avatar wasn't just anybody, it was the snowman, the ultimate ice mage. This was the exact player who literally shook the world of eternity to its core. Fast forward a bit, and our guy was frantically digging through the local library. The librarian's soft voice gave him a 1-hour warning before closing time, but Kang Soul couldn't care less. His heart was absolutely hammering against his ribs. The terrifying math was finally making sense. If his game character bit the dust 20 years back, that meant he literally got transferred into this universe, a solid 2 decades after his own death. 10 entire years of pure chaos, wild legends, and overpowered heroes, completely flipping history on its head. That was exactly the lore he needed to devour right now. With trembling fingers, he cracked open the massive, dusty volume, and instantly started speed reading, desperately hunting for any breadcrumbs about the missing timeline. Just a few minutes in, his eyes locked onto a specific paragraph, detailing the epic saga of the Archduke of Ice. His breath hitched. Our boy was straight up staring at the pages in utter disbelief. Every single detail, right there on the paper, traced back to an alt account he rolled up way back in the day. Look, a lot can go down in a normal lifespan, but his 30 custom avatars, they literally conquered an entire freaking era, totally unsupervised while he was gone for 20 years. These guys didn't just survive, they practically wrote the history books on how Pandia was built. It was honestly too insane to process. A little later, he and the old clockmaker pulled up to a massive, sprawling graveyard. The silence there was heavy enough to cut with a knife. Bill Marcus kept his voice low, mentioning that this was his granddaughter's final resting place. And yeah, even though there wasn't an actual body down there, the ones left behind still needed a physical spot to grieve and pay their respects. They both stared at the cold stone. It read, "For the most beautiful girl in the whole wide world." The old-timer sighed, explaining that the headstone was basically an anchor for her memory. Because honestly, an empty grave doesn't mean a thing. As long as someone remembers you, you're never truly dead. Right next to her memorial sat another weathered headstone. The name on it? Snowman. With a seriously shaky voice, Bill Marcus finally whispered that it was time for the pocket watch to go back to its rightful master. The inscription on the stone praised a total warrior who never backed down from a challenge, no matter how insane the odds got. Kang Soul just stared blankly at his own epitaph, a crazy hurricane of grief, regret, and nostalgia tearing through his chest. Gripping the cold metal of the watch super tight, he started whispering a quiet apology. He felt terrible for showing up way too late to the party, and slowly stepped up to the grave. A fumble. In gaming, it's the absolute worst-case scenario, rolling a natural one when everything is on the line. And that brutal stroke of bad luck was exactly how his very first main, the snowman, got wiped out. Honestly, that massive tragedy was probably the exact trauma that completely fried his memories in the first place. The split second the system pinged, confirming the watch was back with its owner, a sickening wave of nausea hit him. Kang Soul clutched his head, feeling like his brain was literally going to short-circuit as decades of locked memories viciously clawed their way back. He finally realized those files weren't deleted. They were just hidden. He was standing there, completely and utterly shell-shocked. The collective history of all 30 of his legendary avatars crashed into him all at once, forcing him to stare at the glowing blue system window popping up in his face. A brand new notification flashed. Quest unlocked, the fate of things to return. The objective? Track down every single lost destiny scattered across this world. Bill Marcus gently nudged the spacing out kid, asking if he was going to hurl. Kang Sol forced a weak smile and brushed it off like it was nothing, but the old-timer just chuckled darkly, saying he was half ready to start digging a fresh grave right here. He honestly had zero clue what kind of crazy trip this kid was on, but he gave him a warm pat on the back anyway, telling him his shop doors were always open if things ever went south. The watchmaker smiled, joking that while he couldn't throw a punch to save his life, he'd gladly fix any busted gears he brought in. With that, they finally turned to leave the creepy, quiet woods. Their business here was officially wrapped up. As they walked, Kang Sol couldn't stop obsessing over how the inheritance ritual went down right on this exact dirt. See, in the world of eternity, passing the torch meant literally absorbing insane skills and god-tier loot from the fallen. And thanks to that mechanic, Kang Sol basically had VIP access to the lingering willpower of his own past characters. But there was a catch. This broken perk got hijacked by the tyrant Jamad, who also ended up inheriting the ridiculously toxic personality trait known as the lump of greed. Kang Sol cringed, knowing damn well he was the architect behind this menace, the original snowman. Looking back now, he fully realized just how absurdly overpowered he made that build. It was a straight-up cheat code, a perk that practically fast-forwarded the leveling process so hard that even the gods were getting jealous. Back then, he didn't even realize he was holding on to a golden goose, while the whole server was placing bets on this avatar, evolving into an unstoppable boss monster. But fate had other plans. Tragically, the snowman got completely flatlined, handing Kang Sol his very first devastating fumble. Still, nobody could deny it. His debut character was an absolute legend. He packed some insane hidden potential, and this exact entity became the ultimate key to unlocking his true fate. Fragments of other legendary beings were scattered all across Pandia, and hunting them down meant absorbing a piece of their god-tier stats. Plus, snagging them would trigger flashes of his wiped memory. Snapping those missing pieces together became his absolute obsession, fueling a brutal comeback arc to completely wreck the absolute snakes who stabbed him in the back. Fast forward 1 month later, panic absolutely flooded the Adventurers Association as desperate crowds swarmed the lobby. One dude practically lost his mind, screaming about how the government completely ghosted them. Someone else quickly shut him down, swearing that backup had to be on the way, and they just needed to survive the wait. Everyone else was just spiraling in the chaos, praying for a crumb of an update from the guild, which honestly felt super sketchy, but it beat rolling the dice outside. Deep down, it was strictly survival of the fittest, but even these selfish players knew playing solo meant an instant game over. Kang Sol caught wind that the player base basically gave up on grinding and shifted entirely to scraping by on bare necessities. Meanwhile, the live chat was going absolutely feral, flooding the screen with messages since their safety timer was seconds away from expiring. Scrolling through a massive pile of quests, exactly one mission locked Kang Sol in, and he knew he could not ignore it. Lurking deep in the shadows of the room was a super shady NPC that instantly triggered the hero's radar. This dude carried a heavy, sinister aura that completely separated him from the standard mob, screaming that he held the keys to this exact quest line. Kang Sol rolled up on him, prompting the stranger to coldly demand his business. Instantly, a holographic system prompt flashed across the screen with dialogue choices. Sensing this guy was no random extra, Kang Sol locked in the fourth dialogue option, demanding to know his actual agenda. The shadowy figure stroked his chin, gesturing for the hero to pull up a chair, and dropped the details about scouting heavy hitters for a brutal gig. He painted a picture of a massive underground smuggling run, claiming high-tier cargo absolutely had to reach the city of Noviru safely, meaning they needed elite muscle for the escort. But Kang Sol flipped on his perception skill, and the red flags instantly went off. This dude was totally capping. Calling his bluff, our boy challenged why he would hand a top-tier mission to a complete random. The guy smoothly brushed it off as casual shop talk, warning that he was not about to beg anyone to tag along if they wanted out. Right on cue, the system threw up another batch of interactive choices. Kang Sol did not hesitate, smashing the accept button and officially locking himself into the shady contract. Smirking like he just won the lottery, the stranger finally dropped his name Arden. In return, our hero tossed out his own undercover alias, Snowman. Boom. The quest title Delivery to Noviru flashed across the interface, kicking off a brutal, locked-in chain mission where backing out was 0% possible. Just then, the camera pans over to a random guy rocking a red sweater, paired with a puffy winter coat. Just eyes glued to the exchange, the guy threw a quick elbow into his buddy's shoulder. Annoyed, His partner shot him a dirty look, demanding to know what the big deal was. But Red Jacket was hyper-focused on a shady dude rocking a full-length robe, a total sore thumb who was desperately trying to conceal his top-tier loot. Red Jacket whispered that this robed freak was chatting up a merchant using straight-up spy tactics, sniffing out some massive hidden quest. His sidekick totally hesitated, sweating bullets over whether they were actually geared enough to intervene. But Red Jacket wasn't having it. He scoffed, claiming that real bosses always flex their stats, meaning this arrogant faker was totally bluffing. Barking orders, he sent his wingman sprinting to the guild for backup, while he marched over to squeeze the juicy details out of the merchant himself. Fast forward to the next morning, and Kangori Square was absolutely popping off. A massive, deafening crowd packed the streets. Yet, practically zero players actually wanted to grind or start campaigns. Kang Sol sliced through the sea of lazy adventurers. Scanning the plaza, he figured a solid 1 month of downtime had turned everyone totally soft. The hardcore grinding mindset was practically dead, but his own grind never stopped. Kicking off his third back-to-back quest, he tuned into the chaotic arguments erupting among the local mercenaries. Doomers were loudly declaring the server was basically dead, while the tryhards screamed about trusting the process and chasing the bag. They refused to surrender to the slump. Down south, the Pandia region was absolutely stacked with raw materials, especially deep inside the Great Quiet Forest. And that exact wild zone was their target for this carriage escort contract. Only one massive red flag. The route was absolutely crawling with cutthroats. Add in the ruthless tomb raiders, camping the roads, and one bad ambush meant an instant party wipe. Kang Sol meticulously scanned the quest scroll, and a massive wave of déjà vu slammed into him. He had 100% cleared this exact timeline before. Vivid flashbacks from his snowman persona flooded his brain. His old alter ego crushed this specific run right before the insane Five Brothers storyline, but ironically, when he rolled his second character build, he completely failed this checkpoint. Nearby, the heavy lifters were already throwing the caravan together, strapping down the cargo crates and double-checking the heavy leather bindings. Cutting through the noise, a super-hyped Arden waved Kang Sol down, pumped that their carry had shown up right on cue. Wasting zero time, Arden pivoted to introduce the randoms joining their squad. He pushed for a quick vibe check so the party could gel. The loudmouth swaggering up introduced himself as Park Sang, flanking his cloaked shadow, Chi Ju. Alarm bells instantly rang in Kang Sol's head. These were the exact same creeps who were hard staring at him back at the Hunter Lounge. Still, the young protagonist forced his poker face, refusing to let past paranoia ruin his current mental game. The ultimate prize was way too important. This grind held the critical missing pieces to his secondary avatar. Clapping his hands, Arden broke down the brief. Sure, it looked like a basic delivery job, but their party was technically the backup squad, mostly because their cheapskate client hired 0 actual bodyguards. Arden casually tossed in that, if they ran into sketchy zones, they would just wing the scouting and split the graveyard shifts among themselves. Until then, they could just kick back and chill. Glancing around, Chiju crossed his arms, muttering that the whole setup felt insanely brain-dead and way too quiet. Smirking, Park Sang bragged that it made perfect sense why the trader originally tried to solo the route. The old man totally knew this was a free farming zone, and just pulled them along as cheap insurance. Watching from the sidelines, Kang Sol internally facepalmed at these violently overconfident rookies, utterly blind to the absolute nightmare waiting for them. Our guy knew the harsh truth. These beginner escorts were the biggest bait in the game, starting out buttery smooth, before snapping shut into a brutal, inescapable meat grinder. This specific questline possessed a notoriously toxic difficulty spike. Kang Sol was fully aware that surviving this chaos would push him to his absolute limits, yet backing out simply was not an option. Pushing through this exact gauntlet was the one and only way to unlock the hidden lore of his alternate self. Crawling at a snail's pace, the massive wooden wheels ground into the dirt trail, flanked by creepy dead brush and jagged, lonely trees. The vibe inside the wagon was thick and suffocating. Not a single soul breathed a word, just the screeching timber of the axles piercing the tense air. Playing it cool, Kang Sol tracked his party members through his peripheral vision, mentally dissecting their endgame. They were pure wild cards, radiating absolute killer intent. But peeling back the layers, one terrifying fact crystallized. This toxic duo had specifically targeted him. Their master plan? Gank him in the wilderness and strip his high-stat gear for themselves. Then again, Kang Sol took a mental step back, realizing he might be overcooking the theory. There was a solid chance these losers had just trailed him like lost puppies with 0 actual strategy, running purely on brain-dead curiosity and massive egos. Across the bench, Park Sang flashed a sinister, greaseball grin, eating up the current vibe. In his twisted mind, this upcoming combat phase was literally tutorial-level easy. Their spineless client had accidentally handed them the freest experience points imaginable. Coming off an absolute disaster of a raid where they barely survived, plummeting off a lethal drop, this cakewalk contract felt like hitting the absolute jackpot. Leaning in with an incredibly fake smile, Park Sang smoothly interrogated Kang Sol about his character class. Without missing a beat, our boy flatly answered that he mained a summoner. For a split second, the duo locked eyes with him, sizing up his worth. Then, they absolutely erupted into savage laughter, totally roasting him, claiming only a talentless scrub would pick such a squishy, garbage-tier build. Trying to act like the alpha, Park Sang half-heartedly snapped at his giggling partner to zip it. But Chiju just flashed a wicked smirk, clapping back that if you launch a campaign, you better aim for god-tier status instead of playing it safe. In this world, your gear literally dictates your power level. Baeksang tossed out a half-baked apology for his buddy's trash attitude, hyping up his combat skills to compensate. Sure, the guy was an absolute menace. But, whatever. Kang Seol bit his tongue, swallowing down a serious spike of annoyance. Their tough guy act screamed pure insecurity, and the peanut gallery just snickered, tossing around jokes that our summoner desperately needed to grind for XP. Then, some random dude chimed in, asking if he rolled with a guild, and Kang Seol shut that down with a quick hard no. He secretly laughed at how fast these clueless NPCs judged a book by its cover, having zero idea what kind of monster stood right in front of them. Hearing that, the obnoxious friend flashed a toxic, knowing grin. He casually dropped a warning that going solo is a massive red flag in this game, because solo players usually end up as Monster Chow. Baeksang swooped right back into the chat, heavily pushing our boy to sign up with a faction. Flexing their status as hardcore members of the Predator Guild, he threw out a blatant recruitment pitch. He hyped that if Snowman ever wanted a taste of the big leagues, he should totally hit them up post-mission. They were supposedly always hunting for fresh meat. Meanwhile, Kang Seol's internal monologue went entirely savage. He'd literally set his own cloak on fire before teaming up with a squad of two-faced snakes. He understood exactly what was at stake in this run, viewing this as a brutal crossroad where his previous avatars had crashed and burned. One wrong move, and history would violently repeat itself. Eventually, the party called it quits for the day. They sparked up a crackling campfire, collapsed into the dirt, and finally gave their exhausted muscles a break. Looking totally smug, Arden praised the squad for a solid day's grind and casually asked how the field rations were hitting. Then he dropped the real prize he had smuggled in some top-tier booze. The whole camp instantly lit up, swapping the heavy tension for loud, booming laughter, and the vibe shifted into a full-on party. Arden gave a playful disclaimer that the liquor kicked like a mule, but that was the whole point, so they needed to chug it down. One shot, and the dark night would totally fly by. Kang Seol brought the rugged wooden mug to his face, but a split-second instinct triggered his perception skill. The scent was completely off, something was deeply wrong. Without missing a beat, our hero low-key summoned his shadow hand, stealthily tipping his drink into the dirt. He flat-out refused to touch a single drop, his gut screaming that pure chaos was about to erupt. Right on cue, Arden cleared his throat, but instead of a toast, he threw out a super sketchy apology for killing the mood out of nowhere. The merchant dropped a massive bombshell. The original quest was officially scrapped, and they were taking a huge detour. Baeksang looked completely thrown off, demanding to know if they were making a sudden pit stop. Before hitting Navinia, Arden slickly replied that backing out was not an option anymore, but he was about to make it totally worth their while, with some serious endgame loot. Letting the suspense hang, he dropped the crazy bounty, 600 gold pieces per head. A greedy wave of whispers ripped through the crew. Buzzed and blinded by dollar signs, the mercs were practically drooling over that massive bag, and Baeksang, his eyes practically turning into gold coins, pressed for their new coordinates. Kang Seol's internal alarms blared the exact second Arden chuckled and thanked his gullible squad. The merchant started dropping the real details on the new route, but before he could finish his sentence, a massive shockwave shattered the quiet. An absolute ear-splitting blast ripped out of the tree line, painting the pitch-black sky with a blinding, terrifying flash. Kang Seol had insane reflexes, spotting shadows shifting in the brush first. He screamed at the squad to hit the deck immediately. However, one poor NPC was way too slow. A razor-sharp projectile sliced through the night, ripping straight through his windpipe and silencing his final scream. Total panic erupted as a vicious hail of arrows rained down like a meteor shower, aggressively burying themselves into the dirt and shattering the wooden cartwheels. Running purely on survival instincts, Kang Seol combat rolled behind the busted wagon, feeling the massive oak tree beside him violently shudder from the heavy impacts. Sung-ho took a brutal hit, crumpling onto the bloody soil like a rag doll. Fading fast to black, his final memory was the desperate sound of his teammates screaming his name. Kang Seol and Baeksang hugged the dirt near the wagon, lungs burning for oxygen, as their brains scrambled to process this absolute nightmare scenario. Completely unhinged with fury, Baeksang snapped his head toward Arden, roaring for answers about this ambush, and who the hell was trying to wipe them from the map. Meanwhile, Arden looked like an absolute ghost. He aggressively gripped his shattered leg, crimson blood rapidly soaking his pants as he gasped for air in pure agony. Zero sympathy to spare, Baeksang whipped out a dagger and cornered the bleeding leader, demanding the raw truth before he carved it out of him. Hacking up a rough cough, Arden forced out that a massive canyon was super close by. His shaking, blood-stained fingers desperately pointed the way to their only viable safe zone. The merchant insisted that if they could juke the death squad inside that rocky maze and loop right back into the woods, they would vanish completely. The play was simple: prep the wagons and make a run for it. When Baeksang started running his mouth to protest, Arden totally lost it, screaming that absorbing aggro was literally their job description. Flipping the script, the wounded man pressed cold steel straight against Baeksang's jugular, icing him with a warning: "Shut up and follow orders if you want to keep breathing." Without another word, the crew vaulted onto their mounts and tore off into the dark, entirely ditching the ruined wagons and the deadly projectiles that literally paved the ground. Grinding his teeth against the searing pain, Arden violently kicked his horse into max overdrive, slicing through the freezing midnight air. But the hit squad was not letting up for a single second, rapidly eating up the gap and suffocating their escape route. The shady merchant pushed his mount to the absolute limit, sprinting desperately to outrun the Grim Reaper, hot on his tail. Baeksang shot a desperate glance at his boy, Gunmo, who was practically running on fumes, fighting a losing battle against the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, a glowing blue system prompt materialized right in Kang Sol's line of sight, the text shifting and rewriting itself in real time. That simple little fetch quest to drop cargo at Novaria? Yeah, that just escalated into a full-blown, high-stakes highway pursuit. The heavy wooden carts barreled down the dirt path, their splintered wheels shrieking against the rough terrain, while whipping winds shredded through their cloaks, flipping their supposedly stealthy getaway into absolute chaos. Hitting his absolute limit, Gunmo let out a gut-wrenching scream before his body totally gave out, crumbling into a lifeless heap as his final breath faded into the noise. Jichul just stared, completely mind-blown. This whole run was hyped up as a zero-risk, tutorial-level gig. Instead, they were staring down a totally lethal endgame with absolutely zero exit strategy. Gasping for air, Baeksang locked eyes with Kang Sol, begging him to party up so they could smash their way out of this nightmare. But Kang Sol, he just hit him with the coldest deadpan stare, straight up asking why he should even bother when the loot drop wasn't worth the carry. Snapping instantly, the massive dude barked back, questioning if Sol was genuinely clueless about their reality check, screaming that going solo right now meant guaranteed game over. But mid-rant, the brute's expression violently twisted. All the color drained from his face as his muscles locked up, his eyes rolling back into a hollow, glazed-over stare. A second later, both he and Jichul face-planted into the dirt, totally locked out of their own nervous systems and tweaking over this random paralysis. Sol barely flinched. He just towered over them like an absolute menace, flexing zero sympathy. The downed duo instantly assumed he had hit them with some wild debuff magic, completely missing the real truth. That sketchy, spiked liquor they chugged the night before was finally cashing in its toxic payload. Scanning the horizon, Sol locked onto a massive mob of aggroed hostiles swarming their position. The clock was basically at zero. The raid party was right on top of them. The gap between the attackers and their wreckage slammed down to a mere 3 meters. Unfazed, the dark-haired player casually extended his hand, channeling a concentrated burst of mana that made the surrounding atmosphere vibrate with an insanely heavy, bass-boosted hum. A split second later, the literal fabric of reality cracked open. Bursting from the void was none other than Tyrant Jamad, the colossal mountain troll warlord, dripping in heavy iron chains and glowing ancient glyphs. As the beast shattered the darkness, Baeksang and Jichul practically dislocated their jaws in sheer disbelief. Pulling a top-tier boss into reality wasn't something you just did on a whim, requiring a completely broken mana pool. Their brains short-circuited trying to process why the mythic Jamad was crashing their low-rank side quest. Then, the grim reality clicked. Even if they partied up and popped every buff in existence, they would get absolutely curb-stomped by this monster. The threat level spiked to critical as a squad of heavily armed cavalry zeroed in, boxing them into an inescapable kill zone. Never breaking a sweat, Sol whispered that freaking out was a rookie move. They just needed to hack the mechanics of this ambush and flip the script entirely. Without warning, the kid and the towering beast launched themselves forward, literally obliterating the back wall of the carriage and launching into the open air. In the background, Baeksang was screeching at them, not to ditch the party, but Sol completely ghosted the pleas, hyper-fixated on his own endgame. Dead ahead, Ultra-thick cables rigged tightly across the dirt track suddenly turned into a lethal barricade. Arden roared at his squad to brace themselves, warning the crew that they had to just tank the hit because evading wasn't an option anymore. But as their steed charged at maximum velocity, the heavy-duty trap snapped taut against its chest, instantly killing all their momentum. The intense kinetic energy launched the entire rig sky-high. Wood splintered, metal shrieked, and the carriage cartwheeled through the air before slamming down in a spectacular rain of crushed debris. Dragging himself out of the impact crater, Arden slowly peeled his battered body from the shattered lumber and scanned the wreckage. Absolutely heated and struggling to process the ambush, the guy spat out a string of curses, barking at anyone still breathing to snap to their feet instantly. A mob of heavily strapped mercenaries was already swarming the crash site. Arden leveled his gaze and announced that the tutorial was officially over, and this was a pure battle royale now. The lead attacker just smirked at Arden's delusion. Like, did this kid seriously think he could just dash out of a boss-level trap? Not missing a beat, Arden flexed his unbothered energy, claiming he was already 10 steps ahead of them. Scoffing, his rival challenged him to keep that same energy when facing Sir Borgo directly. Shrugging it off, the dark-haired rogue admitted Borgo's vibe was completely toxic, casually pitching a temporary truce to take out the head honcho together. Spitting on the ground, his ex-teammate fired back that Arden didn't have the stats to shield a single soul from Borgo's wrath, advising the kid to just take the loss and die quietly. The traitor practically radiated arrogance, totally convinced he held the winning hand, clutching both the hidden map and the cipher that let him read his opponent's combos like an open book. Without another word, both fighters lunged into the bloodbath, ready to absolutely obliterate one another. The sharp clang of clashing blades echoed through the forest, while Arden, whose actual identity was Cujo, quickly clocked that his betrayer severely lacked the physical stats and movement speed to keep up. Just off-screen, the colossal tyrant Jamad slid out from the tree line, acting as the ultimate spectator to this messy grudge match. Running a quick scan on their power levels, Kang Sol chose to sideline himself entirely, calculating that burning stamina on these randoms was a massive waste of resources. Zoning out the carnage, the overpowered player mentally hit rewind, acknowledging that surviving 2 back-to-back death drifts meant this so-called delivery run held layers of deeply hidden lore. From a tactical vantage point, Borgo, the infamous Tomb Raider currently running the Novaria underworld, was heavily analyzing every single twitch Cujo made. Because Cujo wasn't just some random henchman. The perpetually tilted subordinate had previously scored a mythical map deep within a dungeon dive, deciding to pocket the epic loot for his own solo leveling journey. He was dead set on cracking that code to flip the script, but word traveled fast, and Borgo was already scheming to snatch Cujo up, slipping right through their fingers. Our guy vanished into Kongori. This forced the enemy camp to play the waiting game, setting up a brutal trap deep in the endless woods and lurk in the shadows. From the looks of it, Cujo was gearing up to drop 5 gruesome sacrifices just to unlock those ancient ruins, literally dragging his victims along. He kept them completely blacked out on cheap booze so they couldn't fight back. If these two factions clashed, it would be an absolute bloodbath. Luckily, our boy Kang Sul flexed his insane healing abilities and ghosted the scene untouched, while the other dude took a way darker route. Right then, Cujo lost his absolute mind. Boiling with rage, he screamed at his rival to just drop dead. But the curtain was already closing. A devastating, perfectly aimed strike landed, sealing the fate of this insane showdown. Kang Sul casually strolled up, treating the whole battlefield like a spectator sport, barely clinging to life. The defeated guy clocked the snowman's aura and begged for a lifeline. But Kang Sul shut that down instantly, strictly refusing to step in. He brutally pointed out he was basically talking to a walking corpse, and this fight was already history. Coughing up blood, Cujo couldn't even deny it, admitting his HP was way too low to bounce back from this. But he swore he still had some massive value to offer, desperately trying to spill the tea on some crazy hidden lore. The system immediately flashed a bunch of dialogue prompts, but Kang Sul hit skip. He literally couldn't care less about some dead man's backstory. Gasping, Cujo dropped a chilling warning. A totally unhinged monster, completely stripped of its humanity, was coming for him, and promised the kid was doomed to get wiped out anyway. Ignoring the doom posting, Kang Sul just swiped the map, securing the exact loot he came for. Our main character popped open the item and scanned the hidden text. The layout gave him major deja vu, but the decoded info was a total curveball. Fading fast, Cujo smirked, realizing the snowman had blindly walked right into the ruins' shiny, gold-plated death trap. He taunted that Borgo already had the exact coordinates. Kang Sul narrowed his eyes, demanding to know what that meant. His dying rival rasped out that the kid was letting greed take the wheel, and it was going to cost him everything. Gripping the parchment tight, Kang Sul stared down another glowing system prompt. Without missing a beat, he flashed an icy grin, He owned his greed, claiming total control over his fate instead of letting some random NPC dictate his storyline. Cut to Baeksan and Jichol, who were absolutely losing their minds. The whole mission had spectacularly derailed, and it was entirely that scumbag's fault. Suddenly, the heavy, rhythmic thud of incoming cavalry shattered the silence, echoing like a death knell. Chichol panicked and tried to bolt, but his buddy hissed at him to stay frosty, knowing they were way too exposed to escape. Peeking out from cover, their jaws dropped as a massive, intimidating warlord rolled up on horseback. One of the lackeys surveyed the carnage, guessing it was a total wipeout with 0 survivors. Then, the big boss Borgo hit the scene, his cold eyes scanning the blood-soaked dirt. His crew instantly fanned out like a tactical squad, tearing the place apart and patting down the casualties. Out of nowhere, a scout hollered that they had located Cujo. The guy was a mangled mess, dumped on the ground like a broken ragdoll. Borgo took his sweet time walking over, inspecting the wreckage before yanking the body up by its collar. He aggressively patted him down for the loot, but came up totally empty-handed. The main antagonist just stood there, dead silent, gears visibly turning in his head. A split second later, Borgo erupted into a downright psychotic laughing fit, leaving his goons entirely spooked. He tossed Cujo's body aside, and screamed that the stash was totally dry. The map and the cipher were completely missing in action. Somebody had already ghosted with the VIP drops. Borgo's brain broke for a second as he furiously tried to connect the dots. Snapping back, he barked that it was time to squeeze the truth out of whoever was left breathing. Baeksan and the stragglers fell to their knees, crying and swearing they'd sing like canaries if they survived. Borgo stalked right up to Baeksan, pressing him violently about the missing blueprint. The kid was clueless, totally lost on what map the boss was even hyping up, leaving him stuttering. Chichol watched the nightmare unfold, completely paralyzed by dread. These brutes were casually swinging ridiculously huge axes, dripping with a terrifying, unholy aura. The head honcho stepped up to his next target, roaring to know who jacked the intel. Bawling his eyes out, Chichol immediately folded and snitched on the snowman, pointing out his body was missing from the pile, meaning he was 100% the thief. Just then, a grunt ran up and confirmed they had a runner. 2 hunters were already tracking the scent, perfectly matching Chichol's story. Borgo grabbed the shivering prisoner, demanding the full rundown. Shaking like a leaf, Chichol blurted out that the suspect was a literal summoner. The rat really thought spilling the tea would buy his survival, but Borgo permanently silenced him with one clean strike. Wiping his blade, the warlord ordered a full-blown manhunt. He vaulted into the saddle, spurring his mount into a dead sprint. Pure fury boiled in his veins. Nobody swipes his loot and lives to tell the tale. He was going to make this thief beg for mercy. Cut to Kang Sul, pulling up to the cavern's mouth, dwarfed by a colossal stone gate. The air felt thick with impending chaos. Dismounting his ride, our boy opted to go on foot, moving with stealthy precision. A quick glance around confirmed he had hit the jackpot. He mentally hit rewind, tracking his route step by step, absolutely certain his prize was buried somewhere under this thick carpet of dead leaves. Bingo. A tarnished bronze relic peeked through the debris. His brain immediately flashed to the secret cipher, and he cranked the statue clockwise. Boom. A glowing, neon-like glyph erupted from the earth right between 3 massive boulders, practically begging him to step up. All he had to do was cross the threshold. Whoever engineered these ruins practically rolled out the red carpet for anyone smart enough to crack the code. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. Borgo, incoming. Specs, steel shoulder, cracked intuition, and elite demolition skills. Kang Sul's blood ran cold. He braced for impact, but out of nowhere, Tyrant Jamad materialized, tanking the lethal strike meant for his skull. Jamad swatted the threat away like a fly. Frustrated, Borgo unleashed a volley of arrows, sending them whistling straight toward the getaway corridor. Jamad didn't mince words his master needed to book it right now, because the death squad was closing in fast. Kang Sul bolted toward the now hacked, wide-open doorway. A system chime rang out, teasing a massive loot drop and hyping up the next epic quest chain. The catch? He couldn't cash in until he survived every active mission on his dashboard. No time to breathe. Trial number 4 kicked off instantly. Restraint. The objective was simple but brutal. Outplay the hunters, inside the Hall of Restraint, or utterly wipe them off the map. The stream chat was losing their minds, calling this stage an absolute death trap, but for our boy, the snowman, light work. The catch was, the hunters weren't the only lethal threat waiting in the shadows. The dungeon itself was rigged to kill, a detail the chat was already sweating over. Scanning the ominous lore, Kang Sul noticed. The massive gate demanded 5 bloody sacrifices to unlock. Without skipping a beat, our MC did the unthinkable. He ripped the sacred instruction scroll to absolute shreds. The viewers were glitching out, spamming question marks in the chat, and wondering if his brain had finally snapped. But then, he whipped out his blade. He had cracked the riddle. The gate didn't want 5 dead bodies. It just needed 5 measly drops of blood. A savage grin spread across his face. That high IQ, big brain energy had just saved his life yet again when the stakes were sky high. The ancient stone groaned open, swallowing him into the pitch-black hallway as his enchanted staff flared to life, cutting through the darkness. Cut back to the hit squad, they were sprinting relentlessly, eyes locked purely on the kill, convinced they were seconds away from bagging their prey. Suddenly, Borgo flared his nostrils, catching the metallic scent of fresh blood. He knew instantly Kang Sul was right in their crosshairs. Snapping at his lackey, Kurgan, he barked an order to scout the wreckage and lock down the perimeter. One wrong move here meant instant death. They had to defuse the labyrinth's deadly mechanics step by step. Kurgan swallowed hard, knowing damn well that failing his boss meant a one-way ticket to the grave. He nervously reported back, stammering that their progress was halted because Kujo snatched a flawed copy of the cipher and was about to face the music. Scooping up a discarded blade to inspect the evidence, a severely pissed-off Borgo demanded a sit-rep from his shivering subordinate. Sweating bullets, Kurgan explained that Kujo's so-called master key was pure garbage, totally useless for this run, which left one massive glaring question. How the hell did their target hack this insane death trap, kick the door wide open, and dodge every single trigger? Borgo took a slow, menacing step toward Kurgan, who was practically vibrating with terror. The warlord snarled his command, "Hunt this arrogant punk down and slaughter him. No excuses, no hesitation." Deep inside the tomb, our MC was chilling, analyzing a glowing holographic interface hovering in the air. A glaring red notification popped up. A mob of greedy scavengers was breathing down his neck, thirsty for his loot. He knew instantly the gap had closed. They hadn't laid eyes on him yet, but the hit squad was locked and loaded, ready to strike. The ominous, thunderous stomping of heavily armed boots echoed down the hall. Unfazed, Kang Sul squared up against a massive slab, carved with some cryptic, alien text. The system radar pinged, revealing hidden arrow launchers loaded in both walls. It was do or die time, with a multiple-choice menu of survival tactics floating before him. He paused, gears turning in his head, and locked in the most cracked strat on the board. The ancient carved text demanded raw humility, extreme restraint, and ultimate respect for the god Uzumkin. Grabbing a random chunk of rubble, he flashed back to the last time he outplayed a room exactly like this. To bait out the hidden trigger, he chucked the rock straight down the death corridor. The stone clattered against the floorboards, and dead silence. Not a single trap fired. A smirk crossed his face. He totally nailed the mechanics, paving a smooth road ahead. No luck with that next gate, either. Cut back to the bad guys, a massive mob creeping through those pitch-black, dead-silent hallways. Borgo was front and center, leading the charge. You could practically feel the rage radiating off him as his knuckles turned white. They hit the front lines only to find empty space. Their target? Long gone. The squad figured he had to be camping out in an upcoming chamber. Instantly, the whole crew turned on Kurgan. As far as they were concerned, he was totally secretly working with Kujo. How else could that absolute menace be blazing through the dungeon so fast? Kurgan was sweating bullets, swearing up and down he was innocent. Nobody was buying it. They were ready to straight up jump him when Borgo snapped. He stepped right into the chaos and barked at everyone to stand down. Shaking, Kurgan started decoding the room's mechanics. The catch? Anyone crossing this zone had to stay glued to the floor, crawling like they were bowing to a king. Borgo scoffed, totally disgusted. No way was he getting on his hands and knees. But Kurgan panicked, pointing out the walls were rigged to the brim with arrow traps. Disarming them? That would burn way too much time. Hearing that, the boss man swallowed his pride and gave the green light to hit the dirt. One of the grunts chimed in, tossing out the idea of using a scout as bait to test the waters. Borgo instantly shot that down. They were on a ticking clock, and their prey was only widening the gap. So, the entire hit squad dropped flat on their stomachs, inching forward like worms. Right then, Kurgan's eyes locked onto a hidden carving he had totally missed. He spat out a string of curses, pinning all the blame directly on Kujo. Thanks to that psycho, he was constantly 1 second away from getting wiped out. Now, keeping himself breathing was top priority, especially since he held the cheat codes to these ruins. Suddenly, he threw his hand up, screaming for the squad to freeze. Borgo glared daggers at him, demanding to know what just broke. Kurgan stared blankly at his translated notes, face totally drained of color. He stammered out that his calculations were completely busted. If that absolute madman had already pushed deep into the ruins, he could have easily hijacked the master control room. Borgo was about to explode, but his survival instincts flared up just in time. A literal hailstorm of arrows shredded through the darkness, instantly piercing the pinned-down squad. One lucky grunt managed to rip a shield off his back, tanking the lethal volley. Staying on the ground was straight-up suicide now. Panic took over. They scrambled to their feet and blindly sprinted for their lives. A few scraped by, but the rest turned into pincushions. Borgo roared in sheer rage. He grabbed a survivor, demanding a brutal head count. The damage? 7 bodies dropped. And the worst part? Kurgan, their human map, was one of them. The translator was a total goner, pinned to the stone by half a dozen bolts. Just like that, their only key to decoding the dungeon vanished into thin air. Borgo let out a low, rough growl. And then, a twisted, borderline insane chuckle slipped from his lips. That chuckle spiraled into full-blown hysterical laughter echoing off the bloody walls. This snowman, he gasped out, was one seriously entertaining freak. Hard cut to Kang Seol, who was casually strolling through the next gateway. Inside, the walls were lined with heavy, rusted levers. They were wired straight into the entry system he had just cleared. Big brain moment, he realized. Yanking just one of these would seriously troll his stalkers. He recognized this zone instantly. Gate number 5, the legendary hidden chamber with literally 0 exits. His system interface flared to life, dialing his senses to the max. The verdict? The whole space was one giant, lethal booby trap. With empty walls staring back at him, he was forced to lock in one of 5 highly risky survival tactics. Moving straight ahead, high risk, but high reward. That was the play. The young hero stepped lightly, measuring every single breath. His staff ignited, casting a harsh, neon glow against the pitch-black stone. An ancient text carved into the rock laid down a wild rule: shut your eyes tight. He had to blind walk the exact gap between his heart and his omcan. Decoding that meant tapping into the ancient priest's ultimate obsession, the number 8. Omkan was basically their mysterious deity's sacred digits. Translation? Any true believer had to close their eyes and take exactly 8 measured strides. But hold up, here is the brutal plot twist. The ancients who built this, they were massive, measuring 2 meters tall. Their strides would totally dwarf Kang Seol's. If he blindly followed the math, his 9th step would send him straight to the respawn screen. He had to improvise his footwork. Stat. Heart pounding. He snapped his eyes open right on cue, staring into the void. And boom, a blinding, supercharged wave of pure light exploded in his face, completely illuminating the shadows. Just like that, he crushed the 5th gate of the Hall of Restraint. Without skipping a beat, he bulldozed right through the 6th, then the 7th, and seamlessly wrecked the 8th. It was an absolute flawless victory. The viewers were losing their minds in the chat, mind blown by his god-tier pacing. How was he just speedrunning this nightmare labyrinth with 0 slip-ups? Unbothered, Kang Seol locked his sights deeper into the abyss. Somewhere in the void, you could almost feel the dungeon's architect smirking. The finish line was inches away. The final gate was up next. That meant he was finally closing in on his actual target, the 2nd figure. The only reason he was styling on these death traps? Pure, unadulterated past life memories. Still, his jaw locked tight in anxiety. There were 0 guarantees this entity was actually waiting for him. He was hunting for Gilius, a legendary dungeon raider, whose career and lifespan got cut tragically short. Picture a massive tank of a man built like a brick wall, standing 2 meters tall, rocking a wild, messy beard, and known for his loud, goofy laugh. He was a softie for kids and plants, completely flipping the script on a super dark past he barely survived. Kang Seol sprinted through the ruins, trusting his gut that his target was dead ahead. He had already spotted the guy's signature mark carved into the stone, knowing exactly what to look for. It all added up. Gilius had to be waiting inside the 10th gate of this cursed dungeon. After dodging through a maze of massive stone archways, our boy finally stepped into a mind-blowing, cavernous room. Welcome to the Hall of Light. But cut back to the bad guys. Borgo's crew was getting absolutely shredded by arrow traps, while their psycho boss just stood there, keeping a tally of the body count. 4 down, 5 down. Just stepping right over his own dead crewmates without a second thought. 6, 7. Dudes were literally bleeding out on the floor, and Borgo treated it like basic math. With 0 hesitation, he barked at the next meat shield to step up. The squad was visibly shaking, terrified out of their minds, and Borgo fed off that fear. According to Kurgan's stolen intel, they only needed to survive 5 to 10 more paces. Borgo was banking on pushing through just to catch up and absolutely obliterate that cocky summoner who kept getting on his last nerve. Meanwhile, back in the boss room, Kang Seol was scanning his surroundings on high alert. His eyes darted into every shadowy corner. Gilius was supposed to be here, waiting. But then, he completely froze. His pupils dilated in pure shock. The scene in front of him shattered every theory he had. Our main character was staring dead at a crumbled, ruined skeleton. It was Gilius. With a knot twisting in his stomach, Seol crept closer, inspecting the shattered bones. A heavy wave of grief just slammed into him out of nowhere. He had felt this exact same crushing aura when he found the first hero's remains. And now, standing over the second, history was repeating itself. Saul dropped to his knees and respectfully placed a hand on the icy skull. Boom. Instant feedback. His brain felt like it was catching fire, like 10,000 volts of electricity just hot-wired his skull. He collapsed into the dirt, clutching his temples, completely paralyzed by the sensory overload. A massive data dump of Julius's core memories was overriding his mind, and it hurt like literal hell. Flashback time. We see Julius flexing his insane build, hyping himself up as the ultimate, unkillable tank. The rest of his party just side-eyed him, sweating nervously, while the giant demanded they etch his legend into their brains. He bragged that he would be the one to crack every single dungeon code, claiming he was built completely different from the rest. Back in the present, Soul's knuckles turned white around his staff. He bowed his head as the tragic visions kept rolling. The scene shifts pure nightmare fuel. Julius is screaming, desperately gripping his buddy Jaren's arm as he dangles over a bottomless pit. These virtual reality-level memories were so intense, Saul could practically feel the sweat and blood on his own hands. In the vision, Julius cracked the trap's pattern. Exactly 8 strides. Blindfold on, straight ahead. The shifting sand dragged at his boots, but honestly, the puzzle was light work. A total walk in the park. The big guy called out to his squad, waiting for cheers, but got dead silence. He turned around. A total wipeout. He was the last man standing. Then, the final, lethal arrow sank deep into Julius's chest. His health bar hit 0, and he slumped against the cold floor. Bleeding out inches from the finish line, he reflected on his epic fails, slowly tilting his head back to stare at the massive dome above. An intricate mural loomed above, maybe a reflection mechanic. The puzzle pieces clicked. With his dying breath, he whispered the cheat code, Izukan, the goddess of light. Then, the lights went out. His final thought fading into the dark was a desperate wish that someone, anyone, would find his discovery. But he died totally alone. Feeling the raw phantom pain of that loneliness, actual tears started streaming down Saul's face. Ding. A system prompt popped up. Legacy of the fallen hero acquired. The secret was officially passed down. Another flash of light, and bam, Julius's passive trap-finding skills got directly uploaded into our boy's stats. Dungeons were about to become a joke to him. Its purpose fulfilled. The skeleton glowed faintly before dusting away into glowing pixels. Meanwhile, the stream chat was losing their absolute minds, spamming the comments, raging over why a summoner class was randomly hacking a rogue skill tree. Saul muttered a quiet apology for showing up way too late to save him. Wiping his face, he locked in and stood up. He wrapped Julius's tattered scarf around his own neck, pure main character drip, and prepped to test the dead man's theory. Plus, ever since hitting the Pandia server, he had been grinding these mechanics non-stop. The game system hit him with a multiple-choice prompt on how to clear the room, because the ultimate lock was 4 giant mirrors. You could angle them literally anywhere to reflect the light, but Soul knew the lore. The final thing Julius locked eyes with was that ceiling mural of the goddess. Without hesitating, our boy grabbed the first mirror mechanism and tilted it straight up. He had the boss key. Every single mirror needed to blast light at the roof to trigger the sequence. With a smirk, our hero aimed the beams right at Izukan's face. Right beside him stood the legendary immortal Julius. Our boy locked eyes with the divine entity who literally kept the whole planet breathing, begging for a sign. Boom, the ceiling cracked open, dropping a blinding, energy-packed spiral staircase right at his feet. The final door in the Hall of Restraint swung wide. This whole crazy run would wrap up once the clock hit 0, or the second he snagged the ultimate loot. Without missing a beat, Kang Seol started marching up those glowing steps, pushing higher into the unknown, scaling that twisted path. In the stream chat, one viewer casually dropped 300 madness points, while the rest went absolutely wild, totally mind-blown over how the snowman got so insanely overpowered. Hitting the peak, a massive, dead-bolted steel vault blocked his path. He slapped his palm against the freezing metal and shoved it wide open. Stepping inside, towering pillars lined a massive hall leading straight to a colossal statue of Ismahan. The deity's stone gaze locked onto the fearless dude crashing her crib. She actually welcomed him, hyped to finally have a champion step foot in her sacred turf. Playing it cool, Kang Seol dropped a low-key thank you, never breaking eye contact with Izukan. Meanwhile, the goddess hyped up a massive payout for surviving the absolute hell of the restraint zone. Suddenly, it was literally raining loot, gold, and top-tier gear completely flooded the floor. Our guy stared at the jackpot while the goddess dropped a major reality check. Choose smart, because he only got one shot at this. Trying not to go full Aladdin in a literal cave of wonders was seriously testing his willpower. Picking the right drop meant staying completely ice cold and reading the room perfectly. Let's be real, he had 0 clue what kind of nightmare stages were waiting for him next. So, he fired up his perception skill, scanning the entire pile like an absolute tryhard. Instantly, the hidden stats of every single item lit up right before his eyes. Upgrading that specific ability made hidden specs pop like neon signs, proving just how busted the skill was in the flesh. The chat immediately started backseating, screaming at him to grab the heavy armor, to either flip for crazy cash or toss to Kaluna. Plus, the gear actually had mad drip, and the helmet didn't look totally busted. But instead of grabbing the shiny stuff, our boy stooped over and snatched up a random, dusty piece of cloth off the floor. The entire stream collectively lost their minds. What kind of troll move was that? They roasted him alive in the comments. Unbothered, Ismahan simply asked if he had locked in his final answer, and if he was 100% sure about the pull. Flexing the scrap of fabric, Kang Seol declared he was claiming the bandage of insight, holding the busted-looking relic up high. Down in Pandia, legendary factions and elite bloodlines were famous for having overpowered ocular traits, gifting them insane visual hacks to spot specific weaknesses. Tying this rag on meant he'd literally steal those god-tier genetics, and an X-ray. All-seeing gaze was exactly his vibe. Ismahan offered him another slice of the pie, but the dude straight up rejected it, claiming he was fully satisfied. Smiling at his ultimate flex of humility, the stone idol announced that true modesty always unlocks the secret jackpot. Out of nowhere, a massive vault stuffed with an ungodly amount of loot spawned right in front of him, a pure bonus drop. And our guy could already tell, without even popping the lid, that it was absolutely loaded with gold, a clutch power-up for later. But first things first, time to test drive this new vision hack, so he strapped the cursed fabric tightly across his face. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of sheer energy slammed into his skull, feeling like his brain was literally exploding from the inside out. Drained and completely mind-blown by the sheer agony, he collapsed onto the floor. Violent, raw magical surges hijacked his nervous system. He never expected an awakening to feel like straight-up torture. It was like getting roasted alive in an eternal furnace, with no end in sight. But the moment he finally peeled his eyelids back, blazing flames literally danced in his pupils. The world shattered into a million new data points, revealing a reality totally invisible to normal players. A floating HUD now broadcasted the threat levels of elite mobs, meaning a little grinding would let him read even the deadliest bosses in the game. It could even drop rarity tags on top-tier loot, proving his perception stat had skyrocketed into the stratosphere. The whole map felt completely cracked now. This buff wasn't just good, it completely broke the meta. Thanks to this absolute wall hack, blindly stumbling into lethal traps was a thing of the past. But outside, the aggro was still on, and a monstrous, blood-stained axe scraped aggressively across the stone floor. Borgo led the murder squad, with his last surviving goon trailing right behind. Peering into the shadows, the raid boss smirked, mocking the little rat for having nowhere left to hide. They stepped straight into Kang Seol's zone, who casually dropped a taunt about where the rest of their squad went. Borgo just spat on the ground, barking that he was the only one running the interrogation, and our boy's only job was to bleed out and die. Flipping the switch to pure psycho mode, the brute swore he'd personally rip him limb from limb and use his remains to paint the walls. Instead of flinching at the death threat, Kang Seol just smirked, pointing out they were down to a pathetic duo. That disrespect sent the berserker totally off the rails, screaming until his lungs gave out that he made the rules and trash like him didn't get to speak. But mid-rant, his sidekick suddenly gasped, spotting the insane stash of loot. With mountains of gold and gems just sitting there, wiping out this one kid meant they'd walk away filthy rich. They practically had the whole loot bag secured. But Borgo? He wasn't exactly feeling the team spirit. So without warning, he swung his heavy axe and absolutely obliterated his own partner. The dude just stood there completely stunned, clueless as to why his boss just totally betrayed him. Borgo didn't even flinch, coldly barking at him to back off, because, as far as the giant was concerned, every single shiny coin belonged strictly to him. Kang Seol narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing that this meathead was acting totally unhinged, but before anyone could even blink, Borgo snapped, roaring that he was hoarding all the ice for himself. Unbothered, our boy Sol just smirked, daring the hulking beast to come and try it if he was feeling that confident. Completely losing his mind, the monster greedily shoved his massive claws right into the overflowing chest of gold. On top of that, Borgo snagged the premium gear, with his eyes totally bugging out from pure loot lust. The villain started strapping on the heavy plating, instantly realizing this wasn't just aesthetic, it was top-tier, insanely durable armor. Flexing hard, Borgo hyped himself up, bragging that he just unlocked ultimate power. The second the metal clicked into place, he felt an insane energy surge pulsing through his veins. Completely high on this new buff, the brute was absolutely convinced he was about to wipe the floor with Sol. Before the kid could even process what happened, Sol just stood there, tilting his head with this icy, knowing look, casually muttering that nobody bothered telling this clown where they actually were. Pissed off and confused, the monster snarled, demanding to know what the heck the kid was blabbering about. But before he could even flex his new gear, the colossal statue of Izokan towering behind our protagonist suddenly woke up. Blinding streams of magical fire erupted from the stone. The goddess was absolutely livid, totally disgusted that such a greedy, pathetic loot goblin dared to step foot in her sanctuary. Her booming voice declared that his total lack of self-control just earned him a one-way ticket to his doom. Borgo totally doubled down, shouting back that his greed was his ultimate superpower, bragging that being a selfish menace was exactly how he clawed his way to the top. The massive dude actually thought he was totally immune to any divine punishment, but Izokan was practically seeing red at this point. In a split second, an impossibly intense magical blast slammed directly into the hulking freak. A massive shockwave ripped through the room, while Sol literally just chilled there watching the fireworks. As the heavy dust clouds finally started clearing up, the system revealed a crazy twist. Borgo could now spam every single overpowered item inside the Hall of Restraint with zero limits, because he just got slapped with Izokan's gnarly curse. Sol kept his eyes locked on the chaotic crater left right beside him, silently piecing together exactly how this boss fight just leveled up. Even though he took a direct hit, Borgo's raw physical power had somehow skyrocketed off the charts. But the trade-off was brutal. Every other stat tanked by 50%, turning him into a hollow, mind-controlled zombie. Acting as a total puppet for the goddess, the brute whipped around viciously, gripping a wickedly sharp, glowing spear. Without skipping a beat, he launched that magic death stick with absolutely terrifying velocity. Tearing through the air like a jet engine, the projectile aimed right for a one-shot kill. Sol's eyes went dead serious as he tracked the glowing streak flying straight at his face. His irises flared up with pure focus. If he had hesitated for even a microsecond, that spear would have literally skewered him, but he sidestepped the fatal strike just in time. Totally enraged that he missed, the monster unleashed a deafening roar and bulldozed forward with his massive claws out. But just before he could connect, Tyrant Jamad violently crashed through the smoke cloud, fully locked in for a brutal showdown. The absolute unit of a troll king scoffed, mocking the beast for being a literal puppet who couldn't even steer his own meat suit. Meanwhile, our boy Sol suddenly got full access to the boss's updated stat screen. The blue holographic panel flickered to life, projecting every single hidden detail about Borgo's cursed state directly into his vision. His overpowered perception skill was practically doing all the homework for him. The mind-controlled brute then violently snapped, blaming the young hero for turning him into this freakish puppet. He swore he was going to shred the kid into tiny pieces and completely paint the walls with him, but Tyrant Jamad just casually swatted away the monster's heavy strike like it was absolutely nothing. Jamad locked the big guy in a totally unbreakable grapple, while Borgo started shrieking and thrashing like a cornered animal. The troll chieftain wasn't even close to letting go, ruthlessly wrapping heavy iron chains right around the monster's wrists. Wasting zero time, Jamad cocked his fist back and unleashed a devastating haymaker that sent the massive enemy flying backward across the room. The craziest part? Borgo's arm was literally ripped clean off, still trapped in the troll's iron grip. Skidding across the cold stone, the one-armed freak howled in pure, unfiltered agony. He completely wiped out, crashing onto the ground with earth-shattering momentum, kicking up a massive explosion of dust that swallowed the area. Through the haze, a weird voice demanded the fallen villain to get back on his feet, but all he could do was spit blood and snarl. The glowing statue basically commanded her undead guard dog to defend the treasure room at all costs. Instantly, a sinister surge of raw magic began wrapping tightly around his battered body, forcefully dragging the broken beast right back onto his feet. Sol's expression went ice cold, his eyes locked dead onto his newly revived target, analyzing every single twitch the boss made. Completely losing his mind, Borgo started screaming that he was a literal god, programmed only to protect the vault and all of its legendary loot. Jamad basically just laughed in his face, totally hyped up, promising to violently dismantle him all over again and crush every last bone so this zombie couldn't ever stand back up. But the cursed loot goblin just threw an absolute tantrum, screeching at them to step away from his precious gold. In a split second, the two absolute titans violently collided, kicking off round 2 of this insane boss raid. Kinetic shockwaves and sparks completely lit up the dark chamber. Borgo frantically threw up his remaining arm, desperately trying to block the absolute hurricane of fists flying at his face. Spamming his new treasure control ability, he kept syncing up with random magic gear to tank the hits. Sol's razor-sharp instincts instantly picked up on this glowing link, so he screamed at his summon to watch his 6. Out of nowhere, a deadly sneak attack came crashing down on Jamad, but the troll effortlessly parried it away. That blocked strike practically supercharged Borgo, triggering a massive area of effect shockwave that dealt a nasty chunk of splash damage. Now wielding a giant, bone-crushing iron hammer, The berserker swung it with aimbot-level precision. Without hesitating, the possessed giant brought the weapon crashing down for a total wipeout strike. That attack dealt some insane damage. Tyrant Jamad went flying straight into the wall, letting out a gut-wrenching roar as his spine slammed the solid stone. Kang Soul's eyes were locked on his fighter. His heart was racing, but he knew they could still clutch this win. Meanwhile, Borgo strutted over to Kang Soul with this sickeningly smug grin, realizing the kid was totally unguarded. He mockingly sighed, pretending to feel bad that our hero was about to meet his end in this absolute dump. But Kang Soul? Ice in his veins. The dude just stood there, completely unbothered. Borgo snapped, demanding to know what was so hilarious about dying. He brushed it off, convincing himself the kid was just spiraling over his total failure. The villain figured this was just pure copium, that Kang Soul couldn't process his own execution, and was acting out of pure denial. Firing up his treasure weapon again, Borgo scoffed at the boy, claiming he could literally smell the fear on him. The monster sneered, promising to hand Kang Soul the most embarrassing, agonizing game over imaginable as he raised his blade for the kill shot. But out of nowhere, Tyrant Jamad sprang up from the rubble, launching himself straight back into the chaos. The troll chieftain threw an absolutely devastating punch right at the enemy's face, moving so fast the air literally cracked around his fist. He locked the villain in an inescapable chokehold, flashing a cocky smirk as he announced that pathetic, greedy cowards had zero clue what real terror felt like. Borgo snarled back, spitting that the troll was just running his mouth, totally lost in his own delusions. But Tyrant Jamad was already channeling his raw magic, ready to make the very ground shake with pure dread. Without missing a beat, he crushed Borgo's hand with insane, brutal force, sending shockwaves of absolute agony through the villain's nerves. The troll chieftain looked him dead in the eye and coldly stated that even if he didn't fully own this body, the savage fury inside it was 100% his. Then, he delivered a strike so blistering fast that Borgo was launched backward, ragdolling through the air. The troll boss wasn't about to let up, though. Casually tossing aside the torn-off limb, he barked at the trash mob to get back on his feet. Coughing up blood and practically blinding himself with rage, Borgo swore he'd rip the monstrous troll to shreds, no matter what it took. Jamad tilted his head, acting completely shocked, joking that no one had ever dared to trash-talk him like that before, mainly because anyone who saw his face immediately dropped to their knees, begging for their lives. A split second later, his tone dropped, adding that things might have played out differently, since fighting at death's door makes people completely unpredictable. Pushed to the absolute edge by pure hatred, Borgo whipped his arm out and triggered his magic treasure. The enchanted spear ripped through the air, zeroing straight in on Tyrant Jamad. The furious monster yelled with insane confidence that the troll's health was about to hit zero, but Jamad just casually deflected the strike. The lethal blade didn't even scratch his skin before ricocheting away with a loud metallic clang. Borgo screamed out a cracked, desperate curse, feeling his blood practically boil with a toxic level of rage. Yet, the troll chieftain just stared him down with this chillingly calm expression, looking as bored as if he were taking a walk in the park. Jamad effortlessly swatted away another strike, realizing his enemy was just blindly spamming attacks to win, totally oblivious to the fact that his reckless aggro was leading him straight into a fatal choke point. A microsecond later, Borgo caught a blow so earth-shattering that his knees instantly gave out, planting him face-first into the dirt. Glaring down with absolute disgust, Jamad mocked his speed, calling his footwork sloppy, totally unrefined, and basically useless. Without blinking, the troll literally yeeted Borgo across the battlefield, slamming the beast into a stone wall with an explosive shockwave. Dazed and practically losing his mind, the villain wheezed out a question, demanding to know what kind of glitchy, overpowered demon he was even fighting. Jamad coolly replied that he was just a wild-card troll, ruthless, savage, and 100% off the rails. But Borgo was still trapped in denial, refusing to accept that anyone could ever gap his power level like this. From the sidelines, Kang Soul listened as his beast dropped a tough line about how this world's hidden secrets were exactly what made the grind so hyped. Borgo threw a massive tantrum, screaming at the top of his lungs that it wasn't over yet, and telling the troll to shut his mouth. A system alert instantly popped up. Borgo was spamming his treasure ability again. But the troll boss? He tanked the incoming assault like an absolute unit, refusing to give even an inch of ground. Borgo swung with unhinged ferocity, pouring every ounce of his pathetic desperation into the strike, while triggering the wave's instant kill effect. Kang Soul shouted a harsh warning to his beast, telling him to play it smart, because one slip-up right now meant an instant game over. Right at that second, Borgo was already mid-swing, fully committed to landing a final, catastrophic hit. He slashed down with his high-tier, razor-sharp sword, but Jamad was already coated in heavy stone armor, completely nullifying the damage. Not even a single scratch. Borgo's jaw hit the floor, his brain totally short-circuited, trying to process this impossible defense. Capitalizing on the stun, the troll chieftain launched off the ground, executing a flawless, bone-shattering counterattack. Stripped of all his fake confidence, Borgo broke down sobbing, hyperventilating in pure terror as he begged for his life. And Tyrant Jamad? He just smiled, soaking in the absolute victory. Borgo's ego shattered. Consumed by pure panic, he mumbled that there was zero chance of surviving those massive, monstrous hands. The troll chieftain wasn't having it. With ice in his veins, he dropped a brutal truth bomb. It wasn't about physical size, it was the raw terror, eating him alive from the inside out. Just like that, the clash wrapped up, wiping the floor with Isacon's phantom. System notifications popped off. Tyrant Jamad just bagged a fresh achievement and a sick new title. Panting heavily, the massive troll locked eyes with Borgo, who was slumped in the dirt, absolutely crushed and accepting his massive L. Watching the whole thing go down, Kang Sol smirked, knowing exactly why Tyrant Jamad held the crown as a top-tier powerhouse of the Stonefang tribe. This pure dominance was exactly why some basic ruin scavenger never stood a chance against a boss of this caliber. Suddenly, an intense, fiery yellow aura erupted from the treasure chest, completely lighting up the dark hall. Both the young protagonist and the troll whipped their heads around, and boom, massive payday for Kang Sol. The system chimed as he leveled up, completely maxing out his attribute points, while a pristine set of armor, a thick blanket, and a busted bronze helmet materialized right in front of him. Everything was fully bound to his command. His jaw dropped because this was literally Borgo's entire combat loadout, and scoring uncursed top-tier loot without a catch was mind-blowing. Out of nowhere, the stone statue's eyes flared up with a blinding flash, like Isakon was stepping up to drop some serious lore. Her voice echoed, praising Kang Sol for not selling out to the intoxicating greed of the treasure, proving his absolute ironclad mindset. Right on cue, Kang Sol spotted his ruined plunderer skill, lighting up on the HUD, meaning he was about to secure a legendary bonus drop straight from Julius's personal stash. Isakon kept the hype going, claiming his spirit was forged from the toughest steel, holding the cold, calculated heart of a true protagonist. Then, she gave him his final marching orders: push forward, and become the literal beacon of hope for this dark reality. Suddenly, his blessing of the Mountain Fist triggered an evolution sequence, soaking up pure divine energy. Back in the day, Tyrant Jamad ran his tribe under the command of the Earth Dragon Tengrid, which meant his gut reaction was to totally block out some random god's holy buff. Kang Sol let out a sigh, realizing that busted headpiece was going straight to the digital storage bag for a rainy day. Surprisingly, Borgo's heavy plating survived the absolute brutal beatdown from the troll boss, boasting a seriously overpowered classification in the world of Pandia. In this universe, gear tiers dictated everything. Even in the early stages, you weren't just stuck grinding for basic trash drops. You could pull special, rare, or even god-tier treasure items. Treasure was the absolute peak, but it broke down into wild subcategories like relics, holy artifacts, and unique masterpieces. Then there was the dark web of loot, cursed gear, classified as highly toxic relics, that demanded a hyper-specific character build or a hardcore cleansing ritual just to equip. Borgo's chest piece fell right into that trap, which completely locked the Troll King out of using it. Playing high IQ chess, Kang Sol tossed the cursed plating straight over to the Moon Knight Karuna, instantly turning his teammate into an absolute walking tank. Scanning his inventory, our boy realized his stash of truly game-breaking items was running dangerously low. But those super-reinforced Blessed Mountain Fists just got a massive patch update. We're talking a ridiculous DPS boost, sky-high core stats, and a sick team-wide buff. Scrolling through his glowing status window, the kid realized they were totally stacked, perfectly matching the insane loot pool he just secured. Kang Sol patted himself on the back for blindly trusting his gut and baiting out Borgo, because this entire raid turned out to be a flawless victory. With the dungeon completely cleared out, our guy smashed the exit prompt to wrap up the run, watching his hard-earned score flood the screen. A slick system prompt popped up, confirming his identity was securely locked in incognito mode, while his total score just casually smashed past the 500,000 mark. The global leaderboard slammed onto the display, and the audience absolutely lost their minds over the impossible flex. Time to touch grass and chill in the ultimate safe haven, Kongori. This free-roaming hub was legendary for its booming economy and flawless vibes, acting as the ultimate pit stop for players to heal up, grind their skills, and gear up for the next major drop. Staring up at the warm, lit-up apartment windows, Kang Sol figured all the other tryhards had already clocked out for the night, and were catching some Z's. Running on absolute fumes, our protagonist dragged his feet through the streets, desperately craving the cheap mattress in his rented spot, to finally log off. He was completely zoned out, zeroing in on his bed, blissfully unaware of the shadowy figure tracking his every single move from a dark alleyway. This mysterious stalker was laser-focused, burning a hole in the back of Kang Soul's head with absolute zero chill. But out of nowhere, Kang Soul's spidey senses spiked hard. He snapped out of his daze, immediately predicting that some corporate suit from the guild was tailing him. The dark reality hit. His 4 party members had just been wiped out, and the scandalous leak probably already hit the top brass's desks, though there was still a solid 50-50 chance this creeper was just a random hostile. Flipping the switch, our boy made a split-second tactical move. The stalker carefully leaned out from the brick wall, frantically scanning the street to see where his prey had vanished to. But no matter how intensely he squinted into the pitch-black urban shadows, pitch black, zero visibility. But in the blink of an eye, Kang Seol materialized right beside him, pressing a cold blade to his throat, totally dominating the space. Brain short-circuiting, the stalker froze up, stammering out absolute gibberish. Seol demanded to know why this creep was tailing him, dropping a sub-zero threat that if he kept his mouth shut, they would pry the answers out of him the hard way. Shaking like a leaf, the spy blurted out that he knew the whole truth. Unfazed, our MC casually asked what exactly he meant. The dude spilled that he recognized Seol as a secret player, the literal only guy to spawn in the city right after the global rankings shifted. Sensing zero killer intent, the young powerhouse lowered his guard slightly, but still pressed for a motive. That is when the stranger confessed he was desperate for a favor. Begging for just 5 minutes of his time, the guy dragged them to a run-down local pub. Right off the bat, Seol locked onto the dude's freaky pitch-black arm, instantly clocking that this was not your everyday debuff. At a glance, it looked like severe necrosis, but the skin was way too flawless and seamless, practically screaming magical mutation. While Seol analyzed the limb, his new tagalong nervously rambled on about his 2 sisters. Staring at the floorboards, a heavy, soul-crushing grief washed over the guy's face, making it impossible not to feel bad for him. He revealed that his big sister lost her life during their second mountain raid, a treacherous run dubbed 5 Friendly Brothers. Right at the edge of a massive drop, she got ambushed. She threw down hard, but the troll mob was just too massive. Losing her footing, she found herself dangling over the void. Her brother strained every muscle trying to haul her up, sweat and sheer panic dripping down his face. But the sister knew the math was not mathing. Realizing they were both about to drop, she begged him to let her fall. Voice cracking, Yemen screamed at her to grip tighter, promising he had her, but Sebek had already made up her mind. With a heartbreakingly calm tone, she simply told her little brother how much she loved him, and just like that, she uncurled her fingers and plummeted into the freezing depths, leaving behind one final wish: keep Noel safe. Since their baby sister was now completely solo, that final look in Sebek's eyes and her fading voice permanently scarred Yemen's psyche. Fast forward to today, and his dead sister haunts his nightmares every single night, crying out for rescue. Clicking the pieces together, Seol recognized this exact lore event, an unexpected accident, realizing Yemen was not actually cursed. Instead, he had scored an insanely rare trait called a phantom limb. The catch, though, even if he shook off the spirit's grip, the arm was currently hijacked by the ghost, making it totally useless in a fight. But if he could actually master that energy, Yemen would unlock god-tier stats. Snapping back to reality, Seol asked what exactly the dude wanted from him, and found out it was all about Noelle. She had signed up with a guild, but ever since the tragedy, she totally iced her brother out, leaving the guy completely paranoid. When Seol asked for the squad's name, Yemen dropped the title. The Justice Guild, assuming our MC already knew their rep, formed right when the apocalypse kicked off. They baited rookies by flexing that a pro ranker was leading them, but since this supposed legend kept their gamer tag hidden, everyone assumed it was Massive Cap. Plot twist though, this faction was actually secretly backed by the feds. They actively silenced anyone who pushed back, dragging runaways straight to a super shady partner syndicate. Seol seriously doubted the conspiracy theory, but Yemen swore on his life this was hard facts, not just street gossip. His little sister had leaked the intel herself, proving she was walking on thin ice. Processing the data, the protagonist flat out stated that even if the story checked out, he had zero reason to play savior. Yemen completely shorted out, absolute agony flashing across his face, totally failing to process the cold rejection. Keeping his cool, Seol broke it down for him, explaining he was not some comic book hero, and literally everyone in this broken world was fighting their own demons. He refused to burn precious time on side quests that did not level up his own agenda. Hearing this, Yemen spiraled into total despair. He was mind-blown that a dude built like a raid boss would just walk away from a life-or-death plea. Gutting hopelessness crushed him, since Seol had the crazy stats and point balance to wipe the floor with that guild. Pushing back his chair, the overpowered MC paused, giving the guy a brutal reality check. He stated clearly that he did not grind for his strength just to carry cowards, and told Yemen to step up and handle his own mess. If anyone was saving Noel, it had to be her brother, and trying to dump the aggro onto Seol was a massive mistake. With that mic drop, our boy turned his back and walked out, stranding the broken adventurer, staring at his shoes in total shock. But right before stepping through the exit, Seol stopped, bringing up the dude's freaky arm one last time. He threw out a massive hint, saying it was not a debuff, and ordered him to drop his survivor's guilt if he actually wanted to save his sibling. Dropping that final truth bomb, Seol officially ended the chat, leaving Yemen staring at his back, completely stunned. Fans completely caught on to his ice-cold aura, tearing the fanbase into two hardcore factions. Half the chat was hyping him up, while the other half was totally ready to cancel him. But here is the brutal reality. Our MC knew perfectly well that playing the saint for every random stranger would literally get him killed. Because in this chaotic universe, everything hits the fan fast, and wasting time is basically a death wish. Still, his brain was working overtime. Cracking the dark secret behind that creepy phantom hand would make his main quest a total breeze. Plus, keeping that insane buff in his back pocket, major flex, and that logic was living rent-free in his head. After chewing on the facts, Kang Seol finally cracked. It was time to step into the mess. He figured if a dude actually has the guts to evolve, they will not just sit back and drown in their own despair. Moving with lethal purpose, our hero rolled up to the Information Guild. The broker flexed a massive stash of files on the so-called Justice Guild, but Kang Seol swiped left on the PR fluff. He wanted pure, unfiltered dirt. Slapping down a heavy bag of 150 gold coins, the young prodigy silently prayed that the rest of the adventuring crowd would be completely clueless about this shady underground network. Honestly, who in their right mind would ever suspect that the ultimate intel hub was casually camouflaged inside a dusty, rundown tavern? Kang Seol snatched the heavy scroll, his eyes scanning the ink like a predator, and boom, every single word Yemen dropped was straight facts. But as he dug deeper into the fine print, a chilling realization hit him. The dark rumors? They were actually sugar-coated. The real situation was 1,000,000 times more toxic than his worst nightmares. And right then, a notoriously familiar name jumped off the parchment, the Thieves Guild. His mind instantly fired up, wondering if this was the exact same crew, carrying that notoriously trash reputation. Zero hesitation, he decided to investigate on the spot. Leaning in, Kang Seol locked eyes with the broker and demanded every ounce of toxic baggage tied to the Thieves Guild. That premium tea set him back another solid 100 gold coins, and our guy dove straight into the forbidden lore. But a massive plot hole kept bugging his brain. How on earth was everyone just ignoring these giant red flags? The broker just smirked, holding out a hand for a 10-coin premium to drop that answer. Annoyed but curious, our MC paid the toll, only to get a frustratingly vague excuse about zero solid proof, and that the one and only time the Thieves Guild actually stepped out of the shadows was tied to a random local getting permanently deleted. Kang Seol narrowed his eyes, dropping a heavy truth bomb. The entire town clearly knew everything, yet chose to play completely blind. The broker brushed it off, claiming the streets had their own code that nobody else needed to worry about. Plus, the intel was super sketchy anyway, so he even offered a full refund. But our hero just grabbed the documents, shoved them straight into a flickering candle, and watched the secrets turn to ash, muttering that he understood their twisted rules perfectly. Then, pivoting like an absolute boss, he dropped his next objective. He needed a shadow placed on a very specific target. For a full 7 days, the client demanded real-time updates on every single move this guy made. The broker locked in the contract, though obviously, loyalty costs cash. For a flat rate of 20 gold coins, the target was about to get stalked 24/7, meaning zero blind spots, not even when the dude was dead asleep. There was absolutely no dodging this stealth net. Meanwhile, cutting back to the main grind, Kang Seol casually strolled right back into the dark magic training facility, instantly catching. The guards demanded to know his business. Meanwhile, Kang Seol's eyes locked onto the glowing system interface, scrolling through his options. A sudden glitch caught him completely off guard. A massive fifth choice, totally locked out before, was now flashing right in front of him. Our boy originally came to track down the Shadow Summoner, but the guards shut that down fast. That intel was ancient history. Nobody had heard a peep from Chow in ages. Things went totally south after he vanished. Weighing his options, Kang Seol figured diving into that mysterious fifth quest right now was a rookie mistake. He still had 6 entire side quests to grind before triggering his awakening phase. Why rush the endgame? Instantly, the holographic screen spat out a bunch of dialogue prompts to deal with the stubborn gatekeeper. Playing the long game, he shelved the crazy 5th quest for later, and casually offered to hunt down some fresh clues about Chow. The guard practically lit up, absolutely hyped by the offer. And just like that, the epic hunt for the missing summoner officially kicked off. His new objective? Track down any lingering footprints left by Chao and Novaire. But first, our main character smoothly dropped a line about needing to level up, and they waved him right through. Sure, that shiny fifth option almost derailed his whole game plan, but he stayed focused. Kang Sul was sitting on 4 unspent skill points, and dumping them straight into his shadow summoning was an absolute no-brainer. Boom. Stats maxed, skills evolved. Our overpowered lead could now drop both Karuna and Tiran Jumad onto the battlefield simultaneously. We are talking about shadows that pack the raw, destructive force of a whole army. Yemen's warnings about this insane power level echoed in his mind. All those hoarded points were paying off. After zoning out for a quick second to process his massive gains, Kang Sul made his next move. Kongori was basically a dead zone to him now, nothing left but trash-tier quests with zero payout. Meanwhile, across town, a shady guild crew huddled inside a dim tavern, mourning their wiped-out squad. One thug leaned in, nervously reporting to the big boss that the scavenger faction sparked the whole mess. They just lost 4 elite hitters, all thanks to one absolute menace. Paxanari narrowed his eyes, demanding a name. The answer? Snowman. The boss instantly pictured that silent, harmless-looking kid, but he knew better than to buy that innocent act. 4 seasoned veterans jumped him at once, and none of them walked away breathing. A hothead suggested they just ice Snowman immediately, but Sanari shut that down. He ordered them to shadow the kid and play it cool. You do not survive this game without setting priorities. The target was getting flatlined. Eventually, they just needed the perfect execution method. Plus, since they were currently playing nice with the Justice Guild, a public hit was off the table. One underling scoffed, pointing out how sketchy those so-called heroes really were, wondering if teaming up with them was a massive mistake. Sanari smirked, explaining they were just leeching intel, while acting like total strangers in public. Honestly, Zheng Wanchul, that weak-spined leader of the Justice Crew, could not even control his own roster. So, Sanari's sleeper agents were quietly infiltrating the ranks, waiting to hijack the whole guild and lock down Kongori for good. A wicked, twisted grin crept across the boss's face. To him, this lawless hellscape was an absolute paradise. You could literally drop a body in broad daylight, and as long as you did not trigger the high tiers, nobody blinked twice. When the system crashes, pure violence writes the new rules. But right on cue, the tavern doors violently kicked open, and a panicked scout crashed into the room, screaming for the boss. Spitting out words, he dropped a bombshell. The Justice Guild, under Zheng Wanchul's command, was basically using them as meat shields. Sanari completely froze, utterly confused by this wild claim, because the math just was not mathing. Then the scout clarified some absolute psycho had just breached their perimeter solo, eyes locked in kill mode. High-ranking mercenaries tried to wall him off, but this stranger just plowed straight through the mob like a walking natural disaster. He was not there for loot. He was tearing the place apart, screaming for his sister, Noel, demanding her location. Cut to Yemen. His cursed arm suddenly flared, with a terrifying light, and an agonizing voice echoed in his skull, his dead sister. She shrieked his name, begging for salvation. A massive drop in temperature hit him as a demonic, phantom entity materialized right at his back, dripping with toxic mana. Before he could react, a bone-shattering strike slammed into him, nearly snapping his legs in half. But Yemen gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Curse or no curse, he frankly did not give a damn. Even if that twisted arm ripped itself apart, he breached this hellhole to drag his sister out alive, and backing off was not in his vocabulary. Then, a desperate voice sliced through the chaos. Yemen whipped around just as Noelle came sprinting out of the shadows, gasping for air. She was totally stunned to see him, rushing in for a hug. But before they could even connect, Zheng Wanchul stepped out of the dark, viciously snarling about how much of a headache this brat was. He coldly informed them that nobody just quits his faction, because guild politics run deep and bloody. Noel did not flinch, glaring right back and announcing she was walking out that very second. She literally could not care less about his rules. But the guild master laughed, stating you do not just pack up and leave when your brain is full of classified guild intel. Locking eyes with the crowd to keep them silent, the boss dropped the ultimate trap. Noelle was not taking a single step until she refunded every ounce of resources they poured into her. The price tag for her freedom? 5,000 gold coins. Noelle was absolutely mind-blown, completely clueless as to why she was suddenly hit with this massive bill. Zheng Wanchul smirked, casually dropping the bomb that this guild was strictly a cash grab, meaning every single member had to pay back every ounce of help they ever got. He barked an order to lock them both up, while Noel's voice cracked as she screamed that this total snake was playing them all. He was straight up planning to exploit and sell her out. It hit her like a truck. There was no top-tier hidden player backing them, and all that talk about protecting the weak was total cap. In a flash, it all made sense. These creeps had orchestrated the whole thing from the jump, faking their hero acts the entire time. Wanchul coldly brushed her off, preaching that people would pull off way darker stuff than simple lies just to survive in this brutally savage reality. Yemen locked eyes with his sister, swearing up and down that they would survive this nightmare and walk out alive. But a split second later, a devastating strike plummeted from the sky, slamming right into him. Noel shrieked his name in pure panic, but the impact was too heavy. Yemen's legs gave out, and he crashed hard into the dirt. Without missing a beat, the boss ordered his goons to jump him and end his life right there, making sure there was zero chance he was getting back up. Yemen lay completely paralyzed on the floor, his vision spinning as his body refused to fight back. Right then, a heavy hand clamped around Noel's arm in a vice-like death grip, refusing to let her go. Wanchul hit her with an icy glare, telling her to chill out and bragging about how merciful he was being. She thrashed around, screaming for him to let go, choking back furious tears. But the scumbag didn't even flinch. He just reared back and smacked her across the face with everything he had. Off to the side, Yemen was getting absolutely ragdolled, taking hit after brutal hit. Fighting through the agonizing pain, he forced his shaking arm upward, desperately stretching for his fallen blade just inches away, praying to grab hold of his only lifeline. The millisecond his fingertips brushed the hilt, something snapped. His awakened phantom hand flared to life, fully activating on the spot. Launching himself off the ground, Yemen unleashed a massive, earth-shattering swing, burning through every last drop of his remaining stamina. In a flash, the spectral limb started evolving like crazy, slicing through the air with insane, raw power on every single strike. This jet-black phantom arm gave him insane mobility, letting him dash and spam short-range speed boosts while instantly adapting to complex battle patterns. Wanchul lost his mind, screaming at his goons for being absolute trash, ordering them to call in the big guns, the looters, right this second. Completely shell-shocked by the chaos, Noel screamed out for her brother, her voice trembling with a chaotic mix of sheer terror and desperate hope. Yemen tightened his grip on the blade as wild, crackling magic surged around his body, staring down the mob of enemies charging at him with bloodthirsty roars. He sucked in a ragged breath. The sound of his sister begging for help echoed in his ears, igniting a blinding, white-hot fury deep inside his chest. Out of nowhere, the shimmering spirit of his older sister materialized in front of him. Her eyes overflowed with absolute trust, knowing he was fully capable of saving the day. The sickening memory of her falling to her death off that jagged cliff, the exact nightmare that haunted his sleep, ripped right back into his brain. He locked eyes with the glowing apparition, totally captivated and refusing to blink, standing completely frozen for a few agonizing heartbeats. He could practically hear her final dying wish echoing in his mind, begging him to protect Noel. And right on cue, his little sister dashed desperately toward him. Yemen ground his teeth together so hard his jaw ached, pulling together every lingering spark of energy left in his battered body. It suddenly hit him. He had blocked out her last words all this time, suffocated by his own toxic guilt. His ghost hand wasn't some dark curse. It was a physical manifestation of her final prayer to keep them safe. Acting on pure instinct, he threw his body in front of Noel like a human shield, growling a lethal warning that if anyone even breathed in her direction, he would end them on the spot. Right then, a new voice called out to Wanchul, making the scammer boss frown in total confusion. He whipped his head around to see who was talking. The newcomer casually mentioned that backup was definitely needed, but Wanchul snapped back, claiming it was way too late to care about crushing some pathetic bug. Meanwhile, the newcomer, Park Sionari, stared dead at Yemen, scanning his vibe, and straight up asked if this battered kid was the high-bounty target they were hunting down. But a split second later, he scoffed, pointing out that this guy was definitely not a snowman, and absolutely not the top-tier boss they were after. With that established, the elite thug launched himself into the air, rocketing straight for Yemen. The young hero braced his blade, squaring up for the incoming crash. Sayonari took one look and dismissed Yemen's combat stats as mid at best, completely writing him off as a real threat. Popping his Iron Fist skill, the heavy hitter chained together fluid monkey-style acrobatics, unleashing hyper-lethal strikes directly at Yemen's vital points. Already running on fumes and practically swaying on his feet, Yemen scrambled frantically to block the savage onslaught, but his stamina crashed hard. His vision blurred, and before he could even react, Sionari's massive hand snatched him up, instantly shutting down any chance to dodge. Sionari slammed the kid into the concrete with absolutely monstrous force, pinning him down and crushing his skull like a literal vice grip. Coughing up blood and shaking with rage, Yemen demanded to know why someone with so much insane power would waste their life being a sadistic bully. The brute just sneered, mocking him for calling him a low-life bandit when he clearly saw himself as a king. Yemen doubled down, spitting that he was exactly that, but Sayonari just laughed it off like a joke, grinning as he asked what the hell was so wrong with a little cruelty. He locked eyes with Noel, who was currently pinned down by a squad of goons, dropping the cold hard truth that concepts like good and evil were totally dead in this new era. Now, raw power was the only currency. Smirking with absolute arrogance, the punk made it crystal clear. History is written by the heavy hitters, since survival of the fittest was the absolute only law left on the streets. Right on cue, Yemen's knuckles went white around his hilt as his blade flared to life, surging with intense, crackling mana. Driven by pure desperation, the kid threw everything he had into a blistering forward strike. But Bake Sayonari didn't even flinch, casually swatting the lethal blow aside, while mocking how painfully predictable the move was. Then, with zero hesitation, he snapped Yemen's glowing blade clean in half. Yemen just stood there, staring at the shattered steel in absolute disbelief. It hit him like a freight train. This was game over, and he'd need straight-up divine intervention to walk out alive. The room was suffocatingly tense, until 3 sharp knocks echoed through the heavy metal door, freezing everyone in their tracks. Bake Sayonari's smug grin instantly vanished, his face twisting in pure annoyance as he barked at whoever dared to crash his party. The rest of the crew immediately went on high alert, paranoid that some random bystander had caught onto their little operation. But standing right in the doorway was Kang Seol, demanding they pop the lock, and loudly announcing that their whole secret was blown. Hearing this, Jeon Wonchul aggressively scratched his neck, clearly losing his patience, totally convinced that the hostage girl had somehow tipped him off. The gang silently agreed to play along and let the intruder step inside, fully planning to jump him the second he crossed the threshold so he couldn't snitch. Meanwhile, Yemen was literally running on fumes when a familiar, chill voice casually asked if he was holding up okay. Out of nowhere, Kang Seol strolled right into the lion's den without a single drop of sweat, leaving the entire gang completely speechless. He locked eyes with the battered Yemen, flashing a smirk and asking if the kid had seriously wiped him from his memory that fast. Coughing up his words, the exhausted swordsman managed a weak smile, realizing his idol actually showed up to save his skin. Our main character kept it real, bluntly stating that playing savior wasn't his only objective tonight, since he had his own score to settle. Plus, he wanted a front-row seat to whatever messy drama was going down, his sharp eyes scanning the room to analyze every single thug present. Spitting blood, Yemen confessed he had desperately clung to Kang Seol's philosophy, putting blind faith in doing the right thing. But our boy didn't sugarcoat his response, dropping the harsh reality that he didn't grind for his insane power just to babysit cowards who couldn't defend themselves. Yemen practically broke down, swearing he had laid everything on the line, but was forced to admit he was hopelessly outmatched. Hearing this, Kang Seol dipped his gaze, quietly murmuring that he completely grasped the situation now. With a menacing shift in energy, he faced the syndicate and flat-out dictated that he was walking out with both hostages, his voice packed with absolute authority. Jeon Wonchul looked like his brain had just short-circuited. To him, this was just another delusional fool begging for an early grave. That's when Bake Sayonari stepped up to the plate, sarcastically chiming in that he'd been dying to finally cross paths with the infamous snowman. He then casually accused the main character of flatlining his top associates, Park Sang-ju and Jin Cho. But Kang Seol wasn't having any of it, shutting the rumor down instantly by calling it pure cap and denying any involvement in their dirt nap. Bake Sayonari just scoffed, brushing off the facts and declaring that whether he did the deed or not, he was leaving this room in a body bag. Unbothered, Kang Seol asked if the bad guy was done yapping, because it was his turn to run the interrogation. He stared directly at the mob, stating they clearly knew what kind of hell they had walked into, but offering a split-second window for anyone who wanted to walk back their massive screw-up. Jeon Wonchul genuinely tilted his head, mockingly asking what screw-up he meant, when their entire ambush was perfectly calculated. The young powerhouse just sighed, noting that nobody in the room was smart enough to beg for mercy. Taking that as a cue, the guild boss barked at his enforcers to instantly wipe this cocky brat off the map. Bake Sayonari cracked his knuckles and charged up a devastating, heavy-handed strike, fully expecting to one-shot the intruder. The twist? This thug was secretly a hidden class player, and he could see in the main character's eyes that he absolutely recognized the threat level. Except, Kang Seol just gave him a dead-eyed stare, raised a single open palm, and triggered his shadow summoning skill. In a massive burst of dark energy, the colossal tyrant Jamad and the lethal Karuna materialized in the cramped room, radiating pure bloodlust. The entire syndicate collectively dropped their jaws to the floor. They were literally staring down a myth, the legendary boss troll himself, right in the flesh. Bake Sayonari's brain basically blue-screened at the sheer impossibility of the flex. His previous swagger evaporated into violent, uncontrollable shaking, as he stammered out, begging to know what kind of monster he was fighting. Kang Seol completely flipped the script, coldly reminding them that his crew wasn't the only one packing a hidden player, literally throwing the villain's own cocky words right back in his face. It suddenly clicked for the rogue adventurers. This wasn't just any summon. This was the exact same beast, rocking double the combat points of Baekseonari, or literally anyone else breathing. Realizing they were insanely outgunned, Jeon Wonchul let out a shaky, desperate chuckle, trying to play it cool by claiming he'd been hunting for a talent like the hero for ages. His lizard brain decided that, since this kid clearly knew the ins and outs of this hellscape, they should skip the bloodshed and talk business, casually tossing out a premium recruitment offer to join their toxic little cartel. You see, overnight, humanity had woken up in a completely warped, apocalyptic wasteland where the old system was entirely deleted. But out here in the wilds, total chaos meant infinite potential, especially for those who were dealt garbage stats from the moment they spawned. This was their golden ticket to build a ruthless empire from scratch, reigning over all the broken strays who had absolutely nowhere else to run. Trying to pull the strings and hijack the whole situation? Kang Seol just tilted his head, asking why on earth they should bow down to anyone else. Simple, it was dead wrong. While Jeon Wonchul stuttered, Baekseonari stepped up, claiming the math was incredibly basic. They held the cards, and the strongest boss gets to write the rulebook. Kang Seol actually chuckled, finding their delusion totally hilarious. Violence breeds violence. Ever heard of it? Baekseonari didn't even flinch, grinning as he declared they were absolutely planning to wear the crown in this bloodbath. Kang Seol wasn't buying a single word of their trash pitch. His eyes went cold as he reminded them of his earlier question. Who among them was actually sorry? Crickets. Since nobody wanted to step up and apologize, the Shadow Monarch decided it was wiping time, sparing only 2 specific targets from the incoming slaughter. The whole mob of hyped-up adventurers locked onto him, totally feral, and ready to send our boy straight to the respawn screen. Not even sweating it, Kang Seol just snapped his fingers, giving his shadow commanders the green light to absolutely wipe the floor with them. Boom! Tyrant Jamad and Karuna launched off the concrete like literal rockets, diving headfirst into the enemy swarm. It was a pure blender of flashing steel, decapitating any fool standing in their lane. Karuna shifted into his young moon phase, sparking up stage one of his moonlight energy surge. Meanwhile, Tyrant Jamad dropped a devastating steel fist right into the mob. Those goons barely dodged the shockwave in time. Massive shadow beasts swatted the enemies away like annoying flies, turning the front line into absolute dust. The giant troll just casually grabbed bodies and tossed them like rag dolls, leaving dudes cratering against the brick walls. Jeon Wonchul's jaw hit the floor. His brain was completely buffering, totally unable to process this insane power gap. Right then, his buddy Baekseonari decided to test his luck, clashing face-to-face with the absolute unit, Tyrant Jamad. Blinded by his own ego, the villain actually thought he had main character armor, charging in with zero hesitation. Baekseonari flexed his own heavy hitter skills, revving up his stone crusher and meat grinder traits. Jeon Wonchul hyped his bro up from the sidelines. He was dead set on winning this flex-off. I mean, nobody survives getting clocked by fists that casually slice through solid steel, right? Wrong. To Tyrant Jamad, this dude was basically a panicked roach stuck in a trap, crying like a literal toddler. He should have just dropped to his knees and begged for his life. A second later, the Shadow Behemoth dealt him a brutally permanent reality check. That whole violence breeds violence quote? Yeah, absolutely validated here. Baekseonari quickly realized he was not the final boss he thought he was. Shaking out of his boots, the so-called leader stared up at his nightmare. Tyrant Jamad leaned in, taunting him about this pathetic, untouchable power he claimed to have. The broken thug started sobbing for mercy, but the shadow troll just smirked. That was entirely the wrong password. Jamad roared that true, peak power is absolute order. Seeing his boy get folded, Jeon Wonchul ghosted, sprinting desperately toward the exit. But Karuna teleported into his blind spot, flashing his blade just once and completely cleanly detaching both of the guy's arms. The dude folded like a lawn chair, bleeding out and completely traumatized. Right then, Yom stepped into his personal space, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated vengeance. Yom grabbed him, demanding to know why this absolute garbage human targeted his sister. The armless thug immediately started weeping for a lifeline. He swore up and down he'd go clean, but his subscription to life was already cancelled. Jeon Wonchul kept screeching for forgiveness. Bawling his eyes out, he tried playing the victim card, crying that the whole world was twisted and everyone was just stepping on each other to level up, screaming that this server had zero rules or laws, and every single player was just grinding to survive the chaos. He desperately argued that the top dogs always rewrite the meta, making him just another tragic NPC in the system. Flashback to the guild's info hub, Kang Seol remembered asking why the higher-ups were completely ghosting on all this toxic behavior. The answer? They only hit the ban button when an official citizen gets flatlined. Our boy noted that new regulations were constantly dropping, but frankly, he gave zero cares. They could patch the system all they wanted. He was going to glitch every single rule until nothing was left. Shivering uncontrollably, the defeated thug whispered that Kang Seol was an absolute psycho for trying to solo the world's logic. He called him a literal monster. Kang Seol didn't even blink honestly. The label fit. Yom stared silently at his savior, fully realizing he was riding with a demon. Kang Seol's face held zero empathy. Without missing a beat, he drove his blade straight through the guy's chest, casually agreeing with his final words. Dusting his hands, the overpowered MC scanned the blood-soaked lobby. Total silence had dropped. The server was officially cleared. Once the adrenaline crashed, Kang Seol told Yom he'd hit him up for the next raid. Yom immediately locked in, promising he'd be there. Even though Yom doubted his low-level stats could do much, the Shadow Monarch assured him he actually needed him for a very specific drop. But at the end of the day, he was just vibing with the fact that his bro made it out in one piece. Kang Seol mentally noted that Yom was officially synced with the Syndicate now, meaning he'd be getting all the pinged updates on his moves. They'd squat up again the second Yom's dormant ghost hand finally awakened. Fast forward 3 days, and our solo player booted up a journey to the dead city of Novira. The spawn point updated to Novira ruins. But there was a catch. Navigating this zone meant literally rolling RNG dice for every step forward. The dice clattered down and hit a solid 2. Absolute garbage luck. Looks like this new questline just leveled up from a walk in the park to a straight-up death march. Sure, his entire game plan could flip on a dime, but if he smashed through those incoming roadblocks, victory was practically in the bag. Our boy locked eyes with that mysterious, shifting cube, just suspended there like pure magic. Look, veteran dungeon divers always brace for the worst. Worst case scenario, you lose everything, pack up your camp, and dip, because out here, one bad dice roll equals a literal game over. Kang Seol tilted his head back next stop. Novira. Whatever cursed boss or epic loot was waiting for him, still a total mystery. He scoped out the sprawling cityscape ahead, praying to the system that this next quest wouldn't completely fold him in his current low-health state. Honestly, predictable missions were a massive win right now. Why? Because with his shadow summons on deck, he could stomp out almost any mob in his way. He made a mental note. Once the sun drops, he'd scheme up a way to secure that top-tier bag. Now, the Novira ruin looters, they were the absolute apex predators dominating the mountain forest zone. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious laugh echoed from a squad nearby. Kang Seol immediately went into stealth mode, eavesdropping hard. Some rookie girl was low-key stressing, saying they weren't cut out for the looter life, but her buddy just giggled, totally hyping up the chaos. That was the aesthetic of the ruins, babe. Even zero-stat rookies could survive here, while max-level fighters regularly got clapped. This entire city's economy literally ran on scavenged loot, treating discharged military vets like ultra-rare farming drops. Having an army of mercenaries flooding in was basically a holy blessing for them. That weird, symbiotic vibe between the dirty scavengers and the Pandia locals, just pure Novira logic. Not gonna lie, our boy was actually vibing with the city's aesthetic. Step 1. Hit the streets and soak in the background chatter. At the local guild, then dig up some intel on Chow. He figured the street gossip would just be generic dungeon diving hype, but plot twist, the streets were whispering about Borgo. Sounds like some absolute madness went down right after the dude vanished off the map. Spotting 2 randoms chilling at a tavern table, our main character rolled up, interrogating them about the missing girl. Total dead end. They hit him with a blank stare. These background characters were absolutely useless and hadn't heard a single thing. Pivoting his strategy, he cornered a local merchant. Boom, a hit. She spilled that roughly 4 weeks back. Chow actually rolled through town, flashing some mysterious item. Kang Seol pressed her for the heavy lore drop, but suddenly, she hit him with that classic fuzzy memory routine. The system instantly flashed a prompt, sensing this merchant wasn't dropping premium dialogue for free, and gave him multiple choice options. Our guy went straight for the universal language, and the second that cold, hard cash hit her palm, her memory magically returned. Apparently, Chow rented out some creepy, abandoned murder house to use as a secret lab, a cursed spot the town only leased to desperate travelers. Pulling up to the spooky crib, Kang Seol immediately hit a locked door, screaming ghost town vibes. His system popped off again, offering him 5 completely unhinged ways to break and enter. He opted to vault through the window like a stealth rogue, though one of those system choices still had him side-eyeing the screen. Total pitch-black darkness inside, yet the clues were screaming. Someone definitely camped out here, but swiping a finger across the dust proved this base had been abandoned for weeks. Kang Seol flexed his summoning skill, pulling up Tyrant Jamad. He pointed out the dusty setup, confirming this was Chow's hidden base, hoping they could loot some high-tier intel. But the giant troll basically told him to kick rocks, forcing our hero to swap him out for Karuna instead. While tearing the place apart, they actually sparked up a conversation. Karuna finally explained why he always had that edgy, silent protagonist energy, revealing he had been rotting away in ruins with zero socialization, totally amnesiac about his past life as a high elf. Kang Seol realized why this Shadow's wiki page was completely blank. Literally 0 players had ever summoned him before. And as a necromancer-type class, bonding with your familiars is the absolute meta. After tossing the entire crib, their loot pool was garbage, just a massive stash of documents. A bunch of crazy equations were pinned up like a detective board, drawing him in. Honestly, none of it made sense. Absolute chaotic scribbles, with top-secret data completely mashed together like a psycho's diary. But buried in that mess, a massive lore drop. Somebody had actually unbanned the coordinates for Griss's legendary hidden lab out in the Great Forest. Now, Kang Seol knew exactly who Griss was, literally the ultimate genius of the Pandia server. The guy practically invented mechanical engineering and dropped world-changing patches, crafting god-tier artifacts with broken stats. Obviously, every tryhard guild wanted his blueprints. Then, poof, the genius vanished off the server, scattering these hidden dungeon labs all over the map. Back when he was grinding that 30-piece questline, Kang Seol had only crossed paths with the myth once. It was a one-and-done encounter, but they logged crazy hours together. And let me tell you, that ultra genius was completely unhinged in how he talked. Our boy knew the truth. Stepping into Griss's dungeon meant dealing with raid boss level death traps hiding his darkest secrets. He just had to pray. Chow actually ventured out to that deep woods facility. Suddenly, a massive system notification flashed. The current story arc shifted, officially closing out the missing summoner quest and throwing him straight into a brand new trial. Hitting the edge of the dense woods, he knew the secret base was buried somewhere in this zone. He just had to trigger the entrance. Connecting the dots from the files in Chow's fake room, he had the ultimate compass pointing right to the hidden lab. It was time to rescue his girl, stepping into the chaotic playground of Grizz, the most brilliantly insane inventor alive. Rumor had it this mad genius heavily booby-trapped his secret facilities, absolutely refusing to let anyone else get their hands on his top-tier loot. Our boy had one mission: infiltrate the underground base, survive the deadly gauntlet, and above all else, track down Chow's exact location. But stepping into this zone meant bracing for some seriously unpredictable, wildcard plot twists. Flipping on his insight ability, Kang Seol immediately clocked a glitch in the matrix. Several trees shared the exact same dimensions, standing suspiciously shoulder to shoulder. Recognizing the lab had to be lurking right under his nose, he dialed his stealth to the max, creeping soundlessly through the dense overgrowth. Ghosting his footsteps to avoid triggering aggro, his heightened senses suddenly spiked, sending a blaring siren through his mind. A hidden threat was camping their blind spot. Within seconds, his eyes locked onto the actual target. High-tech surveillance optics were plastered around the entryway to Grizz's compound, tracking literally every pixel of movement. His interface flashed a few tactical options, but honestly, the RNG on those survival rates looked like straight garbage. Scrapping the system's automated advice, Kang Seol realized a standard approach was doomed. It was time to go off script. He briefly debated trying to snipe the mechanical spy from afar, but knew 1 micromillimeter of a miscalculation would blow their cover entirely and trigger an absolute bloodbath. Glancing down at his drawn blade, a crazy strategy suddenly clicked in his brain. He tossed the play to Karuna, an elven sniper with literal aimbot precision, who hurled the steel dagger without a second thought. Total bullseye. The robotic bird crumpled into a useless heap of scrap metal, giving the squad the perfect dead silent window to breach the perimeter. Dropping all mercy, Kang Seol gave his shadow assassin the ultimate green light: permanently delete anything that blocks their forward push. Slipping through the canopy, the Phantom easily assassinated a few more perched camera drones. Before long, they pulled up to a massive, bizarre, iron vault, just casually dropped in the dead center of a wild forest, leaving the fanbase absolutely losing their minds over this weird flex. Kang Seol tagged in Tyrant Jamad for demolition duty, but the behemoth troll actually froze for a split second, sweating over whether he'd wreck something vital. The big guy only needed a single nod of approval from his boss before his destructive instincts took over. Stepping up to the plate, Jamad dug his monstrous claws into the heavy steel and literally peeled the blast doors open like a cheap bag of chips. Viewers were in the chat going wild. This dude just bypassed high-end security tech with pure, unadulterated muscle. Right then, Kang Seol had a massive flashback to why everyone labeled Grizz a total psycho. When he once asked about accessing the lab, Grizz just cackled. The dude straight up admitted the doors were completely busted, so he just left them hanging there for the dark aesthetic. That eccentric researcher couldn't care less about networking with high society snobs, preferring to grind away on his chaotic science projects. It hit Kang Seol that his buddy was playing four-dimensional chess, gaslighting people's logic, which meant Chow's trail was probably still burning hot inside. Peeping the giant number 2 spray painted onto the mangled wreckage, it became painfully obvious. They were dealing with multiple access points. Now, staring down the barrel of a third hidden facility, Kang Sol paused, catching the faint, rhythmic buzzing of an industrial exhaust fan. The whole vibe shifted abruptly. Instead of choking on chemical fumes, his lungs filled with wildly fresh, oxygen-rich air. It felt like stumbling into an underground greenhouse. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes, his gaze snapping to a focal point dead ahead. Something caught his eye, a lone piece of parchment pinned to the sterile wall, practically begging to be decoded. Ripping it down, a massive smirk spread across his face. It was a sticky note from Chow, essentially saying, "Loved this gadget, considered it stolen." The entire pacing of this secret bunker raid just shifted gears. They finally secured concrete proof of the runaway summoner. Now, our protagonist had to secure whatever chaotic loot remained, racking his brain trying to figure out what top-tier item she swiped. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Karuna handed over a stack of wildly disturbing blueprints, centered entirely around mortality, deep dives into the afterlife, and crossing the ultimate threshold. Kang Sol instantly knew this, had Grizz's deranged fingerprints all over it. But how did this tie into Chow's grand heist? Literally, 0 souls in this realm had ever flatlined and bounced back to talk about it. Sure, rogue demonic entities glitched the system, but this machine was explicitly engineered to stare the Grim Reaper straight in the face. A literal flatline simulator. The sheer madness of drafting, building, and testing a rig just to medically die temporarily was next level unhinged. Why Chow would willingly play Russian roulette with her own soul was a mystery. But the data logs didn't lie. The terrifying tech actually worked. The final entry delivered a blunt warning. Avoid the void at all costs. Shaking off the chills, Kang Sol stared down the abyssal hallway, refusing to turn back. The passageway felt like a straight-up horror movie set suffocatingly grim, with twisted, parasitic vines choking every inch of the stonework. Igniting a flare, the duo pushed deeper into the suffocating darkness until a secondary bunker materialized from the shadows. Flares of aura perception confirmed his worst fears. A massive, pulsing entity was waiting right behind the reinforced glass. His jaw practically hit the floor as the shadows parted, revealing a heavily armored, mechanized sentry locking its targeting lasers right onto them. Blaring a digitized threat about a critical security breach, the mech slammed the lockdown protocols. But Karuna didn't even flinch. She instantly lunged forward, hungry for a boss fight. "Hold up," Kang Sol barked, freezing his summon in its tracks. He zeroed in on the massive robot for a clanking giant. Its movements were super clunky. He signaled his shadow squad to slice through the overgrowth first, and they went straight to work, without hesitation. A low, mechanical growl rumbled from the machine. The tension was insane. Nobody knew if it was about to attack, when boom, its optical lenses sparked to life. Instead of attacking, the metal beast actually greeted them, saying it was thrilled to finally see a human. It welcomed them to the 81st Laboratory, a fresh facility built by a guy named Mr. Gris. The bot introduced itself as Arta, the facility's guardian. However, the boss wasn't exactly chilling in the back room. Without a heads up, Mr. Gris couldn't roll out the red carpet for visitors. So, Arta stepped up, offering to be their personal tour guide through the lab's twisted halls. The chat was going absolutely wild. Our boy had seriously just smooth-talked an AI boss. The crew soon pulled up to the second laboratory, a crazy research hub dedicated to studying souls and field testing the theory of multifunctional animation. Kang Sol couldn't help but ask if the professor built this entire setup from scratch, and the Guardian confirmed it. Arta broke down the lore, explaining that animated beings naturally push and pull against each other. When you cram too many into one spot, total chaos erupts. How Gris actually managed to keep these volatile spirits from tearing each other apart was totally above Arta's pay grade. Piecing the puzzle together, Kang Sol theorized that all this intense spirit energy was physically warping the facility over time. It was just a hunch, but doubting a genius like Gris felt like a massive stretch. Lore drops about the national spirits mentioned one key item, a unique belt designed to lock down their insane power. Sol immediately demanded the item's location, and Arta pointed right to this very lab. But when the bot went to fetch it, the case was completely empty. A missing artifact? Yeah, that threw up major red flags. Sol's instincts screamed that something was incredibly off here, and the missing gear was the ultimate clue. He glanced at the creepy, overgrown vines coating the hallways, the ones Arta supposedly controlled, and his vibe check was failing hard. To prove his wild theory, Kang Sol demanded to know what was hiding inside the first laboratory. Arta revealed it was a massive, sprawling biodome focused purely on the study of life itself. The Guardian casually flexed that the first lab absolutely dwarfed every zone they had seen so far combined. The scientists there were trying to cure world hunger by engineering superplants, capable of surviving apocalyptic conditions, and it also housed the mainframe for the entire complex. Sol then casually dropped the name Milan, but Arda's database drew a complete blank. Milan was actually the ultimate shadow figure Sol had crafted, someone who had spent serious time kicking it with Grizz. Back in the day, the professor practically worshipped Milan, battling insane imposter syndrome, while hanging out with a dude who literally possessed a god-tier encyclopedia in his brain. Seeing this facility, Sol finally clocked why they called Milan a legendary sage. His groundbreaking achievements spoke for themselves. In a rare, soft moment, Milan confessed it felt amazing, knowing there was finally a squad out there who actually understood his vision. Fast forward a bit, and Gris finally realized Milan was the missing piece to his puzzle. He confronted the sage, asking if there was absolutely anything he desperately wanted to achieve before he died. But dwelling on ancient lore wasn't going to save them right now, because the current situation was spiraling fast. The crew breached the first laboratory, stepping into a suffocating, pitch-black nightmare. Our boy initially figured this sector was a total ghost town, with only Arda left standing. However, the Guardian casually mentioned that over 20 researchers used to clock in here daily. Instantly, Sol popped his detection skill and caught sketchy movement lurking right behind the blast doors. The math was finally mathing. Realizing exactly why this massive complex only had one lonely AI wandering around, the dude brushed his hand against the cold wall, piecing together that Arda wasn't guarding the place he was hiding from something terrifyingly close. The metal giant had been laying low to avoid the mutated freaks that were actively hunting him down. And suddenly, the source of that trauma was staring them right in the face. Monstrous, hyper-evolved flora ripped through the floorboards, packing enough raw power to wipe out a full party of veteran hunters. The grim reality hit them. These vicious weeds hadn't just overgrown, they had literally consumed the researchers, multiplying like a parasitic hive mind. The very biosystem meant to save humanity had completely flatlined its creators. Without wasting a single breath, Tyrant Jamad violently charged into the fray. Corona instantly backed up his boy, unleashing a storm of pinpoint, devastating combo attacks. But no matter how hard they slashed, the demonic vines just kept regenerating and multiplying, pushing the threat level straight to critical. Mid-fight, Arda randomly glitched, stating his databanks were fried, but he would try to reboot the corrupted files to figure out the origin of this apocalypse. Slicing through a vine, our main guy dashed over to the bot, yelling that the AI was seriously speeding ahead too fast to cover. Sol gritted his teeth, realizing this boss fight was insanely overtuned for a solo run, making it basically a death sentence to clear alone, especially this early in the game. But right as things looked grim, a spark of genius hit him. Wait, who said he was doing this solo? Just as Sol glanced at his badass shadow army, Arda's mainframe chimed the locked files were finally decrypting. The logs revealed that the flora had suddenly spiked in aggressive growth, and right when Arda was trying to ping Gris with the warning, the main server room got completely hijacked, dead zoning all communications. The facility's head admins were immediately summoned to face the nightmare. Meet the mechanical homunculi, these totally bizarre, hyper-intelligent freaks of nature that you absolutely do not want to mess with. Without warning, Killer Vines snatched up the researchers, shutting them down completely. Dodging the chaos, our droid made a mad dash for Lab 2 just to survive. Then it booked it to Lab 3. Now, these overgrown weeds weren't invincible, they were insanely weak to bugs and practically begging to be set on fire. But here was the catch. Torching a jungle this massive could literally roast our crew alive. Still, it was basically their only play. Needing a clear path to the main control room, Kangsol ordered the droid to flood the vents with oil. Arda didn't even blink, locking in to execute the command. The machine instantly got to work. Right on cue, Karuna unleashed a wicked sword slash, ripping things open as thick black oil gushed everywhere. Blazing, high-tier fire magic violently swirled around the elf, completely transforming Griss's hidden facility into an absolute war zone. Welcome to Level 5. The mission? Exterminate these mutant weeds and salvage as many heavy-hitter golems as humanly possible. The kid commanded Tyrant Jamad to push the front line. The massive troll quickly spotted the creeping vines hesitating, their speed dropping off a cliff. It was like they were actually terrified. Now, the squad just needed to ignite the exact section where Arda was pinned down. Jamad channeled raw, explosive magic, his hardcore steel fists glowing with pure destructive energy. The droid chimed in, dropping a major hint. Rip these scientists away from the parasite plants, and they would definitely back up the squad. But since they were totally offline, the crew was forced to crack the twisted puzzle Grizz left behind. Realizing he needed a passcode to bypass the lockout, our boy glared at the blinding monitor. The prompt flashed. Who was the absolute smartest genius alive? He instantly figured out the gimmick. Skimming the choices, he confidently slammed option 4. The answer was obviously Grizz, because the dude's ego was astronomically huge. Boom, another bot jolted awake. It formally greeted him, flexing its nameplate, Albert 23. The whole vibe shifted into an intense tower defense mode, boot up the golem army and secure the hub before time ran out. Next riddle dropped. Name the fastest mount in the entire realm. No room for guessing here. Our hero nailed it, booting up Horton 11. Then hit the third question. What rising faction was about to dominate the map? He cracked that one too, waking up Gorilla 7. That brought their rescue count to a solid 10 out of 20. They were inches from the finish line now. Dead center of this chamber sat the mainframe, locking Kang Soul's full attention. Meanwhile, Jamad snapped his head toward the crew, warning them to stay sharp. Something nasty was closing in fast. A colossal mutant weed lunged out of nowhere, violently whipping its razor-sharp vines straight at our squad. Gripping a lit torch, Kang Soul stared down the beast as it snapped its massive, nightmare-inducing jaws wide open. Realizing this was absolutely not on his bingo card, the dude let out a seriously stressed string of curses. Without skipping a beat, Jamad wrestled the monstrosity, screaming for his boss to get the heck out of Dodge. Our guy tried to argue, but the giant beast completely shut him down, growling not to make him say it again. These toxic monstrosities spewed a lethal magic pollen, and Jamad realized the swarm was aggressively gaining ground. Dropping heavy into an earthquake stance, the troll held the line. Kang Soul finally caught his breath, though his adrenaline was still spiking. Honestly, whichever architect shoved the main hub directly into the dead center of a death trap deserved jail time. Realizing their strategy was busted, he tried to reroute, but Arda flashed a harsh red error, totally locking him out without the professor's override. Right on cue, the killer flora swarmed the droids, aggressively wrapping around their metal frames. Bypassing the system, Arda forcibly triggered the lab's self-governing protocol. Immediately, a fresh wave of roots lunged to crush the bot. The network went totally dark. Arda broadcasted one final directive to the active units: wipe every single ounce of data immediately. Surging with mana, the droid unleashed an intense, room-clearing firewall, a lethal, scorched earth protocol. Catching fire, the colossal weed wildly thrashed around, desperately trying to weave through the blistering heat. Jamad charged like an absolute unit, dead set on pinning the freak down, but the creeping vines instantly targeted him. The freaky flora unleashed its mind control spores, attempting to completely hijack the mighty troll's brain. But Jamad literally laughed it off, scoffing that this pathetic weed was totally losing its grip on reality. Crushing the thick vine in his massive grip, he smirked and muttered that their victory was basically seconds away. That stubborn hunk of metal was about to get entirely wiped off the map by the flames. Meanwhile, Karuna tapped into his ultimate state, Phase 3, the full moon. The elf went absolutely feral, unleashing an insane, high-speed flurry of devastating sword strikes without holding back. Backflipping out of the danger zone, his work was done. The monstrous plant was diced into absolute confetti, collapsing into a heap. They stared down the wreckage, just as a massive shockwave rocked the facility. Kang Soul let out a massive sigh of relief. They actually survived. Time to finally catch a breath. Those mutant weeds were completely wiped out, boosting our boy's stats and bagging him some sweet bonus skill points. Meanwhile, the mechs kept grinding away in perfect sync. Following their hardwired code, these droids surrendered the animated belt. On top of that, the schematics for the gear, and a dense chunk of life force pollen dropped as loot. Kang Seol was totally hyped, already knowing this exact accessory was stashed here. Plus, our protagonist scored the exact upgrade mats he needed to push his build to the next tier. The blueprints basically acted as a step-by-step crafting guide to maximize the belt's potential. Flipping through the pages, he accidentally triggered a secret quest titled "To the Best of Your Ability." This wasn't optional, it locked him into a forced progression path. He figured the schematics might mess with his stats a bit, but honestly, he didn't care. Our guy was ready to dive headfirst into the grind regardless. Rocking a garbage +2 buff, the belt was practically useless right now, so he aimed to clear the challenge, eyeing the coward's leather armor as his next major drop. And let's not forget that ultra-rare life force pollen he snatched up. This stuff supercharged vitality and accelerated evolution. But mishandling it, that would trigger some crazy, uncontrollable giant mutations. A sly smirk crossed Kang Soul's face as the perfect strategy clicked in his brain, leaving the viewers scratching their heads at his sudden vibe shift. Pivoting back to the android, our hero realized that with the system diagnostic out of the way, he had one final mission to knock out. He needed to boot up the facility's final golem, sparking his curiosity about whatever twisted puzzle Grizz left behind this time. But the upcoming curveball completely blindsided him. Our boy was absolutely not ready for what flashed on the screen. The prompt demanded he name the one person Grizz longed for the most. Chat was aggressively spamming to lock in the very first choice, completely baffled by why he was stalling so hard. Meanwhile, flashbacks hit our protagonist, he recalled, the mad scientist desperately claiming he was essential, asking if there was a single ambition driving his entire existence. Snapping back to reality, Kang Seol locked in his answer with zero hesitation, slamming the confirmation button. The viewers immediately lost their minds, totally clueless as to why he would pick such a random answer, assuming our hero just threw the entire run. But a second later, the metallic beast powered up, proving his galaxy brain guess was dead on. Golem 1 was officially online. Right on cue, a system notification popped up, declaring our guy had successfully rescued every single egghead in the lab before the timer hit 0, securing his ultimate payout. The peanut gallery was absolutely stunned that Milan of all people was the hidden VIP Grizz desperately wanted to keep close. Kang Sol couldn't help but chuckle internally, realizing that for once, the narcissist actually prioritized another human being over his own ego, a total plot twist. Right then, the automated guard expressed its gratitude for stepping up and clearing out the lab's disaster. For his efforts, Kang Seol bagged a pair of ultra-risky boots. Sure, they could let you dodge a fatal blow, but the cooldown timer was locked at 24 punishing hours. On the flip side, Arda hyped up the gear, claiming they granted an insane burst of explosive movement. Pop the active skill, and you become a literal lightning bolt, moving at god-tier velocity. Even though nobody knew exactly how long the buff lasted, and it was undeniably brief, our boy knew this clutch item would bail him out of any lethal one-on-one clashes. Without a doubt, Griss's sketchy prototype was basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. Breaking the silence, the machine requested our protagonist's handle so it could log the rescue operation for the professor. Playing it cool, Kang Seol hard passed on, dropping his identity, brushing it off by saying he wasn't looking for clout. After a final automated thank you, the game rolled right into the next major questline, his 8th consecutive mission to be exact. Arda slapped his palm against the terminal, punching in the sequence to patch through a comms link. Grizz immediately chimed in, panicking over the breach alerts going off at the facility, but Arda quickly talked him off the ledge, confirming that the hostile takeover was fully neutralized. The eccentric genius was dying to know how such a massive crisis got swept under the rug, in record time, with 0 casualties. Spilling the tea, the mechanical assistant admitted the entire situation was salvaged, solely because a random wanderer showed up. Kang Seol's elite shadow squad had absolutely shredded those mutated vines with ruthless precision. Sure, he was a total uninvited guest, but his timing was flawless, turning a guaranteed wipe into an easy clear. Mind blown, the professor pressed to confirm if this mystery player actually managed to boot up every single Guardian unit. Grease was utterly paralyzed by the news, knowing damn well you only get one shot to bypass those security protocols. It was ridiculously sus. How did some random dude perfectly nail the trick question regarding his deepest obsession, almost as if he had inside info on his toxic bond with Milan? Shifting gears, the scientist demanded an update on the rogue thief, only to hear the guy had already pulled his stunt and ghosted. Gris scoffed aggressively, his brain refusing to process the reality that Milan had actually doubled back. And just like that, the curtain raised on a brand new arc, the unfinished study of drawings. Now, the mere presence of elemental spirits was hard evidence. That reality operated on a completely different magical wavelength. Sure, these tiny, adorable spellcasters looked like plushies, but the second they started goofing off, near sensitive zones, they triggered catastrophic weather events. This chaotic energy had been wrecking the outskirts of Novira for ages, culminating in a massive arcane tsunami, drowning the Great Forest and its ancient relic. The clock was ticking, giving Kang Seol exactly 30 days to fix this massive disaster. The super tight timer on this quest felt totally off. Dude figured he just stumbled into another massive snooze fest of a mission. Staring up at the canopy, our guy could not shake this weird feeling. Like, where were all the spirits? The whole zone was completely dead. Out of nowhere, shadows shifted through the woods. Some random player whispered to his buddy that our boy was probably rival competition, and told him to straight up ignore him. Kang Seol instantly realized these guys were grinding the exact same questline. In these kinds of scenarios, players could either team up or go straight for each other's throats, depending entirely on the mission. He kept a close eye on their salty little whispering session. Tracking their path, they were making a beeline for some hidden outpost deep in the woods, so Kang Seol just followed their lead and rolled up to the spot. The girl working the front desk dropped the details, announcing this was the main lobby for the legendary Aquarius Magic Tower. Our boy smoothly mentioned he was here on official business for Navira, but the clerk was not having it, complaining about the endless waves of rookies flooding in and demanding to see his player ID. Snatching his card, her eyes zeroed in on his Kangori registration, and her entire vibe instantly screamed suspicion. A split second later, she practically choked. Her eyes locked onto his actual username, and sheer panic set in. Her coworker leaned in, totally clueless as to why she was sweating bullets. Barely managing to stutter it out, the receptionist gasped that they were face to face with Snowman, the absolute most overpowered beast in the entire game. Shaking like a leaf, she practically bowed while handing back his stats. hyping up how he single-handedly wiped the Stonefang clan off the map. Playing it cool, Kang Seol just shrugged it off, casually admitting he grinded that event pretty hard and put in the work. The dude literally broke the internet during the 5 Friendly Brothers run, earning massive respect from even the top-tier Pandaea sorcerers. Right on cue, this admin named Friend stepped up, flexing that he was in charge of handing out top-of-the-line spirit-catching gear, and insisted that only a VIP like Snowman deserved this elite loot. Kang Seol gave a super chill nod for the insane hookup, but hit them with a massive plot twist, revealing he already brought his own hardware. The admin just stood there looking completely lost, and nervously asked to at least scan the guy's personal artifact for the records. The moment the staff got a clear look at the belt, their jaws hit the floor, because this piece of gear radiated some seriously crazy energy. Kang Seol barely batted an eye, just dropping that it was a random present. The 2 desk jockeys locked eyes, completely and utterly mind-blown by the absolute flex sitting right in front of them. You could tell the girl was dying to ask about its origins, but she was way too terrified to actually speak up. Right then, the system dinged. The entire unfinished study storyline just received a massive, unexpected update. Our guy smirked, thinking the timing could not be more perfect. Snapping back to reality, the receptionist timidly asked for the blueprints of the item. Skipping the small talk, Kang Seol set his sights strictly on hunting the green spirit, needing to calmly decode this insane mystery. He flashed back to the super heavy manual sitting back in Grizz's lab, which literally broke down every single spirit catching strategy and the insane buffs they offered. Even with the plan locked in, a weird knot twisted in his gut. Grizz was always a super shady guy, and there was zero chance some basic non-player character crafted this overpowered belt. Turning his focus back to the admins, he demanded to know if the scanning process was done. Friend confirmed the hardware was locked, loaded, and fully online, but dropped a heavy warning that tons of players were vanishing without a trace. Relying on backup was a total joke here. This was straight-up survival of the fittest. Kang Seol realized that if a whole magic tower was getting wrecked like this, these spirits were packing way more lethal firepower than anyone originally thought. Peering into the dark, shadowy depths of the woods, massive, mutated trees clawed at the sky. The earth was totally shattered, leaking this creepy, hot vapor that screamed pure danger. You would honestly never guess this wasteland used to be the legendary Great Forest, but the rotting roots proved it. He quickly did the math. If that entity camped out here much longer, the entire ecosystem would get nuked, and the place was already hanging by a thread, meaning the clock was ticking fast. Cut to 3 days later, Kang Seol was still bushwhacking through the dense jungle, his stamina draining into the red with 0 drops to show for it. While he caught some shut-eye, Karuna and Jamad ran full perimeter security, staying frosty, but the target was basically ghosting them. The sheer, massive scale of this map was a total nightmare, with the boundary markers hidden way past the heavy brush. Plus, the aggro radius on the local mobs made stealthing around practically impossible. Out of nowhere, Kang Seol's senses spiked, forcing him to hit the brakes, detecting an insane surge of mana dead ahead. A super unnatural breeze ripped through the branches. The heavy scent of wet rot choked the air, followed by a neon green glow pulsing in the dark. Boom! Our boy finally tracked down his prize. A swarm of spirits glitched through the leaves, instantly sending the system observers into full-blown panic mode over the tiny glowing specks. The system flashed a menu of choices right in his face. Kang Seol scanned the holographic prompts, quickly realizing only options 3 and 4 were his actual plays. The rest of the list was absolute garbage tier. Yapping with the spirits was a dead end since their language was complete gibberish to him, so he took the stealth route hanging back to just watch. Instantly, these tiny sprites mobbed the closest oak, clinging to the bark, like they were reuniting with their long-lost mother. The whole visual was honestly bizarre, but kinda wholesome too. Out of nowhere, one of these glowing dudes fumbled the assignment, totally mistaking his calf for a giant branch. It squeezed his leg with maximum affection. A tiny smirk crept onto his face as he watched this chaotic energy, realizing he basically felt like a babysitter watching over his hyped-up little cousins. Total darkness dropped, and he completely passed out without even realizing it, but his tiny squad stayed locked in, watching over him like curious bodyguards. As the sun peeked over the horizon, the crew started shifting. They hovered up from the dirt, drifting deeper into the eerie woods, practically begging him to tag along. He immediately caught one of the little anomalies, slamming its tiny hand right into the soil. Boom! The grass exploded upward in an instant, neon petals violently erupting into these insane, crawling geometric shapes, while massive alien flora spawned out of nowhere. It was like the whole ecosystem just snapped out of a massive coma. Now, this giant jungle was supposed to be dripping wet, meaning this random dry spell was 100% the work of some top-tier, seriously lethal phantom. He closed the distance, watching the little sprite frantically scan the tree line like it was expecting an ambush. Without warning, the tiny entity snatched his fingers. It craned its neck, locking onto his gaze with absolute awe like it literally just found its savior. His blood ran ice cold. This glowing orb was desperately trying to download some crucial intel into his brain. The suspense was killer, but then it clicked. The little guys just needed him to crouch down. The sprite smoothly dropped a glowing, insanely sweet-smelling flower crown right onto his messy hair. A massive wave of pure, heavy warmth washed over him. It was an unmatched vibe, like he was finally seen and locked in with this world. He had only felt this specific rush once, back when he rolled the dice past the world of eternity, feeling the absolute hype of his day one supporters. Lifting him up, it was that exact same post-war cooldown, walking away from a brutal slaughter, and finally letting himself chill with a super low-key side quest for just a minute. Honestly, his last 5 death games were pure nightmare fuel, and he had speedrun all of them back to back, totally blocking out the mental damage of the grind. Just sitting there, it finally hit him this endless survival loop was draining his HP to absolute zero, wringing out his last drop of sanity. But right then, his mental stats leveled up hard, boosting his raw resistance to their magical aura. He smirked, realizing he basically unlocked a hidden buff entirely by accident. He threw out an invite for the sprites to join his party, and after a stunned pause, they aggressively bobbed their heads yes. He hovered his hand right over his waist, booted up the hardware, and slammed the switch. Instantly, the tiny woodland NPCs, popping off one by one, burst into pure energy and got sucked straight into the belt's core. Boom! One green phantom named Chi Lin secured. That was his first official mob logged in the Relics database. Rumor had it, Grisha's gadget only hits its true god-tier status once you lock 3 phantoms inside, meaning he had to speedrun his way to 2 more catches. Meanwhile, a rival party was trekking through the darkest part of the woods, with one guy whining about having 0 stamina. The whole squad's morale was basically in the dirt. 7 full days of grinding had given them absolutely nothing, and the crew was ready to just rage quit and reroute entirely. They kept yapping, totally blind to the stealthy nightmare creeping right up on their 6. One warrior slammed his arm out to halt his bro, swearing he saw movement in the shadows but squinting into the brush, it was totally empty. Like the monster literally glitch-stepped out of reality. But a split second later, the horrifying realization hit it was already directly behind them. The guys whipped around in pure panic. Back in his zone, Kang Seol was taking a breather, totally zoned into the neon hum of his floating orb, while checking his quest log. Aside from bagging the green entity, he had actually tracked down and dominated the Spirit of Dawn earlier that morning. Still, catching only 2 mobs in 5 days was absolute trash pacing, and the clock was ticking. His ultimate target? The Spirit of the Night. This elusive freak only spawned after dusk and had literal max stealth inside the jungle's shadows. Out of nowhere, a super faint crunch of leaves echoed at his back. He snapped his neck around, scanning the perimeter to see what just crashed his peaceful vibe. A stray hand pushed through the dense thorns, violently thrashing its way into the open campsite. Out popped a girl, looking spooked out of her mind. She immediately threw her hands up, begging him not to attack, swearing she just tracked his campfire to dodge the freezing cold. Without hesitating, he slid over to share the heat, and she flashed this massively relieved smile, straight up confessing she was completely lost. Her name? Han Soren. She admitted she'd been flying solo this whole time, before casually dropping the ultimate disrespect, asking for the nice uncle's name. Kang's soul twitched. Uncle? He swallowed his pride, clenched his jaw, and dropped his actual name, desperately clinging to his cool. The viewers absolutely lost it. Our icy protagonist actually did a face reveal for his name. Chat was buzzing with hyped reactions and massive grins, but the vibe violently shifted. Han Soren's gaze snapped toward the pitch-black tree line, her eyes blowing wide with sheer panic. Creepy rustling echoed through the branches. She instantly assumed hostile spirits were lurking, but Kang Sol didn't even flinch. He calmly told her to chill out. His sharp eyes tracked the glowing silhouettes gliding closer, realizing the warm campfire had drawn them in. These weren't monsters. Floating like tiny, glowing embers, they looked totally harmless, like a flock of innocent, floating sheep. 0 threat level. Squinting closer, you could tell these glowing little dudes were basically sleepwalking, just dragging themselves over to crash for the night. Han Soren froze, absolutely mesmerized as the radiant beings huddled around the flames. The whole forest dropped into a heavy, magical hush. Kang Sol finally shattered the quiet. He leaned in, softly speaking to one of the floating wisps, guessing they just needed a cozy spot to crash. He read the room perfectly. These elemental dudes just wanted a safe haven for a nap. No aggro at all. The spirits seemingly looked at each other, humming in soft, mysterious frequencies, like they were having a secret little meeting. Bam! Kang Sol's belt suddenly flared to life, instantly sucking the creatures right in. Emerald, tangerine, and crimson flashes lit up the night he bagged all 3 variants. Han Soren watched in pure horror, realizing his gear was a literal spirit trap. The belt's aura mutated into wild new colors, completely melting her brain. His raggedy starter belt evolved on the spot. System update. It was now the chain of 3 spirits. Here is the insane part: this artifact stacked buffs. Every soul it swallowed cranked its defensive stats through the roof. Our guy analyzed the insane new specs. This spirit armor basically acted like a heavy-duty elemental barrier, designed to bounce magic damage right back. Sure, it only tanked hits from low to mid-tier spellcasters right now, but with every new capture, its defensive scaling and elemental counters would absolutely snowball. While he was doing the math, Han Soren begged for a closer look. She was tweaking out, refusing to believe such a tiny accessory could act like a mystical vacuum cleaner. Kang Sol instantly shot her down. Curfew time. He ordered her to hit the hay while he pulled the graveyard shift. With the triple capture complete, the belt unlocked its hidden lore tree, and our protagonist zeroed in on one wildly elusive, top-tier blueprint. The original creator left behind a journal, wondering if future generations would call him a total coward or an absolute mastermind for inventing these capture mechanics. The dusty schematics heavily detailed farming low-level wisps before teasing a terrifying upgrade, hunting the lethal entities known as flashes and shadows. In the background, Han Soren finally passed out, but she was having a nightmare. She tossed, turned, and mumbled aggressively, straight up throwing hands with someone in her dreams. Kang Sol completely ignored her twitching. His brain was too busy hyper-focusing on the ultimate catch, the flash spirits, called Venta, and the shadow spirits, known as Shades. These guys were ultra-rare spawns. He knew you couldn't just lure them in with a campfire. You had to jump them, severely nerf them with toxic debuffs, because Venta and Shades were ruthless, apex predators. Cut to a different squad of explorers hiking down a dirt trail, completely starstruck. An absolute masterpiece of a view dropped right in front of them. Legitimate, glowing spirits danced over the floral blooms, sparkling like liquid rainbows cutting through the morning fog. Uchiol let out a massive sigh, complaining they'd nearly wiped 3 times on this raid, but bragging about finding this secret, mystical clearing would make it totally worth it. His buddy scanned the tree line, pointing out that their third-party member, Hyun Min, was MIA, and they should hold up before exploring further, but his senses suddenly spiked. One of those glowing orbs, looking incredibly cute and completely harmless, was zooming straight for their faces. In seconds, the squad realized these glowing specks were trying to herd them. They were getting dragged toward some unknown destination. Confused but curious, the party followed the breadcrumbs, assuming the cute glowing orbs meant no harm. Huge mistake. A split second later, the danger sense kicked in, but they were already trapped. The elemental force violently dragged them downward, slamming them into a zone where the solid ground literally melted into blinding, radioactive light. With a desperate heave, they busted out of the pull and ate dirt, completely shell-shocked and gasping for air. Their buddy Uchol was standing right over them, but his whole vibe was sickeningly wrong. His posture was twisted. Right on cue, the missing Hyunmin finally caught up, completely clueless to the horror, and threw his hand up for a quick pull. But the second they made eye contact, pure dread. Whatever was looking back through Uchiol's eyes wasn't human anymore. The guy standing in front of them? Completely twisted. His limbs snapped into unnatural angles, and his eyes glowed with this sick, unearthly energy. This wasn't a human anymore. It was a straight-up, unhinged beast. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek ripped through the far side of the woods. Blinding electricity detonated against a massive tree, lighting up the shadows. Kang Sol instantly went on high alert. He hissed at his crew to keep it totally silent. Spooking these spirits? Yeah, that would trigger an absolute bloodbath. Shooting his partner a deadly serious glare, the boy mouthed for her to stay quiet. Beside him, Han Soren was practically shaking out of her skin. She slammed a hand over her mouth, biting back a scream. But before they could even breathe, a fresh nightmare materialized, speeding right at them. An elemental entity practically dripping with high-voltage lightning. Kang Sol didn't even flinch. He just stepped up and stared the anomaly dead in the eyes. Muscles tense, he braced for absolute chaos. Right on cue, the system flashed a warning. They were staring down an ultra-rare lightning spirit. Out of nowhere, the glowing being actually spoke, sounding legit curious about these random humans. Kang Sol's brain clicked Grizz's cheat sheet. The notes detailed exactly how to bag one of these guys. Playing it cool, he pulled his thoughts together and smoothly asked how he could be of service. Schwartz just smirked, looking down on him like he was a joke, scoffing at the idea that a basic mortal could fix a god-tier problem. But Kang Sol didn't back down. He stood his ground, firmly admitting he might not know all the messy details of the quest, but swearing he'd put everything on the line to get the job done. That unbreakable swagger, it definitely caught the spirit off guard. Dipping his head in a mock bow, Schwartz basically dared him. If you're so sure of yourself, tag along and prove it. Grizz's guide promised a massive payoff, save this electric beast, and boom, ultimate ally unlocked. So, Kang Soul marched after him, zero hesitation. They ended up at this massive, pitch-black cavern, where stray sparks of static violently arced across the jagged rock walls. Han Soren looked absolutely terrified, pale as a ghost. Kang Soul's jaw clenched. The puzzle pieces were finally slamming together. Schwartz's paranoid vibe made total sense now. But instead of just charging into the meat grinder blindly, our boy opted for a heavy-duty insurance policy. He instantly summoned his heavyweight backup. From the suffocating darkness of the cavern, a colossal shadow started pulling itself forward. Earth-shattering footsteps boomed against the stone. Schwartz shot a finger at the hulking shape, declaring it public enemy number 1. A literal yeti from the freezing peaks. Our squad found themselves staring up at an absolute unit of a monster. The beast was caked in this dense, frost-bitten moss that looked exactly like razor-sharp, icy fur. Han Soren panicked, convinced they were about to be ripped apart. But Kang Soul coolly noted that these mountain freaks were hardwired to kill anyway. Except, something was totally off this time. The yeti wasn't acting on instinct. A creepy, freezing blue aura pulsed right out of its skull. It didn't take a genius to see it. An ice spirit named Frosh had hijacked the beast, playing it like a twisted, fleshy puppet. Schwartz grimly dropped the lore. Frosh was a totally rogue, toxic spirit who rejected every rule and stubbornly claimed this turf, unlike the rest of the locals. Kang Soul realized this massive monster was nothing but a sick plaything for the ghosts. Before narrowing his eyes, and how on earth was he supposed to fix this absolute disaster? Schwartz straight up told him fighting Frosh was the only way, while awkwardly admitting he was way too weak to solo the enemy, by himself. Hansora's jaw basically dropped. She was low-key panicking that they were actually about to throw hands with this absolute unit, but Kang Seol casually dropped that they just meant an arm wrestling match. Our guy didn't even flinch at the challenge, instantly locking in his own rule. If he snatched the dub, the spirit had to grant him one massive favor. Schwartz paused, weighing the odds, before giving a firm nod, locking in the deal without breaking a sweat. Sora was completely stressing out, frantically trying to talk some sense into her bro, warning him not to get a big head when they were literally facing a walking disaster. Right on cue, Schwartz stepped right up to the massive Frosh, holding eye contact so intensely, the air practically sizzled with electricity. Frosh just scoffed, dripping with disrespect, claiming he had this in the bag, and flexing that his boy would never take an L from a mere human. Kang Seol kept his cool, smoothly firing back that if the spirits were pulling up with a proxy, he was totally entitled to tag in his own heavy hitter. Without missing a beat, he instantly spawned in Tyrant Jamad, an absolute tank of a troll who lumbered forward, letting out an annoyed grunt. The beast looked super salty, grumbling that playing these petty games was completely beneath him, but at the end of the day, Jamad had absolutely no choice but to bend to his master's command. The icy giant stomped into position, casting a heavy, terrifying shadow across the whole battleground, radiating pure try-hard energy. A split second later, the two titans locked grips, their massive hands crashing together, while the very earth under them started quaking. From the insane hype, Schwartz dropped the signal, and it was officially game on. Both behemoths locked up, completely motionless, pushing against each other with god-tier strength. Sparks practically flew as they glared holes into one another, making the atmosphere fiercely vibrate. From the raw aura exploding off them, the frosty giant unleashed a savage, animalistic roar, pouring everything he had into crushing his rival's arm. But it only made the troll push back harder. Time practically stood still, with neither powerhouse yielding an inch, until the actual boulders beneath their elbows started snapping like twigs. Jamad gritted his fangs, his gaze burning with wild fury, and let out a deafening, thunderous bellow from deep inside his chest. He shot Kang Seol a quick look, signaling the snowman was tapped out and it was time to wrap this up. In a flash, the troll snapped his wrist, violently burying the snowman's hand into the dirt with a shockwave that rattled the arena. Frosh stood absolutely paralyzed, pupils blown wide in pure shock, completely shattered that his winning streak was over. Jamad, huffing intensely, casually dropped his grip, leaving the crushed giant in the dust as Schwartz officially called the match. Kang Seol cheekily mentioned his pet could have chilled out a bit, but the towering troll clapped back, deadpan, pointing out that the icy chump didn't even take real damage. Right after, Schwartz spun toward our guy, dripping with gratitude for the massive carry, and confirmed he was totally ready to pay up his end of the bargain. Kang Seol already had his endgame planned, knowing exactly how he was going to tax these tiny beings, instantly firing up his glowing belt, and casually announcing he was bagging the spirits, leaving the squad utterly shook and trading wildly confused looks. The magical crew knew breaking a vow was a massive no-go, and no matter how badly they wanted to dip, they were permanently locked in. A heartbeat later, their physical forms started glitching out, melting into shimmering mists, getting forcefully vacuumed straight into his gear. His captured roster just leveled up from 3 to 5, making the relic burst with a blinding, insanely overpowered neon glow. Kang Seol's stats literally skyrocketed, and alongside his newly buffed traits, a crazy rare phantom shield triggered, scaling up its defense every time he absorbed a new soul. On the flip side, the crushed snowman finally shook off the dizzy spell and clumsily hauled himself up. Zero interest in catching a round 2, the beast booked it, fading like a ghost into the freezing, shadowy woods. Sora caught sight of her bro Kang Seol's magical belt, going absolutely crazy with roaring sound effects, which honestly looked incredibly sick. She started spilling how her personal snare had glitched out, dragging her way too far off the map, and now she desperately just wanted to tag along to a safe zone. The dude recalled a classic survival rule, that solo running this creepy biome was an actual death wish, exactly why smart players always squatted up to extract. Figuring the girl's logic was completely solid, he instantly started cooking up the ultimate strategy to navigate the next phase of this crazy quest. Trusting his gut, he mentally pinned their next drop zone right at the cascading falls, kicking off their trek immediately. The second they hit the water, a squad of glowing, see-through liquid phantoms popped up, splashing around totally unbothered like tiny chaotic toddlers. Compared to the absolutely terrifying Schwartz, these floaty little guys gave off zero-threat vibes, prompting him to stroll up with pure confidence. But out of nowhere, the fairy squad froze solid, spotting him and locking eyes with hilariously stunned, deer-in-headlights expressions. Without a single warning, they cheerfully blasted him with a hydro pump, making our guy violently flinch back to dodge the soaking. The water spirits. Flexing their little prank, these elemental spirits were literally glowing in the sunlight, flashing the biggest, most chaotic grins. Acting like they just pulled off the heist of the century, the giggling water blobs splashed around, totally baiting Kang Soul into a water war. Right on cue, a translucent system window popped up, giving him a few different tactical options to handle this. A smirk crept onto his face. This wasn't just going to be some boring side quest. It was exactly the vibe check he needed. Without hesitation, he smashed that accept button. He rode their energy, instantly firing back and drenching the little troublemakers. Meanwhile, Hansora was camping behind a massive tree, her jaw practically on the floor. Honestly, she fully expected him to be raging, considering he just got randomly soaked. Instead, the guy was having the time of his life, goofing off like an overgrown toddler. Once the chaotic splash fest died down, our MC just chilled, locking eyes with the tiny squad that floated there, glowing like literal mini-moons. He casually dropped the invite. "Wanna tag along?" The spirits went crazy with hype, their big, luminous eyes giving off zero red flags and pure loyalty. Not a single drop of hesitation. Kang Soul powered up his gear, and the squad melted right into his inventory. Boom! New summons unlocked, the water drop spirits known as Popo. As the sky faded into pitch black, a massive moon hung over the canopy, bathing the whole forest in this insane silver glow, perfectly wrapping up an absolutely wild day. Finally, shaking off the shock, Sora couldn't hold back anymore. She straight up asked how he had major dad energy when dealing with these magical creatures, like he had raised a dozen nephews. Kang Soul kept it real and dropped some heavy lore. He grew up as an orphan. Back at the group home, wrangling the younger kids was literally his daily grind, so this elemental mischief was basically nothing new. He admitted, though, that sometimes his resting serious face would absolutely terrify the toddlers, sending them into full-on meltdowns mid-playtime. Damage control was always a nightmare, and it actually low-key bothered him that he couldn't just have normal, chill moments with them. Suddenly, his entire vibe shifted. His eyes locked onto a rustling patch of heavy brush. Sora was about to keep digging into his backstory, but Kang Soul brutally cut her off, throwing up a hand to signal total silence. Something was creeping up on them. A shadow cautiously shifted through the dense leaves, and our guy instantly clocked exactly what kind of rare spawn had just entered the chat. This was it, the elusive spirit of the night. This phantom had crazy RNG spawn rates, meaning our boy had been grinding without sleep for days, just waiting for this exact drop. Kang Soul went into full tactical mode, analyzing the shadow's power levels and movement patterns, knowing it was time to close the trap. Keeping his voice smooth, he pitched an alliance to the Woodland Phantom, promising a solid partnership, secretly praying this beast would actually take the deal. Tracking this stealth master through the dark woods was absolute hell, but ironically, sealing the deal was a total breeze. He flashed his waist gear, and Ku, the Shadow Phantom, got instantly sucked into his lineup without putting up a single fight. Out of nowhere, the device went supernova, blinding the area with a massive burst of energy. Even the MC was shook. Sora was practically glitching out. staring at the visual spectacle like she was witnessing some god-tier magic. The artifact started whirring out of control, making the girl panic, nervously asking if his gear was about to literally explode. But Kang Sol connected the dots instantly. This chaotic reaction was 100% because of those custom mods Grizz had installed earlier. That crazy tuning explained everything. Right before their eyes, the five-spirit artifact transformed into a blazing, prismatic light show. The Phantom Veil buff leveled up completely, morphing its aesthetic every single time he absorbed a new entity. The viewers could finally exhale as the sequence ended, absolutely speechless after watching that cinematic flex. Our boy already knew his gear was broken, but this just bumped it up to a mythical tier legendary item. Sora muttered that she always knew the thing was a cracked capture device, but wearing a literal disco ball of chaotic energy seemed insane. Mid-rant, her friend sliced through the chatter, shifting the mood entirely. His eyes dropped to the ugly gashes on her body, and his voice went dead serious as he asked who did that to her. Sora avoided his gaze, the trauma flooding back. She finally spilled the tea, explaining that the nightmare started the second she stepped into this cursed biome after dark. She had teamed up with a random female player, and the duo had pushed way past the safe zone looking to farm some loot. They played it ridiculously safe, but literally zero guides could have prepared them for the absolute boss monster camping in the shadows. She had thrown down with the beast and barely managed a solo kill, but she was seconds too late, completely failing to save her party member. The flashback hit her hard, the agonizing memory of her dying teammate desperately gasping out final words, but it was just a chaotic, tragic garble. Kang Sol let the silence hang for a second before softly stating that it was lost to the void forever, and she needed to kill that guilt trip immediately. The girl's death wasn't a skill issue, and it definitely wasn't on Sora, because she went all out to save her. Moments later, the duo started moving again, with the girl desperately racking her brain to map out their escape route. But her mental map was totally wiped clean, a blank screen that Kang Sol calmly pointed out. Spirits were deeply wired into nature. They wouldn't just flip the whole environment upside down for zero reason. He figured archers possessed god-tier tracking skills. Maybe this girl could act as their personal GPS through the wild. Right in front of them stretched the treacherous route to the 8th Spirit's hideout, his ultimate target. Han Soren dropped a massive clue, claiming she spotted a glowing white entity, literally phasing through the shattered barrier. Kang Sol bet everything it was a light spirit, and his buddy actually knew exactly where this elusive beast lurked nearby. Flexing a confident smirk, the archer offered to team up and guide him straight into the danger zone if he was seriously down for the hunt. The dude ran the math in his head. His rainbow belt's crazy buff mutated with every spirit he absorbed. Since the aura was still buzzing, there were definitely more out there waiting to be claimed. Sure, tangling with a Venta or a Shaze meant dancing with absolute death, but to max out his gear stats, totally worth risking his neck. They finally crept up to the drop zone. Soren sucked in a sharp breath, her voice barely a whisper as she confirmed they had hit the jackpot. Saul scanned the area. Spot on. But right before his eyes, the real nightmare materialized. The Venta. These toxic entities had completely twisted the forest, crafting a breathtaking but deadly trap of a clearing. These weren't your average mobs. They were built different. See, Venta totally sucked at hunting solo. They survived as absolute parasites, leeching off the pure life force of anything with a pulse, which was completely wrecking the magic border stones. And their absolute favorite, easiest drive-through meal, unsuspecting humans. Right on cue, the duo spotted 3 clueless wanderers stumbling blindly into the center of the kill zone. Soren squinted, swearing she had never crossed paths with them. Sol, though, caught a massive wave of déjà vu. He remembered them sketching around the magic tower's entrance, back when they were stocking up on heavy-duty spirit traps. They possessed some flashy skills, sure, but deep down, they were basically just overpowered regular humans. They definitely weren't scumbags from the Thieves Guild. Refusing to sit on the sidelines, the ultra-agile and fearless Soren decided to push stealth and scout the situation. She flashed a quick thumbs up, promising an in-and-out recon mission. If things went south, Saul was her literal panic button, ready to crash the party. The plan was locked. Soren bolted, weaving through the overgrown brush like a ghost. Crack. Her boot hit something solid. A massive, dry branch snapped perfectly in half under her weight. Total rookie mistake. The glade instantly woke up. Sensing the spike in noise, the predatory spirits whipped around and locked onto Soren, zooming straight for her. The Venta tracked her every twitch with dead eyes, hovering just out of striking range. Sol narrowed his eyes, analyzing the energy, realizing the monsters were just holding their position without fully engaging. Meanwhile, Soren finally closed the gap, popping up right behind the clueless trio. Sol watched like a hawk from the bushes, catching their muffled chatter. Suddenly, his teammate shouted back at him across the field, yelling that the coast was totally clear and that these glowing white spirits were just harmless little creatures. Sol flat out rejected the vibe. He shook his head slowly, digging his heels in and refusing to move an inch. Soren stared blankly, utterly baffled by his sudden stubborn streak. She doubled down, waving her arms. She proved she was standing right next to the squad with 0 scratches. The threat level was absolutely 0. But Sol felt his blood turn to ice. The situation was beyond lethal. Why? Because underneath the blazing sun, his friend cast absolutely 0 shadow. Faking total confusion, the imposter tilted her head, demanding he spell out his wild accusations. Sol knew the grim lore. Normal white spirits possessed garbage-tier combat stats. But their boss monster, Shaze, was an absolute menace who literally stole human skins to drag prey back to the slaughterhouse. Triggering a Shaze encounter was incredibly rare. Yet, if a squishy party member lagged behind the raid group for even a second, this demonic entity would ruthlessly hijack their physical vessel. These ghostly fakes were Oscar-worthy actors. They perfectly mimicked every single human quirk, flying completely under the radar. That was their sick strategy. Bait the main party right into a Venta ambush and slaughter them all at once. Solo players walking around with low defense stats? Literal free real estate for a Shaze. They would get destroyed instantly, especially when the spirit puppeted a freshly killed corpse to play mind games. The whole terrifying setup was designed to drag victims into the boss room and drain their life force to absolute 0. Sol desperately tried to pinpoint the exact millisecond his teammate got swapped out, but the skinwalker wearing his friend's face practically purred, dripping with fake hurt. Was her loyal teammate really throwing accusations at her? Suddenly, a glitched, suffocating scream tore out of her throat. The real Soren, trapped inside, sobbing in sheer agony and asking why he betrayed her. But in a split second, the illusion shattered. Her mouth twisted into an absolutely cursed, monstrous grin that belonged on a demon. The fake dropped the act, aggressively hissing that Sol had completely ruined her flawless little game. Her entire aura violently shifted from friendly scout to pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. This shadowy beast had spawned straight from the dimensional rift. Sure, it was wildly smart, but it operated like a sadistic, yet incredibly paranoid assassin. Catch one alone, and it was an easy wipe. Let them stack their numbers though, and their power scaling broke the roof. The guild receptionist had basically drilled this warning into his brain beforehand. The top-tier mages were fully aware of the massive missing persons list caused by this deadly Shaze and Venta combo. But here was the catch. If you acted too defensive, these highly sensitive spirits would instantly detect the fear and desperately run away. That is exactly why Sol had been playing the fool, talking endlessly, leaving himself totally wide open, and acting completely oblivious to the legendary shapeshifter. He forced himself to ignore the chilling fact that his friend cast no shadow. But right here, the acting gig was officially over. Shaze lacked a shadow, plain and simple. Yet he had to swallow his panic and play along, or else the entire mob would scatter into the wind, exactly like the manual stated. This was the ultimate test, a brutal message aimed right at the absolute madman brave enough to hijack the secret blueprints. It demanded a player with serious guts. Right then and there, our boy had the perfect window to exorcise this entity. Hans Zorn's flesh vessel had completely morphed, and the demon flashed a twisted grin, taunting Sol that she actually thought he was a sweet guy at first. Sol just flashed back to their earlier chat, remembering how he dropped that subtle hint about her buddy being a solid dude. He made sure to use the past tense, knowing the real Hans was already resting in peace. The entity finally clicked that her cover was totally blown. She flexed her stolen muscles, testing out her hijacked meat suit. Sol just hit back with ice in his veins, praising her flawless little acting gig and giving her a slow clap for the mind games. The spirit just gave a wicked smirk, bragging that the long con totally paid off. She had been baiting naive backpackers for ages, racking up a massive kill count of wandering souls. And now, she figured our beaten-down protagonist was just next on the menu. Against her godly stats, she thought he'd just fold, get completely brainwashed, and join her freaky little monster army for all eternity. But right on cue, her demonic squad unhinged their jaws, dropping a deafening shockwave that literally rattled the entire forest. The Phantom Witch locked onto Sol, channeling a hurricane of dark mana straight at his chest. She realized her current vessel was scrawny and practically useless. But looking at our main character, jackpot. Dude looked like a 5-star gourmet meal. Even if they could not possess him, cracking his bones into dust would be a great stress reliever. Meanwhile, Sol just stood there, completely unbothered, and casually graded her flashy light show as decent entertainment. The corrupted spirit glared daggers at him, radiating pure nightmare fuel. Zero hesitation. She launched herself forward like a missile, fully planning to drain his life force dry. Boom! A massive shockwave nuked the battlefield, paralyzing every lesser ghoul in the zone. Shaze popped her ultimate trick, a twisted fusion skill, sending her stats through the roof. The Shadow Wraith devoured Venta's essence, mutating into an absolute raid boss. The abomination mocked him, claiming his human gimmicks were completely worthless against her, but Sol just smirked and hit the switch on his own skills. The ground bled ink as he summoned his shadow forces. Enter Karuna. The Phantom Knight materialized, instantly cleaving through the air with a lethal sword strike. But landing a hit was basically impossible. The witch's body was literally made of phantom mist, rendering physical damage totally useless. She was shook by the shadow magic, but quickly wrote off our boy as a rookie, making a fatal error. After all, the midnight hours were her absolute domain, and challenging the literal monarch of the dark on her home turf was a huge mistake. Karuna immediately sensed the massive aggro spike and warned his boss to fall back. Sol did not argue, sliding out of the immediate blast zone to let his summon cook. Our MC casually announced that this next move would wrap things up. The enraged demon screamed that he was just a cocky punk, but words meant nothing. Karuna swung his blade with blinding speed, landing a heavy, bone-rattling slash right on target. Before she could even blink, the Shadow Knight followed up with a brutal combo. The hag shrieked, swearing this pathetic human puppet would burn out soon. Not even close. Karuna instantly shifted gears into his first combat stance, the Young Moon phase, practically vibrating with killing intent. Seconds later, he pushed past his limits into the second gear, Crescent Moon, and his armor ignited with a blinding, silver aura. Sol analyzed the fight, realizing his knight was not just hitting harder, his agility was completely off the charts, and his cooldown times were literally 0 now. Karuna rapidly maxed out his power, unlocking the ultimate tier, the full moon, and unleashed a catastrophic slash, flooding the pitch-black woods with blinding moonlight. But as the dust settled, the hijacked corpse of Hans Zorn just scoffed. The witch wiped her chin, totally unimpressed, and sneered that this hype train was a massive letdown. She swore on her life she was going to shred our hero into confetti, opening her jaws to initiate a massive energy vacuum. Shaze violently wrangled every single ghost floating in the area, swallowing her own minions like absolute candy. Her health bar basically hit infinity. Dripping with corrupted magic, she stood tall and ripped out a guttural scream that caused earthquakes across the timberland. The sheer pressure was suffocating. Meanwhile, Sol? Dude just smiled, not a drop of sweat on his face. He looked at her like a player who already read the boss's code, casually dropping the bomb that she massively screwed up. The phantom entity froze, totally clueless about his wild claim. But then, her overcharged mana pool instantly flatlined. The buff was cancelled. Shaze panicked, completely glitching out over how a mere mortal broke her skill. Sol hit her with a smug grin, asking if she enjoyed that cozy little cup of hot chocolate he handed her by the campfire. He had literally followed the cheat sheet from the diary to the letter because baiting a sugar-addicted demon was the easiest side quest ever. Massive shout out to the legendary Grease for the clutch intel. Because of that spiked drink, the forced fusion between Shaze and Venta completely rejected itself, shattering their bond instantly. The trapped souls finally broke out of their cage, blasting into the sky with 0 stats drained. Our MC gave them a slick salute, hyped that his 500 IQ Galaxy Brain tactic was a flawless victory. Down in the dirt, the once almighty Shaze started crying for a timeout, begging him to spare her life. She aggressively pledged loyalty, offering to become his personal summon since he clearly held all the cards. Turns out, spirits actually kept their word. Who knew? Letting out a massive sigh, our boy admitted he was completely drained by this whole ordeal. But he fired up his belt anyway. Shade absolutely lost her mind, screaming to be let out as she felt herself getting violently sucked in. Buried waist-deep in the magical vortex, the witch shrieked that he was making a massive mistake and would seriously regret crossing her. She swore this wasn't the end, but Kang Sol just shook his head, completely unfazed and shutting down her demands on the spot. Once the suction finally stopped and Vina was locked away, a glowing white streak slashed across the rainbow interface. The whole design glitched and transformed. Then Shade, the literal shadow spirit, got swallowed up too, injecting a pitch-black hue into the mix. That pushed his total capture count to 9, triggering yet another crazy visual upgrade. The bystanders were absolutely, totally shook. Plot twist, it turned out Kang Sol had literally been Shade this entire time. Before anyone could process that insane reveal, his belt erupted in a blinding flash. It was now supercharged with the raw power of all 9 spirits. Suddenly, a breathtaking, never-before-seen cosmos ripped open right in front of our main character. He just stood there frozen, completely mind-blown by the reality of the situation. Every single trapped spirit was now glowing like a massive star in his personal galaxy. Our guy was utterly paralyzed by the epic flex of magic. Right then, a system notification popped up, confirming that stacking all 9 elemental energies had completely evolved his personal skill tree into a legendary, mythic tier treasure, his very own universe. He had just pulled off the impossible by forging something literally unheard of in this world. The system officially stamped his achievement as a total one-of-one anomaly. The interface chimed again, stating his custom universe had already unlocked its baseline skills. And, while Kang Sol was pretty shocked it awakened this fast, he definitely wasn't complaining. Scanning the fresh skill list, he spotted some insanely busted passive buffs. We're talking an instant 25-point spike to all his combat stats. Even crazier, the data showed this massive buff also transferred over to 9. This basically gave him the green light to spam the power-up with zero drawbacks. Smashing the trigger button, the belt hummed to life, kicking off a sick transformation sequence. The raw elemental auras of every nearby spirit materialized around him like holograms, waiting for him to lock in a specific elemental typing for his next upgrade. Being a shadow summoner, the choice was an absolute no-brainer. He locked in the black element. Instantly, pure darkness surged through his veins, supercharging his sinister aura. The dark magic fused with his base stats, instantly boosting his shadow domain capacity by a solid 15%. And blowing up that inventory size, that meant our boy could now drag even more nightmarish spirits onto the battlefield. But wait, there was a second passive proc too. He unlocked the Elemental Star perk, scoring an extra 10% magic resistance and making him insanely tanky against spells. A shiny new title then flashed right in his face, officially crowning him the owner of the exceptional. It was a rare achievement for hoarding god-tier loot, though the unlock requirement was usually super slow, meaning he had hardcore speedrun the whole process. Wasting no time, he booked it straight back to the city hub, where his entire journey originally kicked off. The admissions crew was still posted up there, practically passing out from pulling non-stop, 24/7 shifts. But the second Kang Sol swaggered up and casually dropped that he was ready for his exam, they snapped to attention like their lives depended on it. One of the committee girls gushed that she had been literally holding her breath for his comeback, before nervously asking for the tea on what went down with those rogue spirits. She wanted to know if he bagged them, or just totally vaporized them. Kang Sol smirked, confirming he secured the bag, but followed up with a cryptic catch. He technically wiped them out too, considering he had zero clue how to actually extract them from his gear. The proctor's jaws hit the floor as they stared at his belt. Their brains were just straight up buffering, unable to process the absolute madman Flex staring right back at them. After catching their breath, they nervously asked the overpowered rookie to hang on for just a sec. Honestly, these proctors were still basically magic students themselves, with zero expertise in advanced trap mechanics, so they begged him to let their master inspect the crazy artifact. They swore up and down their professor was just around the corner and wouldn't waste his time. Without missing a beat, one of the guys morphed a familiar bird and rocketed it off to give his mentor a live feed of the situation. Kang Sol chimed in, guessing that if their boss was part of the elite Zodiac Guild, he might already know the guy, so he casually asked for a name drop. The proctor puffed out his chest and revealed the master was Blaine, the legendary architect of grand magic. The MC's eyes lit up, finally putting the pieces together. He hyped it up even more, hinting that this Blaine guy ran in the same circles as Prince Morose, the actual founder of the Zodiacs, and an absolute god-tier spellcaster. Kang Sol nodded, admitting he had grown up binging insane lore about Prince Morose. The dude's legacy had definitely left a massive mark on his childhood. See, out here in the world of Pandia, there were exactly 12 sanctioned wizard towers. Every single one repped a different star constellation, and linked together, they forged the unstoppable Zodiac Syndicate. And the ultimate boss who started it all? That was Prince Morose, a literal living myth whose statues Kang Sol used to sculpt back in the day, meaning they went way back. The lackeys kept yapping, explaining how Blaine used to be hard stuck behind a massive knowledge paywall until Morose swooped in and shattered it for him. Ever since that epic carry, Blaine skyrocketed to fame as the godfather of grand magic. Hearing all this, Kang Sol smirked, finally realizing he had just stepped into. Being around absolute greatness hits different. Sol's crew couldn't stop hyping up their mentor as an absolute legend. I mean, just surviving a single chat with Prince Mora proved his aura. Meanwhile, Kang Sol's memories started glitching back to the past. He actually knew this mage back in the day, recalling a shattered soul completely swallowed by ice and pure isolation. Sol felt the crushing weight of the wizard's trauma, fully aware that living like a walking glacier was definitely not normal. The city's brutal frost magic had literally stripped away his humanity. Hitting maximum level came with a dark price. The guy hit a dead end of emotional numbness, a curse that only pure enlightenment could ever break. If this mentor was really the Blaine from his memories, Sol figured this encounter would be a total breeze. Right on cue, the maestro stepped onto the scene, immediately side-eyeing his students for being ridiculously unprepared. Striding straight up to our summoner, he flexed his title as the official heavyweight manager of the Aquarius Tower. Catching our boy completely off guard, he actually offered a handshake, a massive sign of respect. Locking eyes with Sol, Blaine casually dropped that crazy rumors were flying around about a prodigy from Stonefang. Word on the street was, this kid was the mastermind wielding the infamous spirit trap. The mage demanded a sneak peek, but Sol gave him a heads up, mentioning it required a spark of mana to activate. 1 second later, Blaine was absolutely jaw-dropped, staring at the ultimate cheat item. The raw energy radiating off this thing completely broke his brain. Desperate for answers, the master demanded to know exactly how a rookie scored Tier 0 loot. Playing it cool, Sol casually brushed it off as a gift from a tight connection. Without warning, Blaine snapped. His magical pressure exploded, instantly dropping the room's temperature to absolute zero. His clueless students barely had time to react before the freezing domain completely knocked them out cold. Sol was honestly baffled. Nuking your own disciples with a sleep spell was completely unhinged behavior. Cutting through the tension, Blaine clarified that this intel was strictly classified. Zero eavesdroppers allowed for this next info drop. He stared dead at the summoner, warning him that his shiny new toy was actually a ticking time bomb. Sure, it flawlessly merged the raw power of 9 supreme spirits, but there was a massive glitch. Venta and Shaze were absolute enemies. Their toxic clash was currently shredding the artifact's balance, twisting the spiritual harmony into a highly volatile core of pure destruction. If it detonated, the fallout would be catastrophic, completely wiping out whoever held it. Blaine instantly read the room, realizing our main character was a total beginner when it came to spirit mechanics. Taking a breath, the Grandmaster pitched a massive deal. Hand the relic over to the Aquarius Tower for premium cash, where the pros could defuse it. Right on cue, a glowing system prompt flashed in front of Sol, forcing him to make a split-second choice. Without missing a single beat, our boy smashed the reject button. Honestly, Blaine was totally taken aback by the sheer audacity. Chuckling, the veteran admitted he would have done the exact same thing, but doubled down on the fatal risks of spiritual imbalance. Pivoting smoothly, he slid Sol a very important person pass, guaranteeing him instant access to the Aquarius Tower whenever things got messy. The mage basically warned him that the plot was about to get way thicker, and having a top-tier guild backing him up was crucial. Or, plot twist, the tower might end up needing his overpowered skills. Sol smirked, throwing back a rumor about the infamous Zodiac faction, literally paying out double for both favors and grudges. Blaine did not hesitate to confirm, stating their vengeance hit like a truck, but their loyalty to allies was unbreakable. He openly admitted he was seriously looking forward to crossing paths again. With a snap of his fingers, the icy domain shattered. The rookies stumbled back awake, completely clueless about their sudden nap time. Blaine played it incredibly cool, casually announcing that their special guest had straight up captured an entire squad of spirits, and ordered them to log this insane feat immediately. Friend practically teleported next to Sol, absolutely vibrating with fanboy energy. Begging for the ultimate story time, he wanted every single detail on how Sol pulled off this impossible raid. But in the background, the system was already cooking. A massive notification chimed, marking the Borderstone restoration quest as a flawless victory. A holographic screen exploded in his vision, and literal god-tier loot phased right into reality directly in front of him. We are talking custom-made, jet black gloves, and a sick trench coat tailored specifically for a Shadow Monarch. Sol just stared, calculating his next move. Sensing the overwhelming aura leaking from the gear, Blaine quickly covered for him, claiming that the most busted magical items in the world always originated from the Grand Towers. He smoothly played it off, urging the rookie to take the legendary drip as a personal gift, to celebrate their epic first encounter. Giving a subtle, knowing smirk, Sol nodded, thanking the masterclass wizard for the crazy hookup, and effortlessly equipped his new gear. Lurking in the shadows, the mysterious Lady Observer muttered to herself, finally realizing the insane hype surrounding the Stonefang incident was 100% facts. Blaine just stood there, flashing a dangerously subtle smirk. She smirked, admitting she gave the newbie the VIP treatment, just to prove her hunch right. Meanwhile, he ordered a student to keep an eye out and drop a ping the second Kang Sol showed his face, so they could finally lock in a face-to-face meetup. Honestly, the lady was completely mind-blown. How did some random dude score an exclusive invite from the legendary Aquarius instructor? Cut to our main guy pushing forward, only to get hit with a sudden holographic system alert, flashing that he had completely dominated the leaderboards for 6 straight raids. And get this, the gap between him and the runner-up was absolutely massive. While the rest of the pack was stuck at the same mediocre level, Kang Sol was leagues ahead. But even legends need a breather, so he crashed at the safe zone inside the shattered ruins of Navira to heal up and grind out some stats. I mean, the dude had been on a brutal, non-stop grind for almost 20 days straight. Cracking open his loot cache, Kang Sol realized he just unlocked the ultra-rare Spirit Hunter title, packed with some insanely sick bonus perks. The jackpot? The Veil of Venta, a badass cloak that perfectly copied the powers of Venta, the actual spirit of light. Pitch black dungeons, pitch black nights, zero problem. As long as he rocked this gear, the shadows couldn't touch him. Plus, turning himself into a literal glow-in-the-dark menace was a massive tactical advantage. No more wasting inventory slots on clunky torches. On top of that, he scored a pair of featherlight elemental armor gloves. These beauties offered max mobility with zero stiffness. Their best feature? They could instantly wipe out a minor injury once every 24 hours. Sure, he soaked up brutal damage during boss fights, but having solid defense for his extremities was an absolute game changer. But wait, the craziest drop from this run had to be Shaza's Mercy, an ominous crystal orb mirroring the dark magic of Shaza, the legendary shadow spirit. Diving deep into its stats pushed his shadow manipulation off the charts, but that insane power came with a heavy price tag he couldn't dodge. Getting a massive buff to his wisdom stat was a total win, yet something bugged him. In this world, shadow summoning was strictly split into two different tiers. Tier 1 belonged to an elite, untouchable circle of overpowered casters. Tier 2? That was the basic stuff used by thousands of average players. Our boy Kang Sol was easily top-tier elite, and for heavy hitters like him, the ultimate goal was securing buffs that skyrocketed pure summoning range or raw shadow control. Any skill boosting those specific traits was basically priceless. The catch? This orb actually nerfed his base stats, making him seriously hesitate to combo it with his full moon technique. Still, that wisdom boost synced up perfectly with the shadow orb's vibe, forcing him to map out a genius strategy. Pushing the doubts aside, he made up his mind. His next target? The auction house. Stepping into the massive plaza, he was hit by a wall of chaotic noise, with hardcore merchants screaming and bickering over spots in the endless queue. This wasn't just some local market. Navira hosted the most massive auction block in the entire southern hemisphere, acting as the ultimate hub for hyping up ultra-rare loot. Since the continent's entire economy funneled straight through these ruins, players could literally scan the global market using the built-in search system. To kick things off, Kang Sol needed to dump all the trash-tier loot clogging up his inventory from his last few dungeon crawls. Haggling wasn't exactly his strong suit, so tossing it all up on the auction block was a guaranteed way to secure the bag, without the headache of street vendors. Everything was flowing smoothly, and he knew his scrap gear would get snatched up in no time. Now came the fun part, scouting the elite listings for anything actually worth his gold. He swiped open the Summoner exclusive tab, his eyes darting across the glowing holographic list. Suddenly, his jaw dropped. Staring back at him was the mythical Tongue of Galata, a mind-blowingly rare relic. This thing was a god-tier amplifier for dark summoners, but it packed a lethal drawback, triggering deadly shadow corruption every 6 hours. For context, Galatas are these terrifying, void-black vipers lurking in the dead ruins bordering the Grand Forest. Their venom is straight-up nightmare fuel, packing such devastating power that curing it is basically impossible. Honestly, Kang Sol never planned on hunting down those toxic beasts himself, since they nested so deep in the danger zones that spotting one was a statistical miracle. Yet somehow, some absolute madman had tracked one down and slaughtered it. Any magic user in their right mind would kill for this drop. Right then and there, our protagonist made a hard vow to claim it as his own, completely ignoring the price tag. But here is the twist. The only reason it was sitting unsold was the intense, crippling addiction it forced on the user. Combine that curse side effect with a completely astronomical asking price, and Kang Sol knew his current wallet was way too light to flat out buy it. Plan B it is. Instead of giving up, he bypassed the system to directly contact the seller, marching straight into the VIP office of the auction manager, Rita. He coolly announced he had high-end gear to list. Flashing a deadpan, professional smile, she gestured for him to place his offering on the appraisal desk. With deliberate slowness, Kang Sol unveiled the shadow crystal orb, setting it down under the lights. Rita literally froze, her breath catching as the sheer quality of the item registered, but snapping out of her shock, she threw up her professional mask again, clearing her throat to ask for his starting bid. 200 platinum. He dropped the number effortlessly. Her eyes nearly popped out of her skull, and she immediately warned him that aiming that ridiculously high meant it would likely gather dust. Unfazed, Kang Sol just smirked, stating he was in zero rush. He locked in the agency's premium contract, knowing fully well it required him to show up to the auction block every single day. It was a blatant bait and switch. He was banking on the fact that the original owner of the Galata relic would spot his ultra-rare orb and instantly catch his drift. Why buy it when the seller might beg him for a direct trade? As he strutted out of the room, Rita stared at his retreating back, a deep wave of pure anxiety washing over her face, and the second the coast was clear, she bolted from her desk. Slipping into a hidden passage tucked behind the walls, she hovered nervously at the threshold of a dark, secret room. Inside, a mysterious dude was waiting, and the lady casually slipped him a note packed with intel. Meanwhile, Kang Sul was doing the math. If some absolute unit managed to drop Galota's tongue at an auction, they had to be a major player. We're talking top-tier influence. So, our boy decided to dig deep into the Novara Travelers Association to see what was actually going down. While skimming the reports, a specific name caught his eye: Heika, a notorious guy directly tied to Chow. Novara was basically run by 5 massive ruin looter factions. But ever since the Borgo crew got wiped off the map, the whole power balance totally shattered, leaving the surviving groups ready to tear each other apart. But Kang Sul's radar locked onto something way crazier. Han Yaman had just rolled into the city, a legendary name that demanded absolute respect, even from the most hardcore adventurers out there. Our guy figured that with Yaman on the scene, he'd definitely be the one to pack Heika up, meaning Kang Sul didn't even need to lift a finger. Instead, he just needed to secure a solid base of operations for now. By the next day, he copped a vacant little house. The rent was insanely high, but honestly, he couldn't care less about the price tag. He signed the deal without batting an eye and snatched the keys. Once he dumped his gear, his first stop was the info hub, hoping to dig up some dirt on Chow, but the brokers hit him with a dead end. The absolute only crumb of intel he snagged was a rumor about some scavengers hauling in ultra-rare drops recently, including the infamous tongue of Galota. Kang Sul instantly connected the dots. A specific looter syndicate was using the auction as their personal storefront. Word on the street pointed straight to Kibo, a heavyweight shadow summoner calling the shots. Nobody officially confirmed it, but Kibo's goons weren't exactly denying it either. Plus, Kibo himself was desperately hunting for a legendary item through the faction's underground network. Getting this kind of premium leak wasn't cheap, and after Kang Sul bought the scrap of paper holding the secrets, he casually held it right up to a burning torch. He watched the flames eat the evidence until nothing was left. He started theorizing Kibo wasn't just some loot boss. The dude was ridiculously overpowered and literally shared the same class as our hero, a shadow summoner. If this was really the guy. Tossing Galota's tongue onto the auction block, the math was finally mathing. Kibo was 100% hooked on the shadow poison, dripping from that cursed artifact. Kang Sul realized Kibo's desperate search was actually for an antidote to save his own life, and smirked, knowing his big brain prediction was dead on. Right around that time, some random buyer at the Novara auction house booted up the display panel to check out the fresh drops. The whole crowd stopped dead when they spotted a brand new treasure on the board, rocking a starting bid of literally 200 platinum coins. The room totally erupted into whispers, with everyone trying to figure out who had the sheer audacity to list something that expensive. They all agreed the seller had to be straight up, swimming in unlimited cash. Meanwhile, Kang Sul casually strolled up to the manager's counter, where Rita hit him with a bright, welcoming smile. She dropped the bad news that Shaza's Mercy had 0 bids so far, and gently hinted that he might want to nerf the asking price, just to bait some buyers. But our protagonist smoothly turned down the idea, casually dropping that he was totally open to a trade instead. That instantly sparked something in the manager's eyes. He played it cool, claiming it was super hard to find anything matching its insane value. But hey, maybe something decent was out there. Rita paused, crossing her arms as her gears started turning, before leaning in with a super intriguing tone. She whispered that they actually had exactly one item matching that crazy price tag. And boom, it was Galota's tongue, the exact legendary drop Kang Sul had been secretly tracking this whole time. A tiny, almost invisible smirk flashed across our boy's face. Internally, he was doing victory laps. His galaxy brain trap had triggered flawlessly, and everything was dancing right to his tune. But he kept his poker face on lock, faking total surprise like he had never even heard of the item before. He casually mentioned that a trade sounded pretty tempting. Rita, picking up on his vibe, gave him a calculating look, low-key realizing this dude was way more dangerous than he looked. She warned him that revealing the identity of Galota's owner was strictly against protocol, but if he was dead serious about making a trade, she could personally pitch the offer to the seller. Kang Sul gave her the green light, agreeing that the setup was a total win. Rita told him to hang tight for a bit while she stepped away to deliver the proposal to the mystery boss. The young summoner just nodded and dipped back to his crib. Meanwhile, the manager slipped into a hidden VIP room, where the very target of Kang Sul's master plan was already sitting in the shadows, waiting for an update. Back at his spot, our hero pulled a shadow flower straight out of his inventory. He had copped this lethal, ultra-rare artifact from the Merchant of Madness, and honestly still hadn't figured out how to flex it properly. He realized he needed to craft it as soon as possible, since this busted flower packed a one-time shadow summon that could literally outscale its own master's power. He'd already sniped most of the crafting materials, straight off the auction house, but he was totally bottlenecked by one missing drop: paranoid gelatin. That stuff was virtually non-existent down south. Plus, Looking ahead to actually securing Galota's tongue, Kang Sul knew. Our guy had to whip up a cure for that toxic shadow poison, or else this overpowered artifact was straight up going to ruin his life. Instead of giving him a massive buff, he stared down at that mysterious invite Blaine had tossed his way, knowing deep down he had to pop it right now, even if it felt way too early. Letting out a heavy sigh, our boy ripped the seal right off. In a flash, his entire reality glitched out, yanking his mind straight into a wild, lucid dream. And let me tell you, the vibe up in this so-called heaven was absolutely dead. He instantly found himself face to face with some creepy ringleader, completely surrounded by a massive mob of grotesque trolls. Kang Seol locked eyes with the entity and instantly knew this was a merchant of madness. The creepy figure smirked, claiming they were already acquainted. Our MC called it out, guessing Janet was hiding in the crowd. But the shadowy boss totally dodged the question, claiming he had to keep the trade fair and square. The shady dealer pointed out how Kang Seol was just some dude trapped in the massive merging of worlds, yet he kept stacking up that sweet, sweet madness. The exact currency these freaky vendors drooled over. Sweeping its arm toward the stash, the merchant hyped up the inventory, daring him to find a god-tier drop. But Kang Seol wasn't having it, flat out stating his loyalty was with Janet. The shadowy figure just chuckled, dropping the bomb that she actually got heavily penalized for that exact deal. Taking a second to process the drama, our guy played it cool and demanded they skip the trash loot and only show him the meta items. The beast totally respected the hustle, immediately flexing a pair of earrings that could give the user a massive, god-level strength buff once every 24 hours. Next up was a crazy set of armor, slapping him with a price tag of 10,000 madness points. Kang Seol narrowed his eyes, running the numbers in his head. Sure, this loot was ridiculously rare and totally top tier, but our boy wasn't about to fold and drop his currency that fast. He locked his gaze on the merchant, letting the silence drag out for maximum tension. Then, he hit them with the ultimate read. He knew he was looking straight at Janet in disguise. No cap. The sketchy merchant dropped her head, a strained, nervous laugh escaping her lips. The rest of the mob practically held their breath, realizing Janet's massive ego just took a critical hit. They were absolutely losing their minds trying to figure out how this random human saw right through her. Kang Seol pressed her, demanding to know how she pulled off the disguise, but Janet totally brushed him off, pivoting back to business and teasing an exclusive, VIP-level offer just for him. Flipping a switch, the boss lady savagely barked at the lesser monsters to back the heck up, reminding them of the massive power gap between their ranks. The lowly trolls started sweating, totally panicked that her personal drama was going to absolutely tank their group sales quota. Flashing a sly grin, Janet admitted she would have been genuinely heartbroken if her favorite client hadn't figured out her little trick. Kang Seol just shrugged, dropping the mic by saying her inventory totally gave her away from the jump. Tucked right there in the display were paranoid gelatin and some insanely rare powder, the exact, impossible-to-find crafting mats he was desperate for. Narrowing his eyes, he demanded to know how she had his wish list locked down so perfectly. Janet leaned in and explained that she was fully aware of the Shadow Flower's hidden mechanics. What really broke her brain, though, was how a supposedly average human got sucked into this apocalyptic world merge. She straight up told him he was way too suspicious to be normal, hinting he might actually be a key player in the worlds crashing together. Not backing down, Kang Seol fired back. Even if she figured out his Shadow Flower situation, that still didn't explain how she knew everything about Dudnik. Janet just smirked, admitting she had been stalking his every move because a guy like him was a walking goldmine of intel. With the main trade locked in, the merchant flexed her elite status, dropping a cliffhanger by claiming she held back one ridiculously broken item just for him. She pulled out these dark, ethereal shroud pants literally woven from spectral webs, drenched in the corrupted waters of Alketra's sacred spring. Sure, they looked like basic stealth gear, but they actually packed the divine power of Alketra to manipulate shadows at will. Our hero assumed this was a standard madness tier drop, but Janet quickly schooled him, explaining that any gear passing through a merchant's hands automatically gets heavily buffed in rank, making these pants an absolute, one-of-a-kind godsend. She set the price tag at slightly over 10,000 madness points and immediately shut down any haggling, claiming she was practically giving them away at that rate. Wrapping up her pitch, Janet radiated absolute confidence, basically telling him to admit she was the ultimate plug he had been searching for this whole time. Before dipping, our MC hit her with one final, burning question. Why were these monsters so utterly obsessed with farming madness? Her tone turned dead serious as she confessed that madness was their lifeline, especially since the very gods they used to worship straight up tossed them aside like trash just to hoard it. Hearing that, Kang Seol felt his fists clench up entirely on their own as a massive spike of pure, unfiltered rage coursed through his veins. Dark flashes of all the backstabbers who had ruined his own life suddenly hit him like a truck, taking his determination and cranking it past the max. Sensing the heavy vibe, Janet casually tossed him the invitation, acting like she casually forgot to hand over the key item. Flashing one last smirk, the merchant promised that their next transaction would be absolutely legendary, warning him not to get himself killed out there, mostly because she absolutely hated losing a VIP client she had invested so much time into. The second our hero teleported back to his base, he dove straight into brewing the antidote, fighting the urge to gag from the absolute toxic stench, radiating off the boiling cauldron. Honestly, throwing together the base potion was light work for a guy of his caliber. The actual nightmare was breaking down the shadow flower. You straight up couldn't use the raw drop as it was, but thanks to that massive carry by the Merchant of Madness, he was finally ready to cook. The loot was locked in. He finally had every single piece of the puzzle to kick his master plan into high gear. Take this mutated Shadow Bloom, for instance. This bad boy packed a crazy glitch. It let you pull a shadow summon way stronger than your own baseline stats. But here was the catch. Even buffed, the power scaling was totally broken, meaning if you just popped the raw flower straight up, you were guaranteed to crash and burn. Kang Soul whipped up his first batch, hoping for a miracle, but instead of a god-tier item, he spawned a rank, gag-inducing blob of slime that practically screamed toxic waste. Total bust. Brute forcing this wasn't gonna cut it. He needed an actual lightbulb moment. Attempt number 2, scorched into a pitch-black crust, looking straight up like charred magma. Strike 2. Round 3 didn't fare any better. The goop stayed completely inert, zero magic pulsing through it. The fourth run actually held its shape, congealing into something solid, but it was so visually cursed you couldn't even look at it without cringing. Still, after grinding through wall-to-wall failures, our boy finally locked in. He crafted the Cloudy Day jelly, radiating this chill, weirdly calming scent. A massive willpower buff hit his system instantly. Fresh crafting paths unlocked in his brain, like the universe finally threw him a cheat code. The grind totally paid off. Downing this stuff granted a full 60-minute buff, letting him drop shadows that completely dwarfed his own combat power. But obviously, there was a hard cap. You couldn't just bypass a massive level disparity. To pull heavier hitters, you actually had to body higher-tier mobs first. Sure, the boss scaling got absolutely insane, but that's where the Cloudy Day jelly clutched up. It literally slashed the level penalty by 30 whole levels, basically giving him a VIP pass to summon absolute units. Mid-thought, a polite tapping at the door snapped him back to reality. A muffled voice asked to step inside. It was just a local guild rat, passing on a message. Some heavyweight had been tracking Kang Soul down and demanded a face-to-face. Alarm bells rang in his head, but he knew this showdown was inevitable. Given the absolute chaos down in the lobby earlier, this was 0% a coincidence. Right on cue, the doorway darkened. A towering dude with dead, ice-cold eyes stepped up. The guy dropped his name, Kibo. A heavy hitter Kang Soul knew way too well from the underground rumors. Dripping with arrogance, Kibo scoffed at hovering in the hallway, and basically invited himself right in. Kang Soul didn't even flinch. He just casually mentioned the place was trashed from crafting, but if the guy didn't care, he could step into the mess. Kibo hadn't rolled up solo. A squad of aggro-looking goons flanked him, practically itching for a brawl, but they held their ground outside. Kibo smirked, telling the kid to relax. He claimed he was playing it safe these days, a so-called toothless tiger, after too many cocky rookies got themselves flatlined trying to test him. Suddenly, the mobster's face twisted up. A violently sour stench hit his nose, the kind of foul funk that permanently stains the drywall. Gagging a little, he openly trashed the room's putrid odor. Kang Soul just shrugged it off, hinting it was just the cost of doing business, and motioned for the guy to take a seat. But right as the negotiation kicked off, panicked shrieks violently shattered the tension outside. Fists started hammering frantically against the wood. A girl's voice, completely shaking with adrenaline, screamed Kibo's name. She was losing it, begging to be let in before things went sideways. Kibo just buried his face in his hands like he was dealing with the ultimate headache. Kang Soul threw him a totally bewildered look. Figuring the screaming wasn't going to stop anytime soon, he finally gave the green light for her to enter. A hyperactive girl named Mira practically threw herself into the room. She immediately scowled, throwing heavy judgment at everyone in sight. Kibo sighed, dropping the lore that this was his chaotic niece. Mira ignored the intro entirely, instantly complaining that the stench in the room was a literal biohazard. Brushing past the drama, they snapped back to the trade. Kang Soul laid out the facts. This transaction was a massive win-win, simply because nobody else in the server had the bankroll to afford this drop. Kibo's eyes went absolutely freezing. He leaned in, deducing that the kid definitely knew who originally owned this legendary artifact, since he hadn't even blinked when it was brought out. Unfazed, our MC fired back that pulling up with top-tier loot like that was crazy enough. The identity of the delivery boy didn't really matter. Mira crossed her arms, snapping her attention right at him. She called his bluff, stating he knew exactly why they were tracking him, and told him to drop the edgy protagonist act and just get to the point. But Kibo shut her down with a single, razor-sharp look. He calmly stated, "You don't speedrun deals of this magnitude. You tread lightly and make sure the price tag is painfully clear." Kang Sol scanned the duo, analyzing their vibe. Dropping the tough guy act, Kibo got dead serious, admitting this item was literally life or death for his crew. The mob boss assumed Kang Sol was already tuned into the brewing turf war over in the Novia zone. Our guy gave a slight nod. He knew the basics, but confessed the actual guild politics and backstabbing were totally over his head. Kibo broke it down. The server's power dynamic was balancing on a literal knife's edge. Factions like Heka and Dojo were heavily geared up, making it completely impossible for his squad and Shu to just play the neutral pacifists anymore. Eyes narrowing, Kang Sol asked the million-dollar question. With tension this high, why hadn't an all-out bloodbath kicked off yet? The veteran shot back, claiming Heka wasn't exactly the heavy hitter of the group, but he was an absolute menace. Sly, deeply vindictive, and constantly scanning for chinks in the armor, basically a stray cat hunting down its next meal. The young lead caught on quickly, guessing the rest of the crew was terrified of sparking an all-out bloodbath. Why? Because taking down Borgo meant triggering a brutal revenge plot from whatever he left behind. The older guy gave a grim nod, admitting their squad was heavily outnumbered now, outgunned and severely outmanned. Kang Seol locked eyes with the battle-worn warrior, analyzing the situation. He bit back the burning question gnawing at his brain. Was this dude seriously completely washed up? Kibo spat the bitter truth, calling himself a defanged beast stripped of his former glory, which instantly sparked Mira's rage as she snapped at him to stop leaking their vulnerabilities to a random stranger. Ignoring her, the warrior slowly peeled off his glove, dropping the brutal truth that trust isn't handed out for free. He warned that if paranoia ruled them all, they would never even be having this sit-down. Out here in the wasteland, only those who carve out their own rules make it out alive. Charging in blindly without the muscle to back it up is practically a death wish. Kang Seol zoned in on the guy's exposed hand, twisted and scorched pitch black. Instantly, he clocked the difference. This wasn't some phantom limb like Amon's. The gears in our boy's head started turning. That flesh was rotting from shadow venom. It totally clicked. Kibo deliberately traded his own arm just to secure Galota's tongue. Flashing a tired grin, the veteran confessed the toll was way too heavy. Once Borgo Heka vanished off the map, Doju and Daju linked up to crank up the heat. Bro really thought he could solo their combined forces, only to figure out way too late that one solo tank simply cannot block an entire landslide. The real wildcard was Shura, who snatched the throne after their boss flatlined. That snake was completely ready to backstab anyone the second things got dicey, threatening to drag all of Novira straight into the dirt. Heka and Doju were running a literal sweatshop, treating players like absolute trash, forcing grueling labor, wiping out their bank accounts, and bartering them like cheap marketplace inventory. Tons of rebels got packed up trying to overthrow Heka's iron grip, chasing a fantasy of freedom that demanded way too heavy a body count. Mira chimed in, practically seething, labeling Heka an absolute psychopath. Even his own loyal followers ended up in body bags. The dude was literally catching bodies just for kicks. Kang Seol pointed out that his premium loot might be the key to hitting the brakes on this chaos, but the trade offer on the table was a massive ripoff. Kibo clapped back, arguing that unpurchased inventory holds zero value. If neither party can find a buyer, they are essentially sitting on dead weight. The young protagonist racked his brain. He spotted the hidden upside to pulling off this swap, but the whole setup felt way too sketchy and tangled up in red tape. Making things worse, Heka was plotting a total hostile takeover of Novira, stripping away every ounce of its freedom. Plus, at the end of the day, Kang Seol was still a player. Teaming up with a syndicate that actively hunted his kind felt like a massive red flag. If Heka's crew managed to lock down a monopoly over the ruins and keep leveling up, a massive showdown was inevitable. That guaranteed Kang Seol would take a serious hit. Despite the glaring risks, he refused to watch Novira completely crash and burn, because letting it fall meant throwing all his defensive grinding straight into the trash. Mira whipped her head toward Kibo. Reading the room and realizing our guy wasn't about to bite on the deal, she signaled it was time to dip. The veteran brushed her off, claiming she was just a rookie who hadn't fully adapted to the grit of this reality, or found a real crew. If she had, she would know how black market haggling actually works. Right on cue, our main character locked onto Kibo, dropping a casual line about how scavengers are supposed to be experts at appraising ultra-rare loot. He then slammed a bizarre relic on the table, challenging the veteran to price it. The older dude scooped it up, rotating the mysterious object between his calloused fingers for a hot second. He brushed it off as some basic crafting material, but Mira's face instantly drained of color as she screamed that it was pure shadow energy. A split second later, the veteran watched his own cursed shadow peel away from his skin, literally coming alive. Kang Sol leaned back, stone cold, asking, exactly how much weight that little trinket held now. Kibo was absolutely paralyzed, staring dead at the relic with his jaw on the floor. His brain simply couldn't process the absolute glitch in reality happening before his eyes. Mira's mind raced, realizing that if this was a legit cure for the toxin, it could completely restore Kibo's lost stats. The shocked fighter snapped his eyes back to the kid, demanding to know what insane price tag came attached to god-tier loot like that. Our main character casually replied that the relic was already baked into the negotiation, and he would gladly accept a stash of premium gear, exotic crafting drops, or some high-level intel. Kibo let out a massive sigh. He admitted their ongoing Cold War against Heka had bankrupted them, forcing them to liquidate every single top-tier item they ever managed to farm. He tried pulling the sympathy card, hoping the kid would cut them some slack given their brutal circumstances. After all, the dude had already handed them a massive lifeline. Hearing this pathetic excuse pushed Mira straight to her boiling point. The veteran quickly defended himself, claiming he had already pitched a swap for the cure, though who knows how that gamble would have actually played out. Kang Seol immediately clocked that Kibo saw right through his master plan, bypassing the rival factions entirely. Shockingly, the guy actually trusted him. The brawler started sliding this chunky, heavy-duty ring off his hand, sending his girl into an absolute panic as she lunged to stop him. She reminded him that the piece was literally the ultimate symbol of their syndicate, passed down through generations. But Kibo wasn't having it, shutting her down cold. He flat out stated that his own flesh and blood defined who he was, not some random hunk of metal. To him, keeping his found family breathing was the only thing that mattered. Now, this specific band he just casually slipped off, it wasn't regular jewelry, it traced back to some ancient clan totally obsessed with the wolf deity. The thing was completely stacked with insane buffs, instantly leveling up the wearer's innate abilities while acting as a built-in radar for fatal threats. Our main guy locked eyes on the prize, absolutely hyped to secure an item rocking clairvoyant specs, before officially sealing the deal right then and there. The brawler tossed him a serious warning to guard that loot with his life, dropping facts about its insane rarity and astronomical market value. With the transaction completely locked in, the trio stepped out into the open air to put their newly acquired drops to the ultimate test. The bruiser grabbed the mysterious vial he just traded for, and with zero hesitation, went full send. He tipped the glass back, chugging down several massive swallows, while Mira stood paralyzed, absolutely sweating bullets and totally baffled by his reckless move. A split second later, the absolute unit froze, zeroing in on his gut reaction. It felt like straight-up hellfire ripping down his windpipe, the agony spiking to critical levels. Unfazed, Kang Seol just chilled there, casually dropping the bomb. That explosive agony was the standard reaction to swallowing pure toxin. Mira absolutely lost it. She snapped, charging at our protagonist and screaming for answers about what he just fed her boss. But the big guy just threw up a hand, completely halting her in her tracks, choking out that, despite feeling like highly corrosive acid, his body was literally repairing itself. Right before their eyes, his wrecked hand started knitting back together, leaving his entire squad with their jaws practically hitting the pavement. Rita stepped in to wrangle the chaos, announcing it was time to wrap this up, ink the contracts, and collect her much-deserved cut. Now, this legendary loot dubbed the Galota tongue, it was a crazy rare relic, literally carved from the mouth of a midnight black serpent, packing the insane ability to vomit pure darkness. It massively buffed any shadow-type familiars but came with a massive red flag. The user would get incredibly hooked, turning them into an absolute junkie. Meanwhile, the muscle-bound boss flexed his newly healed limb, throwing out a cynical sigh, whining that he wasn't even fazed by the god-tier regeneration anymore. Brushing it off, he confirmed the transaction was a wrap, but dropped one final bomb. Squaring up with Kang Seol, he straight-up asked him to join his squad for the incoming turf war against his rival. Our MC wasn't having a single second of it, bluntly declaring that jumping into another cruise drama was his absolute worst nightmare. The gang leader warned him that sitting this bloodbath out wasn't going to be an option, but after seeing the protagonist stand his ground and completely reject the invite, he backed off, exchanging a solid handshake before going their separate ways. Cruising back to base, Mira snapped at her uncle, demanding to know why he was acting like a total pushover around this snowman dude who seemingly had zero stats or street cred. Staring out the window, he dropped the cold, hard truth. That zero-threat vibe was exactly what made the kid so utterly terrifying. She stared at him, totally blindsided, prompting the veteran brawler to pull up a chair for a serious reality check. He kicked things off by breaking down how scavengers operated on a completely different frequency than regular civilians. Pausing for a sec, Mira guessed it had something to do with the intense look in their eyes. Bingo. But he backed it up with another massive factor, this crazy sixth sense. The exact same gut feeling that pushed him to recruit her into their ranks back in the day. He threw it back to day one, remembering this totally vulnerable girl spawning into the wasteland, just radiating pure rage and absolute hopelessness. That's when he caught her stare, glowing like literal crimson embers, permanently searing itself into his brain. Letting the silence hang, he pointed out there was a legit reason the streets branded him and his enemy as the apex predators. She didn't hesitate to back that up, calling his nemesis a straight-up unhinged lunatic, totally toxic and massively lethal. Nodding grimly, the boss admitted that wasn't even the main point here. Because the truth was, that psycho didn't make him break a sweat. The real nightmare? The snowman. He confessed he had flexed his aura on the kid before they ever met up, and the dude didn't even blink. That same survival instinct that kept the boss alive all these years was currently screaming red alerts. This mysterious merchant was hiding something massive. Underneath that completely chilled out, frosty exterior was a ticking time bomb. Going toe-to-toe with a monster like that, you'd have to be suicidal to make a reckless move. The whole setup screamed trap. Some absolute nobody with zero mana or reputation was casually hoarding god-tier loot and packing a highly classified cure to lethal dark toxins that only the elite 1% even knew about. Not to mention the completely unidentifiable gear clipped to his waist, glowing faintly, an item that completely blew the mythical orb, currently resting in the boss's hand right out of the water. Locking a dead serious stare on his niece, he laid down the law, ordering her to stay a million miles away from that wild card. Scowling, she fired back, demanding to know what exact radar he was using to scan this seemingly average dude. Kibo fired back, admitting that Rita's wild tale pushed him to squeeze his entire underground network for just a single drop of intel on this cloaked mystery. It turned out the exact same day the streets whispered about this hidden phantom dropping into Novira happened to be the precise moment the snowman crashed the party. Mira brushed it off, rolling her eyes at what she called pure coincidence. But Kibo shut that down immediately. He confessed he was skeptical at first too, until undeniable proof slapped him right in the face. He witnessed the truth with his own two eyes. This snowman moved way too stealthily for it to be some random twist of fate. Honestly, Heka probably already caught onto his real identity. Just picturing this absolute powerhouse pulling a villain arc and swapping sides sent shivers down their spines. If a brutal, head-on clash with Heka actually popped off, this frosty wildcard would basically carry the entire fight. They could only pray this shadow lingered in their corner instead of freezing them out. Fast forward 48 hours, Kang Sul finally locked in. His insane crafting session paid off, leaving his ultimate trump card fully cured and ready to rip. From here on out, every single strike from his dark phantom packed a nasty surprise, a massive curse dripping with toxic shadow venom. Our boy literally forged a savage whip, drowning the leather in a lethal brew guaranteed to glitch an opponent's nervous system and freeze them solid on contact. The weapon basically camouflaged perfectly into his dark aesthetic now, making it insanely practical. Obviously, it was time to take this bad boy out for a test drive. Unlocking his Guardian ability did not shake things up too much, but his core stats were popping off. Shadow Summon spiked to Tier 3, while Shadow Enhancement secured Tier 2. The massive glow-up from his rookie phase was straight-up ridiculous. Plus, his Wisdom stat was absolutely skyrocketing right now. Stacking those crazy bonus buffs pushed his stamina bar past literal veteran tanks like Karun. He was practically unstoppable. He was passively unlocking broken abilities without dropping a single effort point into them. And the best part? His Dark Army's lobby still had plenty of open slots for fresh souls. His Phantom Squad's overall power subtly ticked up a few percentage points too. It seemed minor, but their leveling speed was genuinely terrifying. Throwing himself headfirst into guaranteed disaster scenarios was completely worth it, feeding him massive chunks of top-tier experience points. Gordon, the guy who dragged him into this chaos in the first place, was banking everything on this exact glow-up, praying the kid's massive